Barbiturates. For generalized tonic-clonic seizures. MOA stimulates gamma-aminobutyric acid neurotransmitter, an inhibitory neurotransmitter, which then inhibits brain activity. This is what causes the drowsy, calming effects. Side effects: drowsiness, tolerance, dependence, respiratory depression, GI effects, contraindication, liver or kidney disease. Medications are not to be stopped abruptly as this can cause seizure activity. Benzodiazepines. For absence and myoclonic seizures. MOA, side effects and contraindications are same as above. For injection, administer slowly to avoid bradycardia. If there is an overdose on benzodiazepines give flumazenol, romazicon. Hydantoins, phenytoin. For partial and tonic-clonic seizures. MOA, block Na plus influx neurons are kept in absolute refractory for a longer time less frequent action potentials. Side effects: dependence, respiratory depression, gingivitis, ataxia, dizziness, lethargy, alter vitamin K metabolism, dysrhythmias, nystagmus. Frequent blood work is needed to monitor drug levels.
Phenytoin-like drugs. For absence, tonic-clonic seizures, bipolar, and migraines. MOA same as above. Side effects: increased bleeding times, photosensitivity, hepatotoxic, pancreatitis. Succinimides. For absence seizures. MOA prevents Ca+2 entry through specialized T-type channels in thalamus decreases neuron excitability. Side effects: anorexia, blood dyscrasia. Anti-Parkinsonian drugs. Parkinson's disease neurologic disorder characterized by muscle rigidity, akinesia, loss of voluntary movement, tremors at rest, change in posture, balance. The above can also be known as extrapyramidal symptoms: restlessness, rigidity, tremors, pill rolling, mask-like face, shuffling gait, muscle spasms, twisting motions, difficulty speaking, swallowing, loss of balance control. Chemical imbalance with Parkinson's: too little dopamine, too much ACH. Too much ACH increased cholinergic activity creates the involuntary movements. Tremors. Goal of anti-Parkinson's medication symptom relief and improve mobility by either inhibiting ACH or enhancing dopamine.
Simon Bar Kokhba, born Simon ben Kosiba, was a significant figure in Jewish history, known for leading a rebellion against the Roman Empire. This uprising, often referred to as the Bar Kokhba Revolt, was the second large-scale rebellion of the Jewish people against Roman occupation, following the first failed revolt in 70 CE that resulted in the destruction of the temple. Although the Bar Kokhba Revolt ended in defeat, it had profound consequences for the Jewish people and their historical and cultural identity. To understand Simon Bar Kokhba's role, it's essential to examine the political and social context leading up to the revolt. The region of Judea had been under Roman rule when Pompey the Great conquered the area. Despite being granted some degree of autonomy, tensions between the Roman authorities and the Jewish population persisted. The Jewish people resented Roman interference in religious and political affairs, high taxation, and the presence of Roman legions in their land. The First Jewish-Roman War was a catastrophic conflict that ended with the destruction of Jerusalem and the Jewish temple. This war had devastating consequences for Jewish society, as it resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands and the scattering of the Jewish population. After the war, the Jewish people were subjected to strict controls and heavy taxation to prevent further uprisings. However, the sense of injustice and the desire for national and religious restoration continued to simmer beneath the surface. The Second Jewish Revolt, led by Simon Bar Kokhba, was triggered by several developments in Roman policy and governance in Judea. Among these was the emperor's decision to rebuild Jerusalem as a pagan city named Aelia Capitolina, complete with a temple dedicated to the Roman gods. This action was seen as a severe affront to Jewish hopes of rebuilding their own temple and restoring Jerusalem as a center of worship. The situation was further exacerbated by reports that religious practices such as circumcision were being banned or restricted, which many Jews viewed as an attempt to erase their cultural and religious identity. Simon Bar Kokhba emerged as a leader during this period of turmoil. Little is known about his early life, but historical records suggest that he was a charismatic and capable military commander. His original name was Simon ben Kosiba, but he came to be known as Bar Kokhba, which means son of the star. This name was given to him by his supporters, who believed that he was the prophesied Messiah who would lead Israel to freedom. The name's messianic connotations are derived from the prophecy in the Hebrew Bible, which speaks of a star that would rise out of Israel. Bar Kokhba's messianic credentials were further bolstered by the support of Rabbi Akiva, one of the most respected religious leaders of his time. Rabbi Akiva proclaimed Bar Kokhba as the Messiah, believing that he was chosen by God to restore the kingdom of Israel. This religious endorsement gave Bar Kokhba immense authority and helped him unite disparate Jewish factions under his command. The Bar Kokhba revolt began in 132 CE, as a well-coordinated and widespread insurrection against Roman rule. Unlike previous uprisings, this revolt was not a spontaneous outburst of violence but a carefully planned rebellion with a clear political and religious goal, to restore Jewish sovereignty in Judea. Bar Kokhba's forces were highly organized, and the rebels established an independent Jewish state for a brief period, complete with its own government and administrative apparatus. Coins minted during this time reflect the national aspirations of Bar Kokhba's movement. These coins often bore the words, Year 1 of the Redemption of Israel, and displayed symbols such as the temple facade, the lulav, a palm branch used in the Jewish festival of Sukkot, and the harp. These inscriptions and symbols signaled that Bar Kokhba was not merely leading a military rebellion but was also asserting a renewed sense of Jewish identity and national pride. The initial successes of the revolt were significant. Bar Kokhba's forces managed to capture several key cities, including Jerusalem, which had been off-limits to Jews since the end of the First War. The rebels took control of the Judean highlands, fortifying themselves in strategic positions and building an extensive network of caves and tunnels to evade Roman forces. The revolt's early victories sent shockwaves through the Roman Empire and prompted a fierce response from Emperor Hadrian. The Romans, caught off guard by the strength and organization of the revolt, initially struggled to contain it. Emperor Hadrian realized that suppressing the rebellion would require a significant military effort, so he called upon Julius Severus, one of his most experienced generals, to lead the campaign against Bar Kokhba. Severus adopted a strategy of attrition, avoiding direct confrontations and instead focusing on cutting off the rebel supply lines and isolating their strongholds. The Romans systematically destroyed towns and villages suspected of supporting the revolt, using scorched earth tactics to deprive Bar Kokhba's forces of food and shelter. This strategy slowly weakened the rebels, who found themselves besieged and unable to resupply their forces. The war devolved into a brutal guerrilla conflict, with Bar Kokhba's forces using hit-and-run tactics and the network of caves and tunnels to launch surprise attacks on the Romans. The decisive battle of the war took place in 135 CE at the fortified city of Betar, located southwest of Jerusalem. Betar served as Bar Kokhba's last major stronghold, and its defense was fierce. According to historical sources, the Romans laid siege to Betar, and the siege ended in a bloody massacre. Bar Kokhba himself was killed in the battle, and his followers were slaughtered or captured. The fall of Betar marked the end of the revolt and the final defeat of Jewish resistance in Judea. The aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt was catastrophic for the Jewish people. The consequences of the revolt were felt on multiple levels. The war resulted in a staggering loss of life. Estimates suggest that hundreds of thousands of Jews were killed, and many more were sold into slavery or forced into exile. The demographic impact was profound, leaving the Jewish population of Judea severely diminished. Entire towns and villages were razed, and the countryside was left desolate. Many of the rebel strongholds were systematically destroyed, and agricultural lands were either confiscated by the Romans or left barren. Jerusalem itself was renamed Aelia Capitolina and rebuilt as a Roman colony. Jews were banned from entering the city, except on the anniversary of the destruction of the temple, when they were permitted to mourn their losses. Jewish religious practices were further restricted, and the teaching of Torah was banned. Many prominent Jewish leaders and scholars were executed, including Rabbi Akiva. The loss of these figures dealt a severe blow to Jewish religious and intellectual life. Despite his ultimate defeat, Simon Bar Kokhba remains a symbol of Jewish resistance and perseverance. His rebellion, though unsuccessful, represents a pivotal moment in Jewish history. Bar Kokhba's leadership demonstrated that the Jewish people, even after the devastation of the First War, were still willing to fight for their freedom and sovereignty. Over time, Bar Kokhba's legacy has been reinterpreted in various ways. In modern Israel, Bar Kokhba is often celebrated as a national hero, embodying the spirit of resistance against foreign rule. The modern Zionist movement viewed him as a symbol of Jewish self-determination and the struggle for national renewal. In rabbinic literature, however, Bar Kokhba's image is more complex. Some rabbis viewed his revolt as a misguided and ultimately disastrous attempt at messianic redemption. The devastation that followed the revolt led some to question the wisdom of such violent resistance and to reframe the Jewish struggle in more spiritual and intellectual terms. Modern archaeology has unearthed significant evidence of the Bar Kokhba revolt. Letters attributed to Bar Kokhba himself have been found in caves in the Judean desert, along with weapons, coins, and other artifacts. These discoveries provide valuable insight into the organization and daily life of the rebels, as well as Bar Kokhba's leadership style. In recent years, the combination of drones and advanced mathematical models has transformed environmental monitoring. One of the most powerful and intriguing developments is the application of fractal algorithms in analyzing terrain and vegetation, particularly trees. Fractals, mathematical sets that exhibit self-similar patterns at varying scales, have long been used to describe complex natural phenomena. When applied in conjunction with drone technology, they can provide deep insights into ecological systems, particularly for mapping and counting trees in large areas. This article explores the intersection of fractal mathematics and drone-based environmental analysis, with a focus on how fractal algorithms can be used to monitor trees and terrain. We'll discuss the role of drones in collecting environmental data, delve into the fundamentals of fractals, and examine how fractal dimensions can help estimate tree numbers and patterns. We will also review current tools and software capable of implementing these algorithms, the challenges involved, and the potential for future development in the field. Drones have become a vital tool in the fields of environmental science, conservation, and land management. Their ability to capture high-resolution imagery and sensor data from previously inaccessible or difficult-to-reach locations has revolutionized ecological monitoring. A typical drone equipped for environmental analysis might include multispectral cameras, LiDAR systems, and infrared sensors. These tools allow the drone to collect data on various aspects of the environment, including vegetation health, soil moisture levels, and even animal populations. One of the most significant applications of drones is in forestry, where they are used for tasks such as tree inventory, canopy monitoring, and forest health assessment. Traditionally, these tasks required labor-intensive, time-consuming surveys conducted on foot. Drones enable researchers to cover vast areas quickly, providing real-time data that can be analyzed with far greater accuracy and efficiency. However, despite the numerous advantages drones offer, the data they collect is often highly complex and difficult to interpret without the aid of advanced algorithms. This is where fractal mathematics enters the picture. Fractals are mathematical structures that repeat themselves on different scales, creating intricate patterns that remain consistent regardless of the level of magnification. This property, known as self-similarity, makes fractals ideal for describing the complexities of natural systems. Examples of fractals in nature include the branching patterns of trees, the veins in leaves, and the structure of river networks. Fractal geometry has been instrumental in the study of natural phenomena because it can describe irregular shapes and complex patterns that traditional Euclidean geometry cannot. A key concept in fractal geometry is the fractal dimension, a measure of how completely a fractal fills space as you zoom in on it. This concept can be applied to terrain analysis, tree distribution, and forest density. In forestry, trees and their canopies often follow fractal-like growth patterns, meaning that the distribution of trees and branches can be described using fractal dimensions. This makes fractals a powerful tool for analyzing the data collected by drones. Forests are ideal environments for the application of fractal analysis because they exhibit self-similar patterns at various scales. A single tree has a fractal-like structure, with branches that split into smaller branches and twigs, each following the same basic rule of growth. Similarly, forests themselves follow fractal patterns, with patches of trees distributed across the landscape in self-similar clusters. The fractal dimension is a numerical value that quantifies this self-similarity. For instance, if the fractal dimension of a forest is close to 2, it suggests that the trees are distributed more like a surface, whereas a fractal dimension closer to 3 suggests a more volumetric distribution. The box counting algorithm is one of the most common methods used to calculate the fractal dimension. This method involves dividing a map or image into a grid of boxes and counting how many boxes contain a part of the forest. The process is repeated at multiple scales, and the fractal dimension is determined by how the number of occupied boxes changes as the box size is reduced. In practice, this means that fractal algorithms can be used to estimate the number of trees in a given area by analyzing how tree clusters are distributed across the terrain. To apply fractal algorithms to forest data, the first step is data acquisition using drones. The drone flies over the forest, capturing high-resolution images or 3D data using tools like LiDAR, light detection and ranging. Once the data is collected, it must be processed to create a digital representation of the forest. This might involve generating a 3D model or a canopy height model, which is then analyzed using fractal algorithms. The box counting algorithm, for example, can be applied to these digital models to estimate the fractal dimension of the forest. By comparing fractal dimensions across different regions, researchers can identify patterns in tree distribution and estimate the total number of trees in a given area. Fractal algorithms also offer a unique advantage over traditional methods because they can account for the irregular, non-linear patterns that occur in nature. Forests are not perfectly uniform, they have areas of dense tree growth and areas where trees are sparse. Fractal algorithms can capture these variations more effectively than grid-based or linear methods. Let's consider a case study where drones were used to monitor a forested region in the Pacific Northwest. The goal of the study was to estimate the number of trees in a 100-acre area and assess the overall health of the forest. The drone was equipped with a high-resolution RGB camera and a LiDAR sensor, which allowed it to capture detailed images and 3D data of the forest canopy. Once the data was collected, it was processed to create a 3D model of the forest. Researchers applied the box counting algorithm to this model, calculating the fractal dimension of the tree distribution. By comparing the fractal dimension to known values from similar forests, they were able to estimate the number of trees with a high degree of accuracy. In addition to counting trees, the fractal analysis revealed areas where tree density was significantly higher or lower than expected, providing insights into the health and structure of the forest. This information was used to guide forest management efforts, including selective thinning and reforestation projects. LiDAR technology is particularly well suited to fractal analysis because it provides detailed, three-dimensional data that can be used to create highly accurate models of forested landscapes. Unlike traditional cameras, which capture only the surface of the canopy, LiDAR can penetrate the forest canopy to provide information about the height and structure of trees, even in dense forests. By combining LiDAR data with fractal algorithms, researchers can analyze the structure of a forest at multiple scales. For example, they can study the distribution of trees at the level of individual branches, the canopy as a whole, or the entire forest. This multi-scale analysis allows for a more comprehensive understanding of forest structure and health. Several software tools are available for implementing fractal analysis in forestry, many of which can be integrated with drone data. Some of the most popular tools include Pix4D, a software platform that specializes in converting aerial images into 3D models and maps. Pix4D can process data from drones and generate digital terrain models, which can then be analyzed using fractal algorithms. DroneDeploy, a cloud-based platform that provides tools for analyzing drone data in various industries, including agriculture and forestry. DroneDeploy allows users to create orthomosaic maps and 3D models, which can be used in fractal analysis. Software like ArcGIS and QGIS can process LiDAR data to create detailed 3D models of forested areas. These models can be used to calculate fractal dimensions and analyze tree distribution. For more advanced users, custom solutions can be developed using programming languages like Python. Python's libraries, such as OpenCV and NumPy, provide the tools needed to implement fractal algorithms on aerial images and 3D models. Additionally, ImageJ, a widely used image processing software, offers fractal analysis plugins that can be applied to tree counting and forest monitoring. Researchers and developers can also leverage the R programming language and its fractal DIM package, which offers several methods for calculating fractal dimensions from spatial data. R's powerful statistical capabilities make it an excellent choice for analyzing large datasets collected by drones. One of the primary advantages of using fractal algorithms in tree and terrain analysis is their ability to provide precise, scalable results. Traditional methods of forest monitoring, such as ground surveys or simple image analysis, often fail to capture the complex, non-linear patterns that occur in nature. Fractal geometry, however, is specifically designed to describe these irregular patterns, making it ideal for analyzing natural systems like forests. Fractal algorithms can also be scaled to analyze forests of varying sizes. Whether the goal is to study a small grove or a vast forest, fractal dimensions can be calculated and compared across different regions, providing valuable insights into tree density and distribution. Combining drones with fractal analysis also offers significant cost savings and increases in efficiency. Drone-based surveys are far less labor-intensive than traditional ground surveys, and the data they collect can be processed quickly using fractal algorithms. This reduces the time and cost required to monitor large forested areas, making it easier for researchers and land managers to track changes in forest health over time. Despite the many benefits of fractal-based analysis, there are also challenges associated with processing the large volumes of data generated by drones. High-resolution imagery and LiDAR data can be difficult to manage, particularly when dealing with large areas. Additionally, fractal algorithms require significant computational power, which can be a barrier for researchers with limited resources. Another challenge is the inherent variability in natural systems. While fractal algorithms are excellent at describing self-similar patterns, they may struggle to account for the many factors that influence tree growth and distribution, such as soil composition, water availability, and human activity. As a result, fractal analysis is most effective when used in conjunction with other methods, such as ecological modeling or field surveys. One of the most exciting developments in the field of fractal analysis is the integration of machine learning algorithms. By training machine learning models on drone data, researchers can automate the process of identifying fractal patterns and calculating fractal dimensions. This has the potential to greatly improve the accuracy and efficiency of tree and terrain analysis. While this article has focused on the use of fractal algorithms in forestry, the same principles can be applied to a wide range of fields, including agriculture, urban planning, and disaster management. For example, fractal algorithms could be used to analyze the distribution of crops in agricultural fields or to map the spread of wildfires in real time. The integration of drone technology with fractal algorithms represents a powerful new approach to environmental analysis. By leveraging the self-similar patterns found in nature, fractal algorithms provide a precise and scalable method for counting trees and analyzing terrain. While there are challenges involved in processing drone data and accounting for natural variability, the potential benefits are significant. As technology continues to advance, the combination of drones, fractals, and machine learning is likely to play an increasingly important role in environmental monitoring and conservation efforts. With the ability to process vast amounts of data quickly and accurately, fractal-based analysis is poised to revolutionize the way we monitor and manage the natural world.
Pallas in a council of the gods complains of the detention of Ulysses in the island of Calypso, whereupon Mercury is sent to command his removal. The seat of Calypso described. She consents with much difficulty, and Ulysses builds a vessel with his own hands, in which he embarks. Neptune overtakes him with a terrible tempest, in which he is shipwrecked, and in the last danger of death, till Lencothea, a sea goddess, assists him, and after innumerable perils, he gets ashore on Phaeacia. The saffron morn, with early blushes spread, now rose refulgent from Tithonus' bed, with newborn day to gladden mortal sight, and gild the courts of heaven with sacred light. Then met the eternal synod of the sky, before the god, who thunders from on high, supreme in might, sublime in majesty. Pallas, to these, deplores the unequal fates of wise Ulysses and his toils relates. Her hero's danger touched the pitying power, the nymph's seducements, and the magic bower. Thus she began her plaint, immortal Jove, and you who fill the blissful seats above, let kings no more with gentle mercy sway, or bless a people willing to obey, but crush the nations with an iron rod, and every monarch be the scourge of God. If from your thoughts Ulysses you remove, who ruled his subjects with a father's love, soul in an isle, encircled by the main, abandoned, banished from his native reign, unblessed he sighs, detained by lawless charms, and pressed unwilling in Calypso's arms. Nor friends are there, nor vessels to convey, nor oars to cut the immeasurable way. And now fierce traitors, studious to destroy his only son, their ambushed fraud employ, who, pious, following his great father's fame, to sacred Pylos and to Sparta came. What words are these? Replied the power who forms the clouds of night, and darkens heaven with storms winking smiley. Is not already in thy soul decreed, the chief's return shall make the guilty bleed? What cannot wisdom do? Thou mayest restore the sun in safety to his native shore, while the fell foes, who late in ambush lay, with fraud defeated measure back their way. Then thus to Hermes the command was given, Hermes, thou chosen messenger of heaven. Go, to the nymph be these our orders borne, 'tis Jove's decree, Ulysses shall return, the patient man shall view his old abodes, nor helped by mortal hand, nor guiding gods in twice 10 days shall fertile Scheria find, alone, and floating to the wave and wind. The bold Phaeacians there, whose haughty line is mixed with gods, half human, half divine, the chief shall honor as some heavenly guest, and swift transport him to his place of rest, his vessels loaded with a plenteous store of brass, of vestures, and resplendent, or a richer prize than if his joyful isle received him charged with Ilion's noble spoil, his friends, his country, he shall see, though late. Such is our sovereign will, and such is fate. He spoke. The god who mounts the winged winds fast to his feet the golden pinions binds, that high through fields of air his flight sustain o'er the wide earth, and o'er the boundless main, he grasps the wand that causes sleep to fly, or in soft slumber seals the wakeful eye, then shoots from heaven to Hyperia's steep, and stoops incumbent on the rolling deep. So watery fowl, that seek their fishy food, with wings expanded o'er the foaming flood, now sailing smooth the level surface sweep, now dip their pinions in the briny deep. Thus o'er the word of waters Hermes flew, till now the distant island rose in view. Then, swift ascending from the azure wave, he took the path that winded to the cave. Large was the grot, in which the nymph he found, the fair-haired nymph with every beauty crowned. The cave was brightened with a rising blaze, cedar and frankincense, an odorous pile, flamed on the hearth, and wide perfumed the aisle, while she with work and song the time divides, and through the loom the golden shuttle guides. Without the grot a various sylvan scene appeared around, and groves of living green, poplars and alders ever quivering played, and nodding cypress formed a fragrant shade, on whose high branches, waving with the storm, the birds of broadest wing their mansions form, the chough, the seamew, the loquacious crow, and scream aloft, and skim the deeps below. Depending vines the shelving caverns screen, with purple clusters blushing through the green. Four-limbed fountains from the clefts distill, and every fountain pours a several rill, in mazy windings wandering down the hill, where bloomy meads with vivid greens were crowned, and glowing violets threw odors round. A scene where, if a god should cast his sight, a god might gaze and wonder with delight. Joy touched the messenger of heaven, he stayed entranced, and all the blissful haunts surveyed. Him, entering in the cave, Calypso knew, four powers celestial to each other's view stand still confessed, though distant far they lie to habitants of earth, or sea, or sky. But sad Ulysses, by himself apart, poured the big sorrows of his swelling herd, all on the lonely shore he sate to weep, and rolled his eyes around the restless deep. Toward his loved coast he rolled his eyes in vain, till, dimmed with rising grief, they streamed again. Now graceful seated on her shining throne, to Hermes thus the nymph divine begun, god of the golden wand. On what behest arrivest thou here, an unexpected guest? Loved as thou art, thy free injunctions lay, 'tis mine with joy and duty to obey. Till now a stranger, in a happy hour approach, and taste the dainties of my bower. Thus having spoke, the nymph the table spread, ambrosial cates, with nectar rosy red, Hermes the hospitable rite partook, divine refection. Then, recruited, spoke, what moves this journey from my native sky? A goddess asks, nor can a god deny. Hear then the truth. By mighty Jove's command unwilling have I trod this pleasing land, for who, self-moved, with weary wing would sweep such length of ocean, an unmeasured deep, a world of waters. Far from all the ways where men frequent, or sacred altars blaze. But to Jove's will submission we must pay, what power so great to dare to disobey? A man, he says, a man resides with thee, of all his kind most worn with misery. The Greeks, whose arms for 9 long years employed their force on Ilion, in the 10th destroyed, at length, embarking in a luckless hour, with conquest proud, incensed Minerva's power. Hence on the guilty race her vengeance hurled, with storms pursued them through the liquid world. There all his vessels sunk beneath the wave. There all his dear companions found their grave. Saved from the jaws of death by heaven's decree, the tempest drove him to these shores and thee. Him, Jove now orders to his native land straight to dismiss. So destiny commands, impatient fate his near return attends, and calls him to his country and his friends. E'en to her inmost soul the goddess shook, Then thus her anguish, and her passion broke, ungracious gods. With spite and envy cursed. Still to your own ethereal race the worst. Ye envy mortal and immortal joy, and love, the only sweet of life destroy. Did ever goddess, by her charms engage a favored mortal, and not feel your rage? So when Aurora sought Orion's love, her joys disturbed your blissful hours above, till, in Ortygidien's winged dart, had pierced the hapless hunter to the heart. So when the covert of the thrice-aired field saw stately Ceres to her passion yield, scarce could Iasian taste her heavenly charms, but Jove's swift lightning scorched him in her arms. And is it now my turn, ye mighty powers? Am I the envy of your blissful bowers? A man, an outcast to the storm and wave, it was my crime to pity, and to save, when he who thunders rent his bark in twain, and sunk his brave companions in the main, alone, abandoned, in mid-ocean tossed, the sport of winds, and driven from every coast, hither this man of miseries I led, received the friendless, and the hungry fed, nay vainly promised, to bestow immortal life, exempt from age and woe. 'Tis past and Jove decrees he shall remove, gods as we are but slaves to Jove. Go then he must, if he ordain, try all those dangers, all those deeps, again, but never shall Calypso send to toils like these her husband and her friend. What ships have I, what sailors to convey, what oars to cut the long laborious way? Yet I'll direct the safest means to go, that last advice is all I can bestow. To have the power who hears the charming rod, dismiss the man, nor irritate the god, prevent the rage of him who reigns above, for what's so dreadful as the wrath of Jove? Thus having said, he cut the cleaving sky, and in a moment vanished from her eye. The nymph, obedient to divine command, to seek Ulysses, paced along the sand, him pensive on the lonely beach she found, with streaming eyes in briny torrents drowned, and inly pining for his native shore. For now the soft enchantress pleased no more, for now, reluctant, and constrained by charms, absent he lay in her desiring arms, in slumber wore the heavy night away, on rocks and shores consumed the tedious day. There sate all desolate, and sighed alone, with echoing sorrows made the mountains groan. And rolled his eyes o'er all the restless main, till, dimmed with rising grief, they streamed again. Here, on his musing mood the goddess pressed, approaching soft, and thus the chief addressed, unhappy man. To wasting woes a prey, no more in sorrows languish life away. Free as the winds I give thee now to rove. Go, fell the timber of yon lofty grove, and form a raft, and build the rising ship, sublime to bear thee o'er the gloomy deep. To store the vessel let the care be mine, with water from the rock and rosy wine, and life-sustaining bread, and fair array, and prosperous gales to waft thee on the way. These, if the gods with my desire comply, the gods, alas, more mighty far than I, and better skilled in dark events to come, in peace shall land thee at thy native home. With sighs Ulysses heard the words she spoke, then thus his melancholy silence broke. Some other motive, goddess, sways thy mind, some close design, or turn of womankind, nor my return the end, nor this the way, on a slight raft to pass the swelling sea, huge, horrid, vast, where scarce in safety sails the best-built ship, though Jove inspires the gales. The bold proposal how shall I fulfill, dark as I am, unconscious of thy will? Swear, then, thou meanest not what my soul forebodes, swear by the solemn oath that binds the gods. Him, while he spoke, with smiles Calypso eyed, and gently grasped his hand, and thus replied, This shows thee, friend, by old experience taught, and learned in all the wiles of human thought, how prone to doubt, how cautious, are the wise. But hear, O earth, and hear, ye sacred skies. And thou, O Styx, whose formidable floods glide through the shades, and bind the attesting gods. No formed design, no meditated end, lurks in the counsel of thy faithful friend. Kind the persuasion, and sincere my aim, the same my practice, were my fate the same. Heaven has not cursed me with a heart of steel, but given the sense to pity and to feel. Thus having said, the goddess marched before, he trod her footsteps in the sandy shore. At the cool cave arrived, they took their state, he filled the throne where Mercury had sate. For him the nymph a rich repast ordains, such as the mortal life of man sustains. Before herself were placed the cates divine, ambrosial banquet, and celestial wine. Their hunger satiate, and their thirst repressed, thus spoke Calypso to her godlike guest, Ulysses. With a sigh she thus began, winking smiley. O sprung from gods, in wisdom more than man, is then thy home the passion of thy heart? Thus wilt thou leave me, are we thus to part? Farewell. And ever joyful mayst thou be, nor break the transport with one thought of me. But Ulysses, wert thou given to know what fate yet dooms thee still to undergo, thy heart might settle in this scene of ease, and e'en these slighted charms might learn to please. A willing goddess, an immortal life, might banish from thy mind an absent wife. Am I inferior to a mortal dame? Less soft my feature, less august my frame? Or shall the daughters of mankind compare their earth-born beauties with the heavenly fair? Alas! For this, the prudent man replies, against Ulysses shall thy anger rise. Loved and adored, O goddess as thou art, forgive the weakness of a human heart. Though well I see thy grace is far above the dear, though mortal, object of my love, of youth eternal well the difference know, and the short date of fading charms below, yet every day, while absent thus I roam, I languish to return and die at home. Whate'er the gods shall destine me to bear, in the black ocean, or the watery war, 'tis mine to master with a constant mind, inured to perils, to the worst resigned, by seas, by wars, so many dangers run, still I can suffer, the high will be done. Thus while he spoke, the beamy sun descends, and rising night her friendly shade extends. To the close grot the lonely pair remove, and slept delighted with the gifts of love. When rose morning called them from their rest, Ulysses robed him in the cloak and vest. The nymph's fair head a veil transparent graced, her swelling loins a radiant zone embraced with flowers of gold, an under robe, unbound, in snowy waves flowed glittering on the ground. Forth issuing thus, she gave him first to wield a weighty axe with truest temper steeled, and double-edged, the handle smooth and plain, wrought of the clouded olive's easy grain, and next, a wedge to drive with sweepy sway, then to the neighboring forest led the way. On the lone island's utmost verge there stood of poplars, pine, and firs, a lofty wood, whose leafless summits to the skies aspire, scorched by the sun, or seared by heavenly fire, already dried. These pointing out to view, the nymph just showed him, and with tears withdrew. Now toils the hero, trees on trees o'erthrown fall crackling round him, and the forests grown, sudden, full 20 on the plain are strode, and lopped and lightened of their branchy load. At equal angles these disposed to join, he smoothed and squared them by the rule and line, the wimbles for the work Calypso found, with those he pierced them and with clinchers bound. Long and capacious as a shipwright forms some bark's broad bottom to outride the storms, so large he built the raft, then ribbed it strong from space to space, and nailed the planks along, these formed the sides. The deck he fashioned last, then o'er the vessel raised the taper mast, with crossing sailyards dancing in the wind, and to the helm the guiding rudder joined, with yielding osiers fenced, to break the force of surging waves, and steer the steady course. Thy loom, Calypso, for the future sails supplied the cloth, capacious of the gales. With stays and cordage last he rigged the ship, and, rolled on levers, launched her in the deep. 4 days were past, and now the work complete, shone the 5th morn, when from her sacred seat the nymph dismissed him, odorous garments given, and bathed in fragrant oils that breathed of heaven, then filled 2 goatskins with her hands divine, with water one, and one with sable wine, of every kind, provisions heaved aboard, and the full decks with copious viands stored. The goddess, last, a gentle breeze supplies, to curl old ocean, and to warm the skies. And now, rejoicing in the prosperous gales, with beating heart Ulysses spreads his sails, placed at the helm he sate, and marked the skies, nor closed in sleep his ever-watchful eyes. There viewed the Pleiads, and the northern team, and great Orion's more refulgent beam. To which, around the axle of the sky, the bare, revolving, points his golden eye, who shines exalted on the ethereal plain, nor bathes his blazing forehead in the main. Far on the left those radiant fires to keep the nymph directed, as he sailed the deep. Full 17 nights he cut the foaming way, the distant land appeared the following day, then swelled to sight Phaeacia's dusky coast, and woody mountains, half in vapours lost, that lay before him indistinct and vast, like a broad shield amid the watery waste. But him, thus voyaging the deeps below, from far, on Solim's aerial brow, the king of ocean saw, and seeing burned, from Ethiopia's happy climes returned, the raging monarch shook his azure head, and thus in secret to his soul he said, Heavens! How uncertain are the powers on high! Is then reversed the sentence of the sky, in one man's favour, while a distant guest I shared secure the Ethiopian feast. Behold how near Phoenicia's land he draws, the land affixed by fate's eternal laws to end his toils. Is then our anger vain? No, if this sceptre yet commands the main. He spoke, and high the forky trident hurled, rolls clouds on clouds, and stirs the watery world, at once the face of earth and sea deforms, swells all the winds, and rouses all the storms. Down rushed the night, east, west, together roar, and south and north roll mountains to the shore. Then shook the hero, to despair resigned, and questioned thus his yet unconquered mind, Wretch that I am! What farther fates attend this life of toils, and what my destined end? Too well, alas! The island goddess knew on the black sea what perils should ensue. New horrors now this destined head inclues, until 'tis yet the measure of my woes, with what a cloud the brows of heaven are crowned, what raging winds, what roaring waters round. 'Tis Jove himself the swelling tempest rears, death, present death, on every side appears. Happy, thrice happy, who, in battle slain, pressed in Atrides cause the Trojan plain. Oh! Had I died before that well-fought war, had some distinguished day renowned my fall, such as was that when showers of javelins fled from conquering Troy around Achilles dead, all Greece had paid me solemn funerals then, and spread my glory with the sons of men. A shameful fate now hides my hapless head, unwept, unnoted, and forever dead. A mighty wave rushed o'er him as he spoke, the raft is covered, and the mast is broke, swept from the deck and from the rudder torn, far on the swelling surge the chief was borne, while by the howling tempest rent in twain flew sail and sail-yards rattling o'er the main. Long pressed, he heaved beneath the weighty wave, clogged by the cumbrous vest Calypso gave, at length, emerging, from his nostrils wide and gushing mouth effused the briny tide, e'en then not mindless of his last retreat, he seized the raft, and leaped into his seat, strong with the fear of death. In rolling flood, now here, now there, impelled the floating wood as when a heap of gathered thorns is cast, now to, now fro, before the autumnal blast, together clung, it rolls around the field. So rolled the float, and so its texture held, and now the south, and now the north, bear sway, and now the east the foamy floods obey, and now the west wind whirls it o'er the sea. The wandering chief with toils on toils oppressed, Leucothea saw, and pity touched her breast. Herself a mortal once, of Cadmus' strain, but now an azure sister of the main, swift as a sea-mew springing from the flood, all radiant on the raft the goddess stood, then thus addressed him, Thou whom heaven decrees to Neptune's wrath, stern tyrant of the seas. Unequal contest. Not his rage and power, great as he is, such virtue shall devour. What I suggest, thy wisdom will perform, forsake thy float, and leave it to the storm, strip off thy garments, Neptune's fury brave with naked strength, and plunge into the wave. To reach Phaeacia all thy nerves extend, their fate decrees thy miseries shall end. This heavenly scarf beneath thy bosom bind, and live, give all thy terrors to the wind. Soon as thy arms the happy shore shall gain, return the gift, and cast it in the main, observe my orders, and with heed obey, cast it far off, and turn thy eyes away. With that, her hand the sacred veil bestows, then down the deeps she dived from whence she rose, a moment snatched the shining form away, and all was covered with the curling sea. Struck with amaze, yet still to doubt inclined, he stands suspended, and explores his mind. What shall I do? Unhappy me! Who knows but other gods intend me other woes? Whoe'er thou art, I shall not blindly join thy pleaded reason, but consult with mine, for scarce in ken appears that distant isle thy voice foretells me shall conclude my toil. Thus then I judge, while yet the planks sustain the wild waves' fury, here I fixed remain, but, when their texture to the tempest yields, I launch adventurous on the liquid fields, join to the help of gods the strength of man, and take this method, since the best I can. While thus his thoughts an anxious counsel hold, the raging god a watery mountain rolled, like a black sheet the whelming billows spread, burst o'er the float, and thundered on his head. Planks, beams, disparted fly, the scattered wood rolls diverse, and in fragments strews the flood. So the rude Boreas, o'er the field new shorn, tosses and drives the scattered heaps of corn. And now a single beam the chief bestrides, there poised awhile above the bounding tides, his limbs discumbers of the clinging vest, and binds the sacred cincture round his breast. Then prone an ocean in a moment flung, stretched wide his eager arms, and shot the seas along. All naked now, on heaving billows laid, stern Neptune eyed him, and contemptuous said, Go, learned in woes, and other foes essay. Go, wander helpless on the watery way, thus find out the destined shore, and then, if Jove ordains it, mix with happier men. Whate'er thy fate, the ills our wrath could raise shall last remembered in thy best of days. This said, his sea-green steeds divide the foam, and reach high Aegae and the towery dome. Now, scarce withdrawn the fierce earth-shaking power, Jove's daughter Pallas watched the favouring hour. Back to their caves she bade the winds to fly, and hushed the blustering brethren of the sky. The drier blasts alone of Boreas away, and bear him soft on broken waves away, with gentle force impelling to that shore, where fate has destined he shall toil no more. And now, 2 nights, and now 2 days were past, since wide he wandered on the watery waste, heaved on the surge with intermitting breath, and hourly panting in the arms of death. The 3rd fair morn now blazed upon the main, then glassy smooth lay all the liquid plain, the winds were hushed, the billows scarcely curled, and a dead silence stilled the watery world, when lifted on a ridgy wave he spies the land at distance, and with sharpened eyes. As pious children joy with vast delight, when a loved sire revives before their sight, who, lingering along, has called on death in vain, fixed by some demon to his bed of pain, till heaven by miracle his life restore. So joys Ulysses at the appearing shore, and sees and labors onward as he sees the rising forests, and the tufted trees. And now, as near approaching as the sound of human voice the listening ear may wound, amidst the rocks he heard a hollow roar of murmuring surges breaking on the shore, nor peaceful port was there, nor winding bay, to shield the vessel from the rolling sea, but cliffs and shaggy shores, the dreadful sight. All rough with rocks, with foamy billows white. Fear seized his slackened limbs and beating heart, as thus he communed with his soul apart. Ah me! When, o'er a length of waters tossed, these eyes at last behold the unhoped-for coast, no port receives me from the angry main, but the loud deeps demand me back again. Above, sharp rocks forbid access, around roar the wild waves, beneath, is sea profound. No footing sure affords the faithless sand, to stem too rapid, and too deep to stand. If here I enter, my efforts are vain, dashed on the cliffs, or heaved into the main, or round the island if my course I bend, where the ports open, or the shores descend, back to the seas the rolling surge may sweep, and bury all my hopes beneath the deep. Or some enormous whale the god may send, for many such an amphitrite attend, too well the turns of mortal chance I know, and hate relentless of my heavenly foe. While thus he thought, a monstrous wave upbore the chief, and dashed him on the craggy shore. Torn was his skin, nor had the ribs been whole, but instant Pallas entered in his soul. Close to the cliff with both his hands he clung, and stuck adherent, and suspended hung, till the huge surge rolled off, then backward sweep the refluent tides, and plunge him in the deep. As when the polypus, from forth his cave torn with full force, reluctant beats the wave, his ragged claws are stuck with stones and sands. So the rough rock had shagged Ulysses' hands, and now had perished, whelmed beneath the main, the unhappy man. In fate had been in vain, but all subduing Pallas lent her power, and prudence saved him in the needful hour. Beyond the beating surge his course he bore, a wider circle, but in sight of shore, with longing eyes, observing, to survey some smooth ascent, or safe sequestered bay. Between the parting rocks at length he spied a failing stream with gentler waters glide, where to the seas the shelving shore declined, and formed a bay impervious to the wind. To this calm port the glad Ulysses pressed, and hailed the river, and its god addressed. Whoe'er thou art, before whose stream unknown I bend, a suppliant at thy watery throne, hear, as your king. Nor let me fly in vain to thee from Neptune, and the raging main heaven hears and pities hapless men like me, for sacred even to gods is misery. Let then thy waters give the weary rest, and save a suppliant, and a man distressed. He prayed, and straight the gentle stream subsides, detains the rushing current of his tides, before the wanderer smooths the watery way, and soft receives him from the rolling sea. That moment, fainting as he touched the shore, he dropped his sinewy arms, his knees no more performed their office, or his weight upheld, his swollen heart heaved, his bloated body swelled, from mouth and nose the briny torrent ran, and lost in lassitude lay all the man, deprived of voice, of motion and of breath, the soul scarce waking in the arms of death. Soon as worn life its wonted office found, the mindful chief Leucothea's scarf unbound. Observant of her word, he turned aside his head, and cast it on the rolling tide. Behind him far, upon the purple waves, the waters waft it, and the nymph receives. Now parting from the stream, Ulysses found a mossy bank with pliant rushes crowned. The bank he pressed, and gently kissed the ground, whereon the flowery herb as soft he lay. Thus to his soul the sage began to say, What will ye next ordain, ye powers on high? And yet, yet, what fates are we to try? Here by the stream, if I the night outwear, thus spent already, how shall nature bear the dews descending, and nocturnal air, or chilly vapors breathing from the flood when morning rises, if I take the wood, and in thick shelter of innumerous boughs enjoy the comfort gentle sleep allows? Though fenced from cold, and though my toil be past, what savage beasts may wander in the waste? Perhaps I yet may fall a bloody prey to prowling bears, or lions in the way. Thus long debating in himself he stood. At length he took the passage to the wood, whose shady horrors on a rising brow waved high, and frowned upon the stream below. There grew 2 olives, closest of the grove, with roots entwined, the branches interwove, alike their leaves, but not alike they smiled with sister fruits, one fertile, one was wild. Nor here the sun's meridian rays had power, nor wind sharp piercing, nor the rushing shower, the verdant arch so close its texture kept. Beneath this covert great Ulysses crept. Of gathered leaves an ample bed he made, thick strewn by tempest through the bowery shade, where 3 at least might winter's cold defy, though Boreas raged along the inclement sky. This store with joy the patient hero found, and, sunk amidst them, heaped the leaves around. As some poor peasant, fated to reside remote from neighbors in a forest wide, studious to save what human wants require, in embers heaped, preserves the seeds of fire, hid in dry foliage thus Ulysses lies, till Pallas poured soft slumbers on his eyes, and golden dreams, the gift of sweet repose, lulled all his cares, and banished all his woes.
In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars whispered secrets to the void and nebulas danced in their eternal spirals, there existed a force that held all things together, a delicate balance that resonated through the fabric of reality. At the heart of this cosmic dance was the harmonic nexus, a place of pure energy and infinite potential. Within this nexus, the GSR and VOR were more than mere concepts, they were the very essence of existence, the forces that allowed the universe to maintain its equilibrium and evolve. In the cosmic tapestry, gaze was not simply the act of looking, it was the profound awareness of one's place within the grand design. The gaze was the focal point of perception, a connection between the observer and the observed, bridging the gap between the self and the cosmos. To gaze was to participate in the flow of the universe, to be both the seer and the seen. It was a way of understanding and influencing the world through the lens of consciousness. The GSR was the manifestation of this cosmic gaze, a stabilizing force that allowed beings to maintain their focus amidst the swirling chaos of existence. It was the thread that connected every conscious entity to the stars, allowing them to navigate the vastness of space without losing their sense of direction or purpose. The GSR was not merely a reflex, it was a dance of awareness, a synchronization with the heartbeat of the universe. The VOR, in this cosmic context, was the adaptive force that ensured the gaze remained steady, even as the cosmos shifted and evolved. It was the mechanism by which beings could move through space, their gaze unwavering, their perception clear. Together, the GSR and VOR were the twin pillars of cosmic awareness, allowing life to thrive amidst the ever-changing currents of the universe. In the depths of the harmonic nexus, two primordial forces existed in perfect harmony. These were not beings in the conventional sense, but embodiments of cosmic principles. Their forms were intangible, more akin to the forces of nature than any physical entity. The first was Luminara, the essence of illumination and clarity. Luminara was the embodiment of the gaze itself, a force that brought light and focus to the farthest reaches of the cosmos. Her presence was like the first light of dawn, piercing the darkness and revealing the hidden wonders of the universe. Luminara's purpose was to maintain the integrity of the gaze, ensuring that all beings could see clearly, perceive truth, and understand their place in the cosmic order. Opposite Luminara was Vortalis, the essence of adaptation and resilience. Vortalis was the guardian of the VOR, the force that allowed beings to adjust their gaze as they moved through the shifting currents of space-time. His essence was like the flowing river, constantly moving, yet always returning to its source. Vortalis ensured that the gaze remained stable, even as the cosmos transformed, allowing beings to maintain their focus and continue their journey through the stars. One cycle, as the cosmos expanded and contracted in its eternal rhythm, a disturbance arose. The stars themselves seemed to flicker, their light wavering as if something was interfering with the cosmic gaze. Nebulas that once spun gracefully began to twist in chaotic patterns, and the constellations, once stable guides in the night sky, began to shift and blur. The cosmic harmony was at risk, and the delicate balance maintained by the GSR and VOR was threatened. Luminara and Vortalis, sensing the disruption, converged at the center of the harmonic nexus. There, they combined their energies, creating a powerful resonance that spread throughout the cosmos. This resonance was a call, a summons to all conscious beings to realign their gaze and reconnect with the cosmic flow. As the resonance spread, it reached a young star that had recently ignited in the outer reaches of the galaxy. This star, named Solara, was just beginning to understand its role in the universe. Drawn by the resonance, Solara began to focus its gaze, aligning itself with the cosmic rhythms. However, the disturbance had already taken root, and the young star struggled to maintain its clarity. Luminara reached out to Solara, her light guiding the star's gaze, helping it to focus on the core of the disturbance. Waterless, meanwhile, strengthened Solara's adaptive capacity, enhancing its VOR to ensure that the star's gaze remained steady even as it moved through the turbulence. Together, Luminara and Waterless guided Solara through a ritual known as the Cosmic Symphony, a dance of light and energy that would restore harmony to the universe. Solara's light began to pulse in rhythm with the resonance, each pulse sending waves of clarity and stability throughout the galaxy. The star's gaze, now focused and unwavering, pierced through the chaos, revealing the source of the disturbance, a rogue black hole, pulling everything around it into a spiral of disorder. With renewed strength, Solara adjusted its position, using the power of the GSR to maintain its focus on the black hole, while the VOR allowed it to navigate the gravitational pull. As the star completed the Cosmic Symphony, its light merged with the energies of Luminara and Waterless, creating a brilliant flare that reached the heart of the black hole. In that moment, the black hole's pull weakened, and the cosmic harmony began to restore itself. The stars resumed their steady glow, the nebulas returned to their graceful dance, and the constellations aligned once more. Solara, now fully awakened to its role, shone brighter than ever, a beacon of balance in the vastness of space. As the cosmos settled into its restored equilibrium, Luminara and Waterless returned to their vigil at the harmonic nexus. Solara, now a guardian in its own right, continued to shine, its light a reminder of the power of the gaze and the importance of maintaining focus amidst the ever-changing currents of the universe. The GSR and VOR, once again in perfect harmony, continued to guide the countless beings of the cosmos, helping them navigate their journeys through the stars. And so, the cosmic dance continued, an eternal rhythm of balance, focus, and adaptation, echoing through the vastness of space, reminding all of the delicate interplay that held the universe together.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of The Storyteller. Tonight I'm going to go farther in my my series for The Storyteller. I have been doing a few videos concerning Mythopia. I've been wanting to do this for a while, so I wanted to get through this as fast as possible, to be honest with you, because for this series I'm just doing 12 videos for it. So right now I believe I am on my 10th episode of this one, so I want to be able to cover this and then be able to tell you the raw edit that I do have for my own story that was going over in the beginning. So I am working on that still, but I am going to hold off on that for the final episode so that I can have that, and then next year I'll do like I did with my first short story, where I'll come through and I'll show you the final draft of it, because what I want to do is I want to give it time to rest, separate myself from the story so that I can look at it again later on and see it from a different view. So, and that's the general practice for anybody who's curious. If you're into writing stories and you're doing your first draft, take a break from it, set it down, come back to it maybe a month or two later and look at it again, make sure that that's the way you want it. And I've been finding that that's a really good tip that I've been using. So, without any further ado, without boring you guys too much about writing stories and stuff like that, I will get on with the cool stuff. Now, I believe I am write on weird stories. I know that I went through and did pulp magazines. I covered that, but I don't believe I actually went over Weird Tales. Now, Weird Tales is what it really should be. So whenever I pop up my thing, I should Weird Magazine is actually what it is. Weird Tales is what the name of it should be. So I should probably fix that. Yeah, I'm gonna fix that so that it looks good on the video. Weird Tales. There we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start out with Weird Tales, go over some of that, and then I want to get into Conan, and I want to go in also into Cool of Atlantis. Well, first I want to do Cool of Atlantis since it was the beginning. It's what eventually became Conan. So I want to do it in that order. Now, with that being said, I'll just get into what I've got here, and I will get through it, you know. So sometimes I'll stop and I'll make some comments and everything, but basically I'm going to just read the article that I put together. So here it goes. Weird Tales, often heralded as the unique magazine, holds a legendary status in the history of speculative fiction. It was launched in 1923 and emerged as the first pulp magazine to dedicate itself exclusively to horror, fantasy, and supernatural tales. Over its 3-decade run, it became the crucible for the then nascent genre of weird fiction, fostering the talents of H.P. Lovecraft, Robert E. Howard, Clark Ashton Smith, and many other influential authors. What made Weird Tales extraordinary was not just the quality of its stories, but its editorial audacity. It provided a home for writers whose imagination ventured beyond conventional storytelling, delving into the mysterious and the macabre, or the macabre, or macabre. That word has always messed with me. From eldritch horrors lurking at the edge of human understanding to sword and sorcery epics, the magazine's contributions to speculative fiction are immeasurable. This article explores the magazine's origins, rise to prominence, defining contributions, and its lasting cultural impact. The 1920s were the heyday of pulp magazines, with dozens of publications vying for the attention of readers across genres like crime, romance, and science fiction. Now, I covered that last week, so I'm not going to dive into all of that as much. But I do, if you guys want to hear more about that, you can hear about that. And I think it was the last episode or the episode before that one that I did. Now, despite the success of these niche magazines, none catered specifically to tales of the supernatural and the otherworldly. J.C. Henneberger, a journalist and publisher with a deep appreciation for Gothic literature, saw an opportunity to carve out a unique space in this competitive market. Inspired by the works of Edgar Allan Poe, Ambrose Bierce, and Nathaniel Hayworth, Henneberger envisioned a magazine that would cater to readers who craved stories exploring the eerie, the arcane, and the uncanny. In March 1923, this vision became a reality with the first issue of Weird Tales, edited by Edwin Baird, and published by Rule Publishing Corporation. The magazine bore the tagline, "The Unique Magazine," signaling its ambition to break away from the formulaic tropes of other pulp publications. Although the concept of weird tales was innovative, its execution in the early years faced challenges. The magazine struggled to establish a consistent tone and readership. Baird's editorial approach relied heavily on reprinting older Gothic tales alongside contemporary ghost stories, which failed to excite readers looking for bold, original content. And I'm having to say that I am having issues with that on my wonderful world of weirdness. I have been putting out some strange or some ghost stories and stuff like that. I call them campfire stories and fireside stories on there. I did my compilation here on the storytelling channel that I have. And that's basically something that I really do enjoy doing. But I have to say that when it comes to the approach is good. People like ghost stories. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they don't. But it does cause, issues with it. And I'm staying away from trying to redo stories over again on it. I want them to all be new stories that I add to them because of this right here when they talk about that, because they're talking about having to reprint older Gothic tales. Now, I have been going through and taking my live stream and making them into downloads and stuff like that, or uploads for the upload archive. But that's not to push it again. What it's doing is I'm learning that on YouTube there's two separate systems. There's the live streaming and then there's the upload streaming. So I want to be able to get viewers from both the uploads and the live stream. So that's basically what I'm doing there on that channel. Here I'm not going to mess around with the live stream and put it on as an upload or anything of that nature. I'm just going to leave it more focused on writing and storytelling and stay away from all of that analytics and stuff that goes into YouTube. So with that being said, I'll just continue and stop discussing that. Now, financial difficulties further compounded these issues. By late 1924, Weird Tales was teetering on the brink of collapse. However, Hannaberger's decision to appoint Farnsworth Wright as the new editor marked a turning point for the magazine. Farnsworth Wright, who assumed the editorial reins in 1924, proved to be the magazine's savior. A former music critic with a keen literary sensibility, Wright understood the value of stories that could evoke strong emotional reactions. Under his leadership, Weird Tales began publishing tales that were not only thrilling but also profoundly unsettling. Wright's keen editorial eye allowed him to discover and nurture talent that would define the magazine's identity. He sought works that blended literary merit with a sense of the otherworldly. His ability to balance artistic ambition with commercial viability ensured that Weird Tales became a staple of the pulp industry. One of Wright's most innovative decisions was to prioritize evocative cover art. Margaret Brundage, a celebrated artist associated with the magazine, became known for her striking, sensual, and provocative covers. Brundage's illustrations often featured women in perilous or fantastical situations, rendered in vibrant colors that made the magazine stand out on newsstands. The synergy between the visual and literary elements of Weird Tales created an immersive experience for readers. Many collectors today cite Brundage's covers as integral to the magazine's enduring appeal. Now, here lately, I have been noticing that a lot of people do recognize thumbnails on videos and stuff of that nature. That's one thing that I have been really getting to the point now where I want to focus more on creating good thumbnails to go with my videos, because even in today's world, people are attracted by thumbnails. I don't like that. I really do like the idea of a story selling itself, but I do see that the visuals of the thumbnail and the actual story itself is appealing to a lot of people who get into this stuff. Now, I am wanting to work on getting more content that I create on my own. I do projects on Blender, so that's something that I do eventually want to work on and get more into, because I'm okay with AI, don't get me wrong, alright, but I've been doing Blender for quite a while now, and I can see the difference in the quality. Everybody thinks that like AI has this quality that is so much better than doing CGI, and it's not true. You can put a lot more detail into things, and you don't have to worry about freaking having 8 fingers on a hand instead of 5, so that's, or an arm that's a lot longer than what it's supposed to be. That's what you get with AI sometimes. And I personally don't really want to dive too much into AI when it comes to a lot of this stuff. I want to try to keep it my stuff, my original thought and the things that I do and stuff like that. So now I'm going to start out here with H.P. Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft is arguably the figure most closely associated with weird tales. The magazine became a platform where he could fully develop his unique brand of cosmic horror, a genre characterized by the insignificance of humanity in the face of incomprehensible ancient forces. Lovecraft's first contribution to the magazine, Dagon, appeared in 1923, and it laid the groundwork for the deeply unsettling, mythological rich stories that followed. Works like The Call of Cthulhu and The Shadow over Innsmouth introduced readers to a universe where fragile human understanding was dwarfed by malevolent godlike beings. These stories resonated with the magazine's audience, who realized that Lovecraft's ability to evoke awe and terror simultaneously. Now, I do have to mention too, and I usually don't do this when it comes to Lovecraft's stories, when it comes to movies and stuff, but Dagon, the movie, which wasn't very popular, I might add, is actually really, really good. So if you guys ever get a chance, I believe it's on like internet television. You can find it on Roku and stuff like that. If you get a chance to watch that movie, watch it. It's pretty good. It really is. They did a really good job, in my opinion, of it. But I did want to mention that. So that actually is a good movie. I watched it a few years ago, and I haven't really been 100% satisfied with a lot of the movies that came out that are inspired by Lovecraft, but Dagon is actually pretty cool. It really is. So with that, I'm going to move on and try not to keep it stuck on Lovecraft, because after this I do want to get into Conan and Robert E. Howard. So despite his association with weird tales, Lovecraft often struggled to align his literary ambitions with the constraints of pulp publishing. Farnsworth Wright rejected several of Lovecraft's submissions, including At the Mountain of Madness and The Shadow Out of Time. Wright cited their length and esoteric nature as potential barriers to the magazine's readership. Nevertheless, Lovecraft's impact on Weird Tales was profound. His stories established a new paradigm for horror fiction, one that eschewed traditional Gothic tropes in favor of existential dread. The so-called Cthulhu mythos, which Lovecraft initiated, became a collaborative universe as other writers in the Weird Tales circles contributed their own interpretation and expansions. That's what I was talking about with H.P. Lovecraft. The one thing that I enjoyed about him was he would take his stories and he invited people to add to his stories and create something more out of it, and that's kind of what I'm wanting to do. And if anybody's interested in like collaborating, and I mean really collaborating on a story, putting something together that is macabre. I don't want to do none of this, other stuff. Something in the style of H.P. Lovecraft would be great, but if they want to do that, we can do it. I want people who are serious-minded. I don't want to benefit from them, and I don't want them to try to benefit from me. I want it to be just a project that we mutually work on and enjoy working on, so I've had issues with collaboration in the past, so that's the only reason why I said that. And I don't want to make this stream out to be anything, like that, so I'm not going to stick to that talking point. I'm just letting you know. So with that, I'm going to get on with Robert E. Howard's contributions to Weird World. Now that marked the genesis of the sword and sorcery subgenre. Now sword and sorcery is the stuff that you get into when you start talking about H.R. Tolkien and things of Tolkien and Lord of the Rings and everything. Like Robert E. Howard was the one who basically coined the whole sword and sorcery thing, and it created that subgenre. So through characters like Conan the Barbarian, Howard introduced readers to worlds of high adventure, ancient civilizations, and brutal combat. His tales were marked by visceral action, intricate world building, and a flair for the dramatic. I love how they say, high adventure. That's one thing he coined too, high adventure. Every time I think of Conan, I think of every time I think or hear the word high adventure, I think of Conan. So that's pretty cool. Now Howard's collaboration with Lovecraft resulted in a fruitful exchange of ideas. While their styles differed, Howard's narratives were muscular and action-driven compared to Lovecraft's introspective horror. Their mutual respect enriched their work. Now, Clark Ashton Smith brought an entirely different sensibility to Weird Tales. His prose, infused with poetry, lyricism, transported readers to fantastic worlds filled with decadence, wonder, and dread. Stories like those set in the imaginary realms of Zothikyu or Hyperborea Hyperborea demonstrated Smith's gift for combining rich imaginary imagery with dark existential themes. Together, Lovecraft, Howard, and Smith represented the core of Weird Tales during its golden age. Their distinct yet complementary styles showcased the magazine's versatility and creative depth. Weird Tales was not limited to its triumvirate of iconic writers. The magazine also provided a platform for other pioneering voices. Seabury Quinn, who was best known for his Jules de Gradin series, was one of them. Now, Quinn's blend of detective fiction and supernatural horror made him a fan favorite. There's C.L. Moore, one of the first prominent female authors in the field. Moore broke ground with her Jurel or Jiri series, which featured a strong female protagonist navigating fantastic adventures. Then you had August Derleth, a key figure in the preservation of Lovecraft's legacy. Derleth expanded the Cthulhu mythos in his own stories while contributing a steady stream of supernatural tales. The stories published in Weird Tales laid the groundwork for countless genres, for cosmic horror to dark fantasy. The Cthulhu mythos, in particular, became a cornerstone of modern horror, inspiring works across literature, film, and gaming. Though its original run ended in the 1950s, Weird Tales has been revived multiple times. Each iteration aimed to capture the spirit of the original while adapting to contemporary tastes. The magazine's legacy endures through anthologies, reprints, and academic studies that highlight its role in shaping speculative fiction. Weird Tales was more than just a pulp magazine. It was a crucible for creativity that gave rise to some of the most enduring genres and tropes in speculative fiction. Through its visionary editorial approach, the magazine fostered a literary movement that continues to influence writers and artists to this day. And that is the last of what I have on the Weird Tales. But I do want to get moving along and start talking about Robert E. Howard. Now, this is the first part of the area that I want to get into. Now, Robert E. Howard was a towering figure in American pulp fiction, and he's best known for creating Conan the Barbarian, and he also shaped the sword and sorcery subgenre. Now, he was born on January 22nd, 1906, in Peaster, Texas. Now, Harold's creative genius and tragic life left a profound mark on speculative fiction. Now, this article examines Howard's life, his literary achievements, themes, and enduring influence while delving deeper into the techniques, relationships, and cultural legacy that define his contributions to literature. Now, Robert Irvin Howard, like I said, was born in 1906, January the 22nd in 1906, and he was born to a modest household in rural Texas. His father was Dr. Isaac Howard, and he was a country physician whose frequent travels exposed young Robert to the rugged landscapes of the Southwest. These landscapes, marked by their stark beauty and rich history, would later serve as inspiration for the harsh, unforgiving worlds that Robert Irving Howard created. Now, Howard's mother, Hester Jane Howard, was an avid storyteller, passing down tales of mythology and history that fueled his imagination. Her influence is evident in Howard's ability to weave mythology and history into narratives that feel both timeless and immediate. Life in the early 20th century American Southwest was marked with hardship. this reality deeply shaped Howard's worldview, instilling in him a sense of fragility of civilization and enduring nature of the human struggle. Themes of survival, resilience, and the clash between civilizations and barbarism are present throughout his works. Now, I also want to point something out when it comes to this part. What he was also achieving there was something that you'll find in the epics of Gilgamesh, where you had Gilgamesh, who was the city dweller, had all this power. He was basically a demigod. And then you had Enkidu. Now, Enkidu was the country version of Gilgamesh. And Enkidu was raised in the wilds with the animals until finally him and Gilgamesh met. And after a long battle, they immediately became friends. So there was that culmination of civilization versus barbarism that they're talking about here, and that's my take on it. When I think about this particular thing, that's what I wanted to bring up and kind of point out there, because that's very important to understand. He was going for the epic, you know what I mean? So now, Howard's frequent moves during childhood left him socially isolated, and he found solace in books. By the age of 15, Howard had discovered his passion for writing, committing himself to create stories that combine historical intrigue with larger-than-life adventure. The 1920s and 1930s were the golden age of pulp magazines. These inexpensive, mass-produced publications offered thrilling adventures to a readership grappling the economic hardships. Howard saw an opportunity to turn his storytelling talent into a career and began submitting stories to magazines like Weird Tales. In 1924, at the age of 18, Howard sold his first story, Spear and Fang, to Weird Tales. Set in a prehistoric world, the tale demonstrated his flair for action, suspense, and vivid descriptions. It marked the beginning of a relationship with the magazine that would define his career. Howard's work spanned genres from horror to westerns to historical fiction and adventure. Over time, he developed a distinctive voice characterized by evocative descriptions. Howard would paint vivid pictures of his worlds, from windswept deserts to opulent palaces. Dynamic action. His stories were tightly paced, often centering on life or death conflicts, and I can say that is true. Like Conan is more than what you see on the big screen. All right, if you go in and you read these stories, you'll find so much more out about Conan than what you ever did from the movies. Just to let you know, they really let Conan down on his character building. Is all I have to say. Hollywood did. So I mentioned that, I believe, in the last stream, so I won't get too far into that and delve a little bit deeper into that maybe later as I'm discussing Conan. So now, the philosophical undertones. Beneath the action lay deeper explorations of human nature, civilization, and destiny. And this takes me back to what I was discussing before when it comes to the epics. Like you can tell that he was trying to create some form of epic in his stories. It's really strange to explain it, but when you read his stories, it does something to your mind. It sends you off to an imaginary world that's just amazing, and that's just the best way that I could explain it. Now, by the late 1920s, Howard was a regular contributor to Weird Tales. He quickly became one of the magazine's most popular writers, earning a dedicated fan base. Howard's meticulous world building set him apart from his contemporaries. He created entire mythologies, maps, and histories for his fictional universe. The Hyborian Age, the setting for Conan's adventure, is a prime example of his detailed world building. Now, I will be discussing Hyboria later on, so don't worry about that. I will be coming back to it. The pseudo-historical era feels grounded in reality, blending elements of ancient civilizations with Howard's imagination. By rooting his setting in a recognizable history and geography, Howard made his fantasy world feel both immersive and plausible. Howard's protagonists were often flawed but compelling. Conan, for instance, is a complex character who combines brute strength with keen intellect. Unlike traditional heroes, Conan operates according to his own moral code, challenging conventional notions of good and evil. Now, this is something that I've talked about in the past too, and like the story that I'm going over right now, the short stories I'm putting together, this whole thing about good and evil, I don't really want it to be introduced into the story. I want it to be felt. So like when the reader reads, I don't want that reader to hear me say this is good or this is evil. Now if they're reading it and they feel that, that's one thing. I've actually started trying to work on this whole concept of allowing the reader to imagine rather than me imagining for the reader. You know what I mean? Tell the story. You don't have to be 100% gung-ho descriptive about everything. And the reason for that is because you have to allow the reader to have an imagination and create a story in his head while he's reading your story. You know what I mean? And that's one concept that I've been really wanting to grasp a hold of, especially doing the whole short story thing. That's really challenging for me. So let's see. Now, Howard excelled at pacing, crafting stories that build tension and maintaining momentum. His action scenes are particularly memorable, featuring dynamic descriptions that make readers feel as though they are part of the battle. In 1932, Howard introduced Conan the Barbarian in The Phoenix of the Sword, published in Weird Tales. Conan's character, a warrior from the grim land of Samaria, captured readers' imaginations with his raw strength, cunning, and moral complexities. The Hyborian Age, where Conan's adventure takes place, is a richly imagined world that blends elements of history, mythology, and fantasy. Its diverse cultures, landscapes, and political intrigue provides a vibrant background for Conan's exploits. Howard's Conan stories establish the conventions of sword and sorcery characterized by personal stakes. Unlike epic fantasies, sword and sorcery tales often focus on individual struggles rather than grand quests. And that is actually something that is true. You know, I have noticed with his, and I brought the epic up. That was my bad. You know, like, and I understand the concept of this grand quest idea, which that's what happened in the Epic of Gilgamesh. But like here, I do know, like with Conan, it was more about, you know, the personal struggles and the things he had to do right there in the moment. You know, he didn't have a plan sketched out. Shit just hit him, and he had to adapt. You know what I mean? He was very cunning and very fast, and that is true. So. Now, dark and gritty worlds. The settings are frequently harsh and morally ambiguous. which is true. It's very morally ambiguous, which that's one part of the whole thing that I like about Conan. It's not something necessarily that you want your kids to read. You might catch them reading it, but don't be harsh on them, because this is cool stuff that kids really love. I loved it when I was growing up, but this is where the imagination flares right here. I have no fault if I catch any of the kids in my life reading the stories. They could be reading stuff that's a lot worse than this, trust me. So, but it does point out a harsh world that with a lot of obstacles and things that they have to overcome, or Conan has to overcome. So that is there. Then you have the supernatural elements. There's magic and otherworldly forces that play a significant role, often serving as antagonist forces against Conan that he has to fight. Howard's ability to blend action with philosophical undertones elevated the genre. I always have a problem with that word genre, or genre. Inspiring future writers like Fritz Leiber and Michael Moorcock. Howard introduced Solomon Kane, a somber Puritan adventurer, in Red Shadows, and that was in 1928. Kane's journey takes him to exotic locations where he confronts supernatural evils. The character's stoic resolve and moral complexity make him one of Howard's most enduring creations. After that, you have Cruel of Atlantis. Now, Cruel, don't mistake that for Cruel the Conqueror. Those are two separate stories. And I had to be reminded of that recently, because in my head I was saying Cruel. And that's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of Cruel the Conqueror, because when I was younger I really loved the blade that Cruel had, where you could throw it and it could go around, cut somebody's head off and come back to his hand. And I got it mixed up until I started going back over some of this stuff, and I realized that was not the same story. So, Cruel of Atlantis, an early predecessor of Conan, explores themes of identity, power, and the fluid nature of reality. In stories like The Shadow Kingdom, which was in 1929, Cruel grapples with philosophical questions that add depth to his adventures. After that, we come to Bron Mac Morn, the last king of the Picts, embodied Howard's fascination with doomed civilizations. In Worms of the Earth, which was in 1932, Bron's quest for vengeance highlights Howard's talent for blending history with dark fantasy. I have a friend of mine at home away from YouTube, a Discord channel that we go on to. It's his name's Zach, but him and Rapid Glitch, we're all three gamers together. But I mentioned the Picts and I forgot their names. The Picts is actually a pretty cool story if you're into history. So this is something that I'm going to have to look into. I really wish that I could say that I was more educated to Call of Atlantis, or Call of Atlantis, but I'm not. I'm more into the Conan the Barbarian. He was the one that really caught my attention. It wasn't until later that I really started getting interested in finding out about him. Now, he came before Conan, so Conan would have been modeled after Cruel the Conqueror, just so you guys know that's what's taking place there. So that's one thing that I do want to mention. I've gone back to Cool the Conqueror again, haven't I? So Brandmock Morn is the one that I was just on, and I have no idea what that's about. I'm going to check that story out, though, and get back into it, because it does sound pretty cool. That's exactly what I was supposed to be talking about. Now, Howard frequently explored the tension between civilization and barbarism. He viewed civilization as fragile and corrupt, while barbarism represented a purer, more honest way of life. This theme is centered to Conan's character, who thrives in both the wilderness and decadence, and the decadent courts of kings. Now, I also do want to mention that he is from the West, which during that time period he probably would have been influenced by people like Buffalo Bill too, who had the same philosophy when it came to that kind of thing about civilization versus the barbarism of the wilderness, so that's an interesting story too that someday I would like to go over and discuss, because Buffalo Bill actually did have a pretty cool story for the reasons why he did what he did, but I'll get back to that later. The whole thing that I was mentioning about Howard is because of where he was raised. There was a good chance he was probably influenced by Buffalo Bill too. Now, Howard's stories often reflect existential themes, emphasizing the insignificance of humanity in the face of an indifferent universe. His characters, however, assert their existence through action and willpower, embodying a Nietzschean idea of self-determination. Weird Tales was instrumental in Howard's career, providing a platform for his most iconic works. The magazine's eclectic mix of horror, fantasy, and science fiction allowed Howard to experiment with different genres and styles. See, I got it right that time. I said genres. Howard's relationship with other contributors, including H.P. Lovecraft and Clark Ashton Smith, enriched his writing. Their correspondence, known as the Lovecraft Circle, fostered a creative exchange of ideas that influenced the evolution of speculative fiction. Howard's life was marked by personal and professional challenges. This is the sad part coming up. Despite his success, he struggled with depression and the emotional burden of caring for his ailing mother. On June the 11th, 1936, Howard took his own life at the age of 30, shortly after learning of his mother's impending death. His tragic end shocked his contemporaries and robbed the literary world of a promising talent. After his death, Howard's stories were kept alive through anthologies and reprints. Publishers like Arkham House ensured that his work reached new generations, cementing his place in the canon of speculative fiction. Conan's influence extends far beyond literature. The character has been adapted into comics, films, and video games, most notably in the 1982 film Conan the Barbarian, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. Now, this is the movies that I was talking about that influenced me. I wouldn't have even gotten interested in Conan if it wasn't for these movies. Red Sonja as well. That was mentioned on X, and I wanted to point that out. I really did enjoy Red Sonja, but Conan the Barbarian was where I was at. I'm not going to say that I liked every single one of them, but especially the first one, it was pretty good. So, and then after I learned about the actual books, I went and read the books, and they were better than what the movies were. But just wanted to point that out. Now, Howard's works Howard's work continues to inspire writers and creators across genres. His contribution to world building, character development, and genre innovation has left an indelible mark on speculative fiction. Authors like George R.R. Martin and Stephen Erikson have acknowledged Howard's influence in their writing. Now, with that being said, I am going to go ahead and get into Cool of Atlantis. Of Atlantis. Now this one I really wish that I had more experience in, so it's going to be a lot more of me reading rather than saying certain things. Maybe there's some stuff that I can pick up on and talk about, but like story-wise, I haven't got much experience in the actual stories of it. I've been going through and catching up on a lot of the Conan stories, so I really have to go and actually start catching up on the Cool of Atlantis ones too. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and start this article. Cool of Atlantis, created by Robert E. Howard, is a unique figure in the pantheon of pulp heroes, standing as a precursor to Conan the Barbarian. While Conan would eventually overshadow Cool in popularity, Cool paved the way for many of the themes and elements that would become hallmarks of the sword and sorcery genre. Cool stories are set in the ancient world of the Thurian Age, before the fall of Atlantis, and features a character who blends both the barbarian and the philosopher. He is a king, but also a man who struggles with his place in the world, the nature of reality, and his role in a society on the brink of collapse. This article explores Cool's origins, his stories, the themes that permeate his adventures, and his enduring legacy within the fantasy genre. Robert E. Howard's fascination with history, mythology, and philosophical questions surrounding humanity shaped the character of Cool. Unlike many of Howard's other characters, Cool was not merely a barbarian who lived for the thrill of battle or a simple, straightforward hero. Cool was introspective, often contemplating deep existential questions. His character emerged during Howard's early days as a writer for Weird Tales, where he sought to blend elements of pulp fiction with philosophical musing about power, leadership, and the nature of civilization. Cool was first introduced in the story of the Shadow Kingdom in 1929, set in the lost lands of Atlantis during the mythical Thurian Age. Howard chose Atlantis as Cool's birthplace because of its connection with both myth and mystery. The story of Atlantis was one of antiquity's most enduring tales, and Howard's own fascination with ancient lost civilizations contributed to the setting of Cool's lost world. The civilization of Atlantis was advanced but on the brink of decadence and collapse, offering a perfect background for Cool's character. Now, Cool's background is complicated, shaped by his roots as a barbarian and his rise to power. His character is set against the background of Valusia, a sprawling empire ruled by complex political systems, ancient secrets, and supernatural threats. Cool, although originally from Atlantis, was a warrior who came to rule the kingdom of Valusia, a land that, though rich in resources and culture, is also rife with corruption. As the new ruler, Cool is not entirely accepted by the aristocracy, who view him as an outsider. This struggle for legitimacy forms the basis of many of Cool's tales, making his character both relatable and timeless. What sets Cool apart from many pulp heroes is his philosophical nature. Cool is often depicted as a character torn between the brutality of his origins and the complexities of ruling a decadent civilization. He consistently questions his own identity, the reality around him, and the very nature of existence. Cool's intellectual musings place him in a league above many other pulp heroes, who might focus primarily on physical prowess and adventure. His internal dialogue and his struggles with his own thoughts about his kingship and identity make him a fascinating character, and his philosophical concerns are never far from the forefront of the stories. One of the key philosophical themes that recur throughout Cool's stories is the idea that reality itself may be an illusion. In the mirror of Tuzun Thune, Cole encounters magical mirrors that show him alternate realities, forcing him to grapple with the uncertainty of what is truly real. The mirrors reflect Cool's inner turmoil and his fear of not knowing if the world he perceives is the true one. This existential crisis is a defining aspect of Cool's character. He constantly doubts the nature of his reality, searching for a greater understanding of his place in the world and the meaning of existence. The theme of questioning reality and identifying sets Cool apart from more traditional action heroes. Where Conan is driven by instincts, Cool is driven by a desire to understand, to confront his own doubts, and to explore the truth beneath the surface of the world he inhabits. Cool's stories are set in a pre-cataclysmic world of the Thurian Age, which is long before the rise of the Hyborian Age and the time of Conan. This ancient world is steeped in mystery and danger, a land where civilizations are powerful, yet on the verge of decay. Howard's world building in the Thurian Age is rich with history, mythology, and bizarre landscapes. Excuse me. The cultures and peoples that Cool encounters are varied and often dark, each contributing to the overarching theme of the decline of ancient civilization. At the heart of the Thurian Age is the great civilizations of Atlantis, which is known for its advanced knowledge and power. However, the people of Atlantis are not depicted as noble or perfect. Instead, Howard's portrayal of Atlantis suggests that the once great empire is filled with corruption and excess, teetering on the brink of collapse. This backdrop serves as a direct contrast to the more primal virtues embodied in Cool. His rise to power within the decadent society of Valusia highlights the tension between the barbarism and civilization, a theme that would become central to Howard's later works. In addition to Atlantis, Cool's world featured a host of other fascinating settings. These include the kingdom of Valusia, where Cool's rule as king, as well as other ancient lands like Zingaran and the land of the Serpent Men. These include kingdoms like Valusia, where Cool rules as king, as well as other ancient lands like Zingaran and the land of the serpent men. The creatures that inhabit these worlds are often as mysterious and dangerous as the civilizations themselves, from ancient sorcerers to mythical beings like the serpent men. The world of the Thurian Age is a land of strange sorcery, mythological creatures, and epic conflicts. This sense of danger and mystery provides a rich canvas for Kuhl's adventures. Howard's description of these settings evoke a world that is both ancient and full of untapped power, and this world building is integral to the sense of adventure and conflict in Kuhl's stories. While Kuhl only appeared in a handful of stories, each one is rich with philosophical and action-packed content. Now, these are lists that are significant stories that define Kuhl's legacy. Now you had the Shadow King, which was in 1929. Now this is the first Kuhl story introducing him as a newly crowned king of Valusia. In this tale, Kuhl must confront the sinister serpent men, a race of ancient creatures capable of shape-shifting and impersonating humans. The story blends action with existential horror, as Kuhl grapples with the unsettling realization that he is surrounded by deception and falsehoods. The story is significant not just for its adventure, but for its deep exploration of themes like trust, betrayal, and the fragility of perception. Then we go on to The Mirror of Tuzan Thune, which was in 1929. In this philosophical tale, Kuhl encounters the wizard Tuzan Thune, who reveals to him enchanted mirrors that show alternate versions of reality. The mirrors are symbolic to Kuhl's inner doubts about existence, forcing him to confront his fears and question the very nature of reality. This tale is perhaps one of the most introspective of Kuhl's adventures, as it highlights his existential struggles and quest for truth. Now, I also want to add as well that for me, this also goes into, I believe it was the second Conan the Barbarian, where he goes into this room with the princess that he's supposed to deliver to a certain place. I can't remember the whole storyline of it, but he goes into this room that's got mirrors around it, and he has to battle this reptilian creature in order to pass. That right there stuck out to me when I first heard of this story. I also do want to mention as well that I'm really into, like, if you haven't noticed with my uploads and everything on the channel, that I'm really into historical lore, and I did come across some lore that talks about a mirror that helps you see far off places, and I thought that was kind of cool. It was European lore at that as well. I was doing research into like St. George and the dog faces. These were old lore that was a part of European history. Their lore, so that was kind of cool as well. That stuck out to me whenever I found out about this story. Okay, so after that we go By This Axe I Rule, and that one was in 1930. In this tale, Kuhl is faced with political intrigue and rebellion within his kingdom of Valusia. The story centers on Kuhl's assertion of his power as he famously declares, "By this axe I rule." This moment of defiance against the established order is a pivotal moment for Kuhl. emphasizing his disdain for tradition and his belief in the right of the individual to carve his own destiny. Now after that we come to Kings of the Night, which was in 1930. This crossover story features both Cool and Bron Morn, another of Howard's creations. The tale sees Cool transported through time to aid the Picts in their struggle against Roman invaders. This story highlights the interconnectedness of Howard's worlds and characters, as well as his recurring themes of civilization versus barbarism and the eternal fight for freedom. Cool stories are not just about sword fights and monsters. They are deeply philosophical and explore universal themes that continue to resonate with readers today. Some of the most enduring themes of Cool's stories include: one of the central themes of Cool's story is the tension between civilizations and barbarism. Cool, although a barbarian by origin, finds himself ruling the decadent empire of Valusia. He often becomes disillusioned with the corrupted influence of civilization and longs for a return to a more primal state. This theme would later be fully realized in Conan's stories, but was initially explored through Cool's character. Cool struggles with leadership and identity form the crux of many of his stories. As a king, he is constantly questioning his legitimacy and his role within a society that views him as an outsider. This theme of identity and power is particularly evident in the tales like this. By this axe I rule, where Cool must assert his sovereignty and reject the constraints of tradition. Cool's philosophical musing often centers around the idea that reality may be an illusion. His encounter with magical forces, like the mirrors in the mirrors of Tuzin Thune, challenge his understanding of the world. This theme ties into larger questions about perception, existence, and the limitation of human knowledge. And I do have to also add that because of Conan and all of this stuff, this helped me out when it comes to when I was into role-playing games too, and I do something that a lot of people today don't do when they play the role-playing games. I come up with strange and unusual names for my characters, and this is kind of where that came from. I came from a generation where we did weird stuff like that, and I've noticed with the younger generation that's still into role-playing games, tabletop role-playing games, they really find that kind of odd. I've had a couple people question me on that, so I had to put a little bit of geekness into what I was saying there so that people could relate. Hopefully they did. Now, I did come up onto an hour and 5 minutes. I do want to get into Conan the Barbarian. Now, I am going to do that. But I want to let everybody know that this is going to probably be longer than what it's usually running. So I usually end it within an hour or so. So if I do appreciate anybody who has actually stuck around and started listening. I've been trying to get back onto the chat and find out if anybody's there. I haven't seen anybody in the chat rooms, but if you do want to say something, just go ahead and say it, and feel free to do it. But it's like I said at the beginning, I do want to get through this so that I can actually focus on H.P. Lovecraft next week. And because don't get me wrong, I love Conan with a passion, but H.P. Lovecraft is the bomb. And I did cover quite a bit of H.P. Lovecraft too here, but not as much as I really should. So with that, I'm going to start with Conan. Now, Conan was born from Howard's love of history, mythology, and his philosophical musing of humanity's duality. He was first introduced in the Phoenix on the Sword, which was in 1932, where Conan emerged fully formed as a warrior of the Cimmerians, a barbaric tribe loosely inspired by the ancient Celtic cultures. Unlike many fantasy heroes of the time, Conan was not morally pristine. His ethos revolved around survival, personal freedom, and a deeply ingrained code of honor. Now, the Hyborian Age was a fictional prehistoric epoch, and it served as the background for Conan's adventures. Positioned between the sinking of Atlantis and the dawn of recorded history, this world combined elements of ancient civilizations with mythological overtones. Howard's detailed world building included fictitious maps and elaborate histories, giving the story an unparalleled sense of realism. Tolkien did the same thing with Lord of the Rings as well. This is probably where he got the inspiration to do stuff like that. Just wanted to point that. That's not fact, but this was a pretty big deal back then. So just wanted to go ahead and say that. Now, civilizations in the Hyperborean Age were allegorical representation of real-world cultures. Now, Equalonia, it was inspired by medieval European kingdoms. Stygia, which is another, is a shadowy sorceress land which resembled ancient Egypt. Okay. Then you had Samaria, which is harsh and untamed. It echoed Howard's idea of barbarism. Now you had Zamora, and it was known for its decadent cities. It reflects urban depravity and the moral decline of civilizations and stuff. So Howard's Conan tales are varied, covering the hero's life from its youthful days as a thief to its time as a king. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you an expanded exploration into some of the most iconic stories, alright, so that we can kind of go over some of those. And the first one that I'll discuss is the Phoenix on the Sword. The first published Conan story is what this was. This tale begins with Conan as king of Aquilonia, a position earned through strength and cunning. Betrayed by conspirators, Conan must reclaim his throne, aided by a mystical artifact, the Phoenix. This story establishes Conan as both a ruler and a warrior, setting the tone for future adventures. After that, we go to the Frost Giant's daughter. Okay, this is set in an icy wilderness, in the icy wilderness of Nordheim. Conan encounters Adelaide, the daughter of the Frost Giant Ymir. She lures him into a deadly ambush, but Conan defeats her monstrous brothers. The story highlights Conan's primal instincts and resistance to supernatural seduction, blending mythological themes with visceral action. Now, after that, we go to the Tower of the Elephant. Conan's encounter with Yagakasha, a captive alien sorcerer, occurs as he attempts to steal a valuable gem. This story is born this story is both tragic and philosophical, exploring themes of greed, exploitation, and redemption. It also showcases Conan's intelligence and moral complexities. So from there we go to the Scarlet Citadel. Captured by a rival king, Conan faces death in a dungeon of sorcery and horror. His eventual escape and reclamation of his throne underscore his indomitable will and resourcefulness. This tale is notable for its vivid description of otherworldly terror. And I do have to say something about this. This is actually a pretty good story, because like when they get you down and you're reading about the dungeon and where he was put into it, there's, well, I don't want to be a spoiler, but there's darkness. Like Conan is just stuck in darkness, you know what I mean? And the story is said in a way that makes you visualize yourself being stuck in this dungeon that is huge, and it's just completely dark, and there's creatures crawling around in the distance, you know. And that's as far as I'm gonna go with it, but it does have some pretty good stuff in it. Now after that we come to Queen of the Black Coast, and this is one of the most beloved Conan tales. The story chronicles his romance with Belit, the pirate queen of the Black Coast. Together they plunder and battle supernatural forces until tragedy strikes. The narrative examines themes of love, loyalty, and the inevitability of death, showcasing Howard's literary depth. Now this one is where you start getting a little bit more into the whole aspects of what Conan is more about. Like everybody has this whole idea of Conan being husky and tough and full of muscles and stuff, but that's not just what Conan is about. And this is the part where I said I'm going to come back to and talk about more, because when it comes to the theme on Conan, people need to understand that he's not just huge and muscular and he kills a lot of people with his sword. He's very agile. He's stealthy. Conan in the stories can freaking come out of nowhere and kill 5 or 6 men without even them blinking an eye before their heads are chopped off, you know. He's very fast and very agile. He can move around in jungle and camouflage himself. He sets up traps. He's 100% adventure, you know, warrior. So it's not just about being muscular. He's very cunning and very agile and fast. He's just as good in the desert as he's just as good in the desert or on the sea or in the jungle as what he is in a castle fighting off the evil so and so, you know what I mean? He's very versatile. So that's the one part that I did want to mention into all of this. If you guys ever have a chance to read Conan. Don't just watch the movies. I'll emphasize that over and over again all the time that I do talk about this, because it's true. So with that, I'm going to go with The Iron Shadows of In the Moon. Now Conan rescues a slave woman, Olivia, and the two seek refuge in on an eerie island. Here they face monstrous statues brought to life by ancient sorcery. This story encapsulates Howard's mastery of blending horror and adventure. And this is one of the ones that I haven't read yet, so I want to check that out. And I also want to point out too that if you guys don't want to read, which I know a lot of people today don't like it, but there are a lot of cool stories that are being put up on YouTube that you can check out with these stories on them. So and look for the original ones too. Don't just mess around and find, you know, the movies and watch the movies, listen to the audio stories. They're pretty cool. So with that being said, I'll move on to the next one. And this one is The Witch Shall Be Born. Famous for the crucifixion scene, this tale pits Conan against the treachery of a witch who usurps a kingdom. Conan's survival and vengeance highlights his physical endurance and unyielding determination. Now, with that being said, I'll move on to the next one, The Black Colossus. A tale of military strategy, this story features Conan rising to lead an army against an ancient sorcerer. His ability to inspire loyalty and his tactical brilliance are prominently displayed, reinforcing his multifaceted heroism. Now this one kind of makes me go back to the Scarlet Citadel. You'll find a similarity there, which, don't get me wrong, I am really I'm really cool about that. I have no problems with it, but you'll find a lot of things in that story that kind of blends in with the story that I just mentioned. So now, Zuthal of the Dusk, the Slithering Shadow. This tale delves into a city corrupted by hedonism, where the inhabitants worship a monstrous entity. Conan battles against the creature, Conan's battle against the creature critiques societal decadence and stagnation. Okay, after that we go to The Hour of the Dragon. Now, Howard's only Conan novel. That's what this is. This epic sees the king fighting to reclaim his throne from a coalition of enemies and sorcerers. The narrative spans continents and incorporates themes of resilience, destiny, and justice. I haven't been able to get through to this one yet. I do want to finish up on it. Every time I try to listen to it, I fall asleep. I've yet to finish reading it, so I do want to read this because from what I've heard and read so far, it is pretty good. He starts blending all of his stories together and coming up with new concepts too while he's doing it, so it's something that I do have to check out and get into. So now we come to the end of my list. There's 10 of these stories that you guys can check out, and some of them I haven't checked out, but I am going to get to it. The ones I have checked out, they are excellent. So I'll keep moving on now. Now, Howard frequently juxtaposes the purity of barbarism with the corruption of civilization. Conan, though often operating with civilized society, retains a distrust of their moral failings. His barbaric nature is portrayed as both liberating and adaptive, allowing him to navigate the hypocrisies of the world. Conan's adventures celebrates the human spirit's capacity for survival against overwhelming odds. Whether fighting supernatural beings or political conspiracies, Conan's triumphs are a testament to the resourcefulness and determination. Now, this is something that I do have to say as well, because like in most of his stories, he does fight for survival against overwhelming odds. Like, he just doesn't fight, like a band of so-and-so or anything. It's always like overwhelming odds, and he overcomes them. So that's another cool part about Conan that I really do like. Now, many of Conan's tales involve supernatural elements that reflect humanity's primal fears. Sorcery, ancient gods, and otherworldly creatures serve as metaphors for the unknown and uncontrollable forces in life. Howard's tales lay the groundwork for the sword and sorcery genre, influencing writers like Moorcock, Fritz Leiber, and George R.R. Martin. The character of Conan became an archetype for morally complex heroes in speculative fiction. Conan in comic books, with that, and also in film, you can find Marvel Comics, where Conan is Conan the Barbarian, and he's introduced as the character to like a whole new audience of people back during the 1982s. That was back when I was younger. So it got introduced to my generation through comic books, and then through the movies, But I do want to point out that these stories go farther back. Now, I mean, you're talking almost 100 years. So for us, this would be, for me personally, this would be like when I was younger, thinking of like the 1800s, you know what I mean? So the newer generation now, when they're looking back, they're like, oh man, this is way back during antiquity, So this is good old stuff that is still good even today. So that's something that you need to look at and understand. Hopefully you do, at least. Now, while the 1982 film Conan the Barbarian, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger, cemented his place in popular culture, there was also Marvel Comics, who had Conan the Barbarian, which introduced the character to, like I said, to a new audience. Now, both adaptations expanded upon Howard's vision, emphasizing Conan's physicality and resilience, which I think that it didn't expand it, it actually reduced it. So if you want to know the full scale of Conan, go back and read the stories. You'll kind of get an idea of what I'm talking about. Now, modern adaptations. Video games such as Conan Exiles and tabletop role-playing games have brought Conan's world into the interactive realm, allowing players to experience the Hyborian Age firsthand. These adaptations continue to expand Conan's legacy. I haven't been able to check out the game yet, Conan Exiles. Now, believe it or not, it's actually an older game for today's standards, because anything that's like 3 years old is old. So, but it technically is an older game. I do want to check that out and actually play that. I've been saying that now for about a year and a half, and maybe I'll do that on my gaming channel, which I have got my podcast too that I'm doing while I'm doing this one. So if you guys ever get curious and you want to check that out, check it out on my own Discord channel, Gaming with Infamous. I also hang out in Home Away from YouTube, so you guys are more than welcome to show up there and check those out. I've got a lot of cool people that I hang out with on Home Away from YouTube that you can get involved with and kind of get to know. I also have a friend of mine, his name's Rapid Glitch. He's got Nostalgia Gaming Retro. You guys can check out if you're into retro gaming. Plus me, I'm doing my own gaming interviews, so I've got a lot of things going on there. I still have to finish all that up. Probably have to or what do they call that? Overtime it, or double time it. Get maybe 2 gaming streams in the next for each week in the next month, because like I said, I want to do 12 episodes by the end of the year. So with all that, I'm done with all my notes. I covered freaking, Weird Tales. I've covered, Robert Howard. I've also covered Cool of Atlantis and finished up with Conan the Barbarian. And you can't lose when it comes to doing that. I mean, if you want to be cool, you need to freaking end your streams with Conan the Barbarian, because that's just the coolest way of doing shit. That's just my humble opinion. And I'm glad that I was able to do this and get it done tonight, because I will come back next week and I will do H.P. Lovecraft, and that's going to be awesome. And then after that, I will be done with all of this stuff. And again, I forgot to put my words out, which I should have done, and I did not do. And this is all a part of my series on Mythopia, the areas that I'm covering with Mythopia. So I hope you guys did enjoy this. I'm checking the chat. Doesn't look like anybody had anything to say to this loser dude on the internet who's talking about frickin' Conan the Barbarian. So with that, I am going to end the stream. I hope you guys did enjoy, and I will be back next week. Thank you for listening. I did get 7 viewers on Rumble. I've got no viewers on Odyssey. I got 5 views on YouTube. I actually have 3 views on X. So I appreciate you guys hanging out. If you want to leave a comment with me. I love to talk in the comment section. I've said this before. I'm not going to say it too many more times, but I just wanted to say it again. I love talking to people in the comment section, so leave me comments and we'll have a conversation, I enjoy that. So with that being said, I'm going to shut up now, stop recording, and stop streaming, and I wish you guys a good night. Have a good night.
Epsilon 5 is a planet shrouded in mystery and enigma, often referred to as the Whispering World by those who have encountered its strange phenomena. Orbiting a distant star in the far reaches of the galaxy, Epsilon 5 is a world unlike any other, with a haunting beauty that belies the secrets it holds. The atmosphere of Epsilon 5 is thick with ionized particles that create perpetual auroras in shades of violet and emerald. These shimmering lights dance across the sky, casting an eerie glow over the planet's surface. The air itself is charged, filled with electromagnetic interference that disrupts conventional technology and gives the planet an otherworldly feel. The surface of Epsilon 5 is dominated by massive crystalline structures that tower like monoliths, their smooth, glass-like surfaces glowing with an inner light. These crystals are arranged in seemingly random patterns, yet they pulse in unison, creating a rhythmic beat that resonates through the ground and air. The land between the crystals is smooth and barren, with strange, shifting patterns etched into the ground that seem to change when viewed from different angles. The most distinctive and unsettling feature of Epsilon 5 is the constant presence of whispers that permeate the air. These whispers are not audible in the traditional sense but seem to resonate directly in the minds of those who set foot on the planet. They are faint at first, a soft, almost imperceptible murmur, but they grow louder and more insistent the longer one remains on the planet. The whispers are not mere noise, they carry a message, a warning, or perhaps a cry for help. They are believed to be echoes of the Varel Thur, an ancient and advanced civilization that once inhabited the planet. The Varel Thur were masters of quantum mechanics and interdimensional travel, and it is said that they used Epsilon 5 as a gateway to explore parallel realities. However, something went terribly wrong, and the Varalthur vanished, leaving behind only the Whispers as a haunting reminder of their presence. At the heart of Epsilon 5 lies the Nexus, a mysterious and powerful dimensional bridge created by the Varalthur. This nexus connects Epsilon 5 to other worlds and realities, acting as a gateway between dimensions. The entrance to the nexus is hidden deep within the planet, accessible only through a massive crystalline obelisk that stands at the center of a vast clearing. The obelisk is covered in ancient symbols and runes, etched into its surface by the Varalthur. It pulses with a blinding light that grows stronger as one approaches, and it is said to be the key to activating the nexus. The obelisk is also the source of the Whispers, which become deafeningly loud in its presence, as if the planet itself is trying to communicate with those who dare to approach. Epsilon 5 is not just a world of light and whispers, it is also a place of deep and foreboding darkness. The Varalthur discovered something on the other side of the Nexus, a malevolent force that threatens not just Epsilon 5 but the entire galaxy. In their final act, the Varalthur sealed the Nexus to contain this darkness, but the seal is weakening, and the darkness is slowly creeping back into the world. The darkness manifests as a shadowy presence that can be felt throughout the planet, an oppressive force that drains energy and hope from those who encounter it. It lurks in the corners of the mind, feeding on fear and despair, and it is said that if the Nexus is fully opened, this darkness will be unleashed upon the galaxy.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Storyteller. I'm Roger Hanson, and today I am going to continue with my streams going further. So far we've been doing the plot, and this is where we end up getting into the outline part of it. Now, a lot of people don't really do outlines when it comes to just general storytelling. They always usually just do the plot and they go on from there. This is something that I enjoy doing, and the reason for that is because when like I've been saying, this is actually the first time last year and this year where I have actually wanted to do a plotted story. But even though I never did a plot in my stories, I always did outlines for those stories. And I thought about it, and even though most people don't really do outlines for stories, they just do the plots, I decided that I was going to do my plot side by side with the outline so that I can have both, you know what I mean? I can have a plot for my short stories, but then I can also outline it and be able to do that, you know, at both of them at the same time. Now this story was one of the stories, or it was one of the stories that I first started doing back when I was younger, but I never really was able to finish it, and it was a lot longer than what this is going to end up being. This is one of those stories where I started writing it and I never put it down, and it's changed dramatically from the time whenever I did it. I started writing it back when I was 17 years old, and this version right here is pretty much has absolutely nothing to do with the original story that I started out with, which I'm fine with. But at the same time, I did do my outlines like I was talking about, and never did a plot. So with this one, what I wanted to do was make the story, but do it in short story form. in a series. So I did the first one with Zuthra, and from that one I went on to do this one, which is about his wife, Tiana. And this is basically about Tiana's tale of ambition and power, that's what it really comes down to. And last week I was talking about how it opens up different areas of the story for me, and it gives it a solid foundation to go off of. But then later on I also stopped and thought about it, and it made me think or realize too that there's other characters that I do want to bring up in this series, okay, and it has to do with the hybrids that I've been mentioning on here. Now, I was inspired by the concept of these hybrids from Forgotten Realms, to be honest with you, which is a role-playing game. And in Forgotten Realms, they have a being that is down in the peninsula of Cholt, and they're all serpents, okay? And what they do is they use drugs as in the underworld to trade among the humans so that they can entice them into becoming basically drones, slaves, and then they kidnap them and take them to Cholt, where they work as slaves for them, and they also transform them into a hybrid form of reptilian and human. And that's what inspired me to bring those aspects from from Forgotten Realms into my story. I'm trying to keep it to where it's its own distinct entity and away from anything that's pertaining to Forgotten Realms. But it also fits in with a lot of stuff that I've been getting into in other areas. Like I really do enjoy the stories of the Naga from ancient lores, and I've been doing research on it, what little I can do, because it's hard finding people who are Hindu or Muslim, or not Muslim, but Hindu or freaking Buddhist, who are willing to talk about the Naga. And that usually whenever I talk to them about it, they always refer me to somebody else, you know what I mean, because they don't want to. So I do my research into those areas on my own, and I've come up with some pretty cool stuff from that too, like which that's what I wanted to incorporate as well. So like in Cholt, the basics behind that is like it's a real dense forest where you don't even see the sky because the trees are so high and there's so many of them that it blocks out the sun. And there's sinkholes everywhere, that fall down into like underground rivers that runs for miles and ever, underworld, an entire underworld, and that brings more areas that I could go into too as well, which also goes into the Nagas and the lore there. So that was one of the reasons why I wanted to introduce those aspects into this story. Now, just so you know, all of that's lore, and it's role-playing games, which yes, I am, or I was, I guess you could say, a role-playing geek. I love doing it, but just to let you know that this is not, it has nothing to do with that. I also have stories and research that I've done in ufology as well, which relates to reptilians, but none of this relates to that, only in the sense that I want to incorporate aspects to it, of it, into this story. So This is all just going to be like purely my imagination. So, it with aspects of it. So you're gonna get like a story written in fiction with that's influenced by lore of different types, which other people actually have written about in the past. So I just wanted to get into that, and state that so that I can make that clear. But it introduces me into, or it allows me also to open up about these hybrids, and this is probably something that I probably should get into as well, because like I said, this story is not going to take place in the same time span. Okay. First I wanted to do Zuthra, then I wanted to do the Draco. Instead of doing the Draco right after Zuthra, I went into Tiana's story next, and that opened me up to these hybrids. And with that, I can introduce the hybrids into the story properly as well, and I thought that was pretty cool. Now, I do want to get into the Draco after this, but like I said, with this I can somehow get it to where it's introducing the hybrids to where it can be a part of the story as well. And for me, I'm glad with that, because it's something that I've been having an issue with. It's like I said before, Tiana was a complex character that I had to introduce into this story, and it really took a lot. And as time went on, the story itself took it took on a life of its own. You know what I mean? So I started writing it out, and as I did, the story started changing. And that's what's happening here. The story is actually taking on a life of its own, and it's starting to change, because now, after introducing Tiana to the story, which I wasn't going to do, that also makes it possible for me to introduce the hybrids into the stories. And the inspiration I got from Forbidden Realms was from a group of people called the Tainted. And that's what they were. They were basically tainted with the blood of the... Oh God, I forgot their names. But they were the reptilian species in Forgotten Realms. But it was mixed. Their blood was mixed with the humans, which created the tainted. So with this one, I'm not going to start naming them the Tainted. They'll have a different name, and they'll have different aspects to them. You know what I mean? Different traits, things of that nature. But that's where that inspiration came from, and it now it's taken on a life of its own. The story is, so that's something that I thought would be cool. So with that being done, I'm also going to mention, like before, like in the last episode, that there are certain things that I'm going to give up when it comes to writing the plot to the stories. The first thing that I'm going to give up is the freaking theme stated. Well, first of all, to be honest with you, when I did Zuthra's story, it just seemed tacky, you know what I mean? Just out of the blue, somebody who's insignificant, states this theme, and then at the end of the story, the theme is brought up again, and it's like that aha moment. And I understand it, you know what I mean? I do understand the whole concept of it, but I really, it complicates a short story, first of all. Like, I'm writing a short, condensed version of what I really want to write. So it takes up space that I could actually put into something else, you know what I mean? Because there's topics in here that I have to put into like 1 page long or 2 pages long, you know. So with that, I had to start actually cutting down on a lot of this stuff that I want to incorporate, which is good discipline when it comes to writing, because I've never done that, and I've had a hard time with actually writing short stories. So with this one, I'm actually, you know, getting into the habit of being able to write short stories and pay attention to some of the things that need to be focused on. So now with this one, well, the bee story too is another thing that I cut out as well. With this one, I went ahead and decided that I don't want to do the bee story to go along with it. Last time when I was on stream, I had completely forgotten to mention the, well, let me find it. Yeah, I had completely forgotten to mention the oh my goodness, I cannot believe I can't find it. Oh, it's okay, here it is. Yeah, I completely forgot to mention the debate that goes before the catalyst, and I do apologize for that. But just so you guys know, I did put the debate between the catalyst and well, at the end of it, before I go into break into 2. So with that being said, just to let you guys know, I did add that in. I can even do the plot, I guess, to kind of go over that, but it's not really that big of a deal, to be honest. I just forgot to add it in, which I did this time. So with that being said, it comes to the first part, which I do have on the video. I've started using text to go with it for PowerPoints, but the prologue. Now I added the prologue in because, and this is the first time I've actually tried to do a prologue. I even last year, whenever I started doing plots, I only went into Act 1, and I never did a prologue for it. So this year I'm incorporating a prologue, and I'll start with what I'm going to do. Now with Tiana in the prologue, what I want to do is introduce her as a once cunning leader, you know, where before becoming a puppet tyrant of the Draco, Tiana ruled over people and fought in battles, you know what I mean? She was a very cunning leader, and what I want to do there is I want to describe her leadership and the things that she did, you know. And this is during the prologue, and also after that I want to go into to some of the battles that she was a part of and things of that nature, so that it gives more depth to her story and stuff. And it talks about what she was like before she was actually, you know, a tyrannical leader, puppet, ruled over by the Draco, you know what I mean? So that's what I want to do. After I'm done with that, I also want to focus on her thirst for blood and power, and how it drove her into a world of isolation and madness. So that's in the prologue. I don't want to get too in depth with it. I just want to kind of bring it out, you know, at the beginning in the prologue of the story, so that people have an understanding of that. And I do want to dive deep into her madness, I guess. That's one thing I do want to do, you know. And how she how her mind becomes obsessed basically with the desire for torture and death, and how it grows, you know, because I want to make it clear that Tiana is just pure evil. You know what I mean? Like, there is no part of her that's actually, good whatsoever. But even in her mind, though, she doesn't see it that way. And that's kind of what I want people to envision when they read this story. That this is one evil person, and when I do that, I want to discuss like the bizarre experiments taking place. The ones where she's calling humans her human followers, so that frickin' they can be used by the Draco to mutate humans into hybrids through genetic research and stuff of that nature. Now, with that, if you guys haven't, if you're not into ufology, that's where the inspiration from ufology comes from, with the genetic research. Instead of it being through the blood and drugs being used, I'm doing it to where the drugs are still there, but it's turning them into mindless slaves. But they go from there into being culled and used as for genetic research. You know what I mean? Where they can slice the genes, or splice the genes and create a being that's half human and half reptile. So that's all from ufology. And like I said, this isn't like a part of the ufology lore. This is just going to be purely my imagination that goes into it. So now, also, whenever I get into that area, I wanna discuss shadowy places and shadowy people who begin to surface around Tiana, while she's slipping into isolation and going mad and stuff of that nature, so that I kind of set a tone for it. You know what I mean? I'm just wanting to focus a little bit on the shadowy people, because like I said, this is the prologue, or the prologue. So I want to focus on it just a little bit, and then I also want to get into a little bit of a discussion about Tiana begins to picture herself as a martyr and a god, because I want to emphasize the whole thing about the absolute power and things of that nature. And then once I start talking about her thinking of herself as a martyr and a god, I also want to kind of allude to her, how she begins to separate herself from those people that she used to call her people. You know what I mean? I've mentioned it in the last stream, but I've gotten it a little bit more organized because of the outline. It's making it easier for me to see where I need to put this stuff in the story. Because when I write these plots, it does a pretty decent job of telling the story, but where does this stuff belong in the story? You know what I mean? When I do the outline, it kind of straightens it all out in my mind, to where I know, okay, this needs to go in this area, this needs to go in this area. So that's kind of where I'm at, and I'm doing, as I'm reading right now, I'm telling you in the order of where all of this is going to go in the prologue. You know what I mean? So what I've discussed now and where I'm at is where I'm at in this, so I'm not going to have a conversation about it again. You know what I mean? So right here, Tiana begins to separate herself from those she once called her people. Now, with that, I want to emphasize how she starts seeing her followers as nothing more than objects. Just things that she can use and nothing more. Just a way of her to use them in order to gain power, or help her in her with her desires for bloodlust, and torture and stuff of that nature. And this all is eventually going to go into her isolation, and how it reaches a point where she's not only physically isolating herself, but she's escaping into her mind, and her mind is just full of madness. So she's having like inner turmoil. That's where the whole inner turmoil starts getting added into the story. And then, like, when it comes to how she starts behaving, with other people, that starts introducing like the moral decay, where she sees people as just objects and nothing more. These same people that she once thought of as her people, which they weren't really great by any means. They were pretty evil themselves, but like she doesn't even care about them anymore. It's more about just the moral. It's just more about using them in order to get what she wants, power and stuff of that nature. So there's that moral decay. You know what I mean? She's just slowly falling into moral decay. Now, what I also want to mention is, and I'm not going to go full depth into this because this is just the beginning, but I want to also talk about her ruling as a tyrant, and how her followers begin to fear her, and all of a sudden the sounds of rebellion starts. You know what I mean? So, like I was discussing before in the previous episode, she becomes tyrannical in her rule, which she goes from being a cunning leader into a tyrannical freaking overlord, basically. You know what I mean? And her followers began to fear her. So out of fear, they start questioning their loyalties to her. And I'm not going to put all that in this part because that goes later on in the outline. But I'm going to kind of go through that, you know what I mean? And discuss it a little bit. And then from there, I'm going to talk about how her followers split allegiances. Some believing that her madness is an omen from the Draco, because her followers start not only they believe that the Draco are their gods. In my last story, they were talking about that with the Soma. The Soma turned them into blind slaves, basically, and they would do whatever the person who controlled the drugs wanted them to do, just as long as they have the drugs. And that goes into this one because they start thinking of the Draco as gods, and now her followers, same ones that are dependent on the drugs and they're thinking of Tiana as their leader, they start believing that she is a god, and they believe that it's an omen from the Draco, that shows proof of her divinity as a goddess. So now all of a sudden she starts feeling as though she's a god, you know what I mean? And that kind of seeps into her madness. Now then it also goes into the other aspect. While they see it this way, others begin to fear her, you know what I mean? And that will eventually lead into people who start whispering about rebellion and stuff of that nature. Now, after I'm done at that point, what I want to do is I want to focus on the isolation and the madness and how it gives followers the sense of fear, their fear for Tiana and her rule, okay? And then they start discussing, they start to question her rule. They start to question if she's actually the one who should be ruling, because they see her as being mad. So you have two people. You have some that think of her madness as divinity, and then you have another group who just thinks of it as madness, and they start to question how well she'll be able to rule over these people. So now I also want to make it to where soon the followers who were left behind in Lycia, because in the first one it was a mass exodus and all of that, which I had in my first short story. But after, there were some who stayed behind, and these were people who believed that the Draco were their gods, and eventually became subjects of Tiana, who became a puppet leader in place of the Draco. Now, these guys who are still there, they debate on fleeing like the people from the mass exodus did, or go into an outright rebellion. Okay, and that's what I'll be focusing on with the prologue. And I'm not going to like dive into it, because I want to also go back into the subject later on as I write this story. So I've got the prologue done right there, and this is where I get into what's referred to as Act 1. Okay, now within Act 1, there's the first part of Act 1 is the opening scene, and that's going to be a 1 page long, because I only want to do this short story at about maybe 10 and 12 pages, so I'll pick 11, and I want to do 1 page, which is just the opening scene, so that it creates a scene at the beginning of the story. Now, the first thing I want to do is I want to open the scene with the crumbling remnants of the Lycian Empire. You know what I mean? I wanted to describe the dark skies that loom over these once great cities, and get into that, just describing it, all right, to where people can picture it in their head that that's what this looks like. Then I also want to describe like the crumbling remnants of cathedrals and grand buildings that were, once held in reverence among its people, stuff like that. Kind of bring out the whole scene, so that people can picture this is how the story starts. It starts out with the picture of a crumbling remnants of the Lycian Empire, and these buildings are all crushed beneath their feet, kind of stuff, Now, after I do that, what I want to do is I want to show Tiana sitting on a makeshift throne, which I'd mentioned before. And this, I was debating on if it was going to be made of bones or not, but then I was like, what the heck, let's go ahead and make it to where she's sitting on a throne, a makeshift throne, bones and stuff, so that we can do that. And I want to make it to where it's in a dimly lit throne room that's filled with like shady people, so that it gives you a sense of bad juju, you know what I'm saying, stuff of that nature. So give me a second real quick.
Beneath the moonlight drifts of the past, footprints fading in shadows cast. 1,000
so I'm back. I had to go do something real quick. Now, what I was saying there at the beginning or at the end of it was that I want to do this to where do the makeshift throne with dimly lit throne room that's filled with shadowy people. I also want to bring out the term Tiana's eyes betray her a flicker of madness. Now that's a pretty cool thing that I do want to put in there. I think that'll fit in pretty good. And I also want to bring out the whole thing about shadowy people that surround her, because that's what I want to kind of get at that moment, is the sense of shadowy evil kind of setting, to where people can kind of see that as happening, because this is the opening image, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm wanting to go for when it comes to this opening image. And it's only one page, which means I'm going to have to make sure that it stays to a minimum. Can't get too descriptive over it. So now once I'm done with all of that, I also want to kind of start talking, writing into the story about the oppression of the remaining Lycians, the people who were followers that stayed behind, and like how the oppression just lingers in the air, and kind of bounce off the thing about the followers being cold as food sources for the Draconians. Then also talk a little bit about the strange experiments that are being done, with these last humans, and the whole thing about splicing reptilian DNA into human DNA and stuff, and then kind of going into hybrids and things of that nature. So now this is probably something that I might change, because even though it's in Act 1, it's the opening scene. I might go ahead and put these into the setup, which is the next part, but I'm not quite sure. It might be a good idea to do, because I also want to talk about Tiana's people being used for slave labor as well. So that would probably not be something that I'd want people to see in the opening image. So if nothing else, I could put that into the open scene, which is supposed to be the first thing, kind of like a snapshot of the way things look. So after that, I go into the setup, where I can actually put it in there if I wanted to, and I have 2 pages to work with as well. So that might be the way of doing it. Now with the setup, I'm going to use 2 pages, and the first thing I'm going to start talking about at this moment, it might change, but the first thing I'm going to talk about is about after the fall and mass exodus of the people from the Lycian Empire. And I'm going to mention how Tiana is installed as a puppet leader for all the people who remain behind, which I was just talking about, From then on, I can go right into Tiana's obsessions and how they're being revealed, and her, things like her lust for power, and how she has a thrill when it comes to torture and stuff of that nature. But also I want to bring something else up that I don't know if I brought it up in the plot. I may have brought it up, but I want to also bring out the fact that she's remaining in a blissful state of denial, where she's seeing her followers as still being loyal to her, but in reality, there's whispers of rebellion that are beginning to emerge among these people that were once her followers. because like I said, they're going to split into two. There's going to be people who are loyal followers, and then people who become fearful of her and start questioning her rule. So, and all the time, she's just like in a blissful state of denial. She doesn't see that. She still sees herself as this leader that all of her followers are loyal to. So that's something that I do want to get into. She also sees herself as a strong leader with loyal followers, you know. So that's what it is. She's seeing it in that, and all the time she's fallen into deeper madness, you know what I mean? And this is where I'm going to bring up her madness is revealed because of the experiments that began to take place for the Draconians. So, like, she's sitting there and she's seeing herself as a strong leader with loyal followers, but with her doing these experiments, which her people think of as barbaric, she's slowly showing these people her madness, you know what I mean, and the things that she's willing to do for power. So that's where I want to go with that, and I think that'll end up doing a pretty good thing. I also want to, at this point, start bringing out, you know, how she's driven by a sense of superiority over her people, you know, her followers and stuff. She begins to demand absolute obedience from her subjects and stuff of that nature. I don't really want to go that much farther at this point. This is just the setup, you know what I mean? So I just want to start talking about how she's wanting to demand absolute obedience from her subjects, and like with the experiments, how her people see it as barbaric, and they're starting to see her madness being revealed because of her cooperation with these experiments. So that's where I want to go at this point. But then I also want to shift between the people who are still following her faithfully and then the ones that don't. But in this part, I'm going to stick with the ones who are still following. And then in the catalyst, or the dark turn, which is 2 pages, I want to bring up the ones who are fearful of her rule and are wanting to are starting to whisper rebellion and stuff of that nature. But here I want to go into those who follow Tiana faithfully, and how they begin to think of her as a deity, and they create all these altars of worship in her name, you know, things of that nature. Then I also want to talk about how her followers see her unpredictable outbursts as like omens from the Draco, who they consider to be like their gods, you know what I mean? But they consider her outbursts as a sign of divinity. And ambush and power quickly starts to overtake Tiana. Take over her, overtake her mind, you know what I mean? And she starts to believe that she actually is a goddess and deity, and that her madness is a sign of divinity. So I want stuff like that to take place. I think that would make a pretty good part of that, because like with the setup, we can. I wanted to start it out with the things about her followers, but then we come to the catalyst, which I want to do another flip side to it, and that's the dark turn. That's another word for it. And like I said, it's going to be 2 pages long, and this is where I start getting into stuff that results because of unpredictable outbursts from Tiana. You know, her advisors, first of all, and and then her followers as well, they begin to fear her rule. Like I was saying, they become fearful of it. Not only that, she isolates herself from her people. She becomes more enveloped within her own madness, and she starts isolating herself physically and mentally from the people around her. Now, this will bring us into what is this will bring us into her inner turmoil. Okay, and that's a really good part to put into the catalyst or the dark turn. Well, this inner turmoil, it persists within Tiana's mind, and like I said, she begins to isolate, not only physically but emotionally as well. Signs of Tiana's madness begin to present itself among her people. Okay, now this is going to cause them to question their loyalties. So all of a sudden they start questioning their loyalties because signs of her madness starts showing. You know what I mean? And they become fearful, and then they start getting into they start getting to the point where it causes them to question their loyalty to her and how she is, and if she is somebody that they want if they actually want her to be their leader. You know what I mean? So that is that's where you start getting the people who are whispering revolt among the crowd. So you got them breaking up into factions and stuff like that. And then I also want, with that, this is where I want to start talking about Tiana's sudden, unpredictable outbursts in front of her advisors, and how it shows that the madness within her mind is surfacing, and she's doing it more and more. So she has these outbursts that are happening. And these are in front of her advisors and her freaking subjects, and these people are seeing it, so all of a sudden you have one of two camps. You have ones who believe that these are signs of divinity that are following her, and then you have signs that are, you have others who see it as a sign of madness, and they start becoming fearful of her and questioning if they want to follow her or not, or if they want to rebel against her. So then that's where it comes into play with the debate. Now this is what I forgot to do last week, and in last week I had the debate set up and ready to go, but I ended up forgetting to do it, and let me go ahead and pop these up. They should have already been popped up, but I have no idea why they weren't. But anyhow, in the plot, what I had for the debate, I can go ahead and read that, and then we can do. Well, actually, the debate, I believe, is the same as what this is, because it's really not. Well, actually, it is different. But in the debate, rumors spread among the populace about Tiana's increasing violent methods. Some former loyalists began to discuss rebellion in secret, igniting a flicker of hope among the oppressed. Which that's not going to work out like that. You know what I mean? That's just some cheese. So I'm going to write it a little bit better than what I had it. Now with the debate on the second one, I said once followers of Draco and subjects of Tiana factions grow within the people, debating on whether or not they rebel against their tyrannical leaders or flee, leaving everything they know behind and traveling to unknown regions, or staying and fighting to the bitter end. That's what I did on my own right there, to where I could update it and bring it up to task. Because once I looked at that, that was kind of cheese. I was real cheese. So I believe my plot is in here somewhere. I just gotta find it. Yeah, I found it. So yeah, the debate, I ended up doing that, and I believe I also have it straightened out to where it's in my outline. Yeah, I just had to figure out where I put it. I separated it from the file that I had it in. Now in the debate, like I said, it's got to be 2 pages. So I have a little bit of information there, and I'm going to work on breaking this down into more on my outline and being more precise about it. So what I want to do first off is once followers of the Draco, the subjects of Tiana's faction, grow. Followers of the Dracos and subjects of Tiana's faction grow within the people. Now this is where they start debating on if they want to rebel. And there's factions, which I was talking about, different factions that are breaking down within Tiana's followers. There's ones that freaking believe that she's like a deity, a goddess, and then there's those who fear her because of the tyrannical rule that she has. So I want this to be split up into where it starts focusing on these factions, and then I want to talk about those who wish to rebel, how they debate on whether or not they want to rebel against Tiana's tyrannical leaders, or if they just want to flee, and that is something that I want to do towards the end, to where it'll create this debate in the story, to where it'll give people, a chance to see that there is some kind of conflict going on there that needs to be resolved. They have to decide if they want to fight in a rebellion, which is most likely going to be their bitter end, or if they want to leave everything they know behind and travel to like unknown regions, and or if they want to stay fight to the bitter end. That's the 2 choices they have. So that is kind of what I've been wanting to do with this story so far. I've only gotten to the debate, which is pretty big. It's actually halfway through, and like I said, tomorrow I'm actually going to start writing the story. So what I'm going to end up having to do is continue on my outline, going from break into 2, which is the turning point, and that's going to be two pages long. And then I'm going to go, after that I'm going to go into the finale, and that's going to be the end of Tiana's rule, and that's going to be like 2 pages as well. So I'll do that, and then the closing image, which is the opposite or which is like the open image, and that's going to be one page, just like the open image is. And while I'm doing that, I will start my writing up, and I will be able to go over both the plotted outline, which I've already done the plot, but the outline, I can go over that, and then maybe go into the story a little bit more and talk about how the changes are that I took and did. As I said before, when I did this outline, I started through it and I realized that there are some places where things had to be moved around and shifted. If I'd written the story the way the plot was set up, then there would have been things that were mentioned at the wrong time. In my opinion, it wouldn't have been very wouldn't have been orderly. It wouldn't have things put in place according to when they need to be mentioned, So I really do enjoy doing these outlines. It seems to give the story a little bit more structure, and that's the one thing I do like about it. Not one time did I even change it from the prologue to the opening scene, or the set, or did I? Or the settings. See, I have all these cool freaking letters and stuff here, and I wasn't able to use none of them. That's messed up. So I'm going to go ahead and use them now. There we go. So I got them. I put them on there, and that's what I can do. I could probably take a quick freaking snapshot of that later after the video's done and use it as a thumbnail for this episode. What do you guys think? So I have put in 56 minutes and 30 seconds of video here. I think I did a pretty good job with the stream. The stream is actually an hour and 8 minutes, which is mostly me doing sound checks and putting some cool music on. So with that being said, I'm hitting 57 minutes. I think this would be a perfect time to end the stream, and thank you guys for watching. If you guys want to leave a comment or make any comments about what was discussed here, feel free to do so. I love feedback. I appreciate it if you guys do. I really do like having conversations in the comment sections too. I like that even better than live stream chat, so feel free to leave a comment for me and some feedback, things of that nature. It's a great way to get to know each other, and stuff like that. So with that, I am going to end the stream, and thank you guys for watching. Ready to go now. Odyssey and said I will get on for sure how good that is. Been having some, so it's sounding good on there. Good that it's been, and it sounds good on Twitch as well. So we're good to go. Only thing I need to do is turn the video on, the audio visualizer on YouTube and everything. So just so you guys know too, that took me a long time to find that. That's a actual audio visualizer for live stream, and I was able to get that from Mark off of Dragus Production, and I'd like to thank him for helping me find that. I've been looking forever for that, so that was actually a big find, so I appreciate that. So today is the final day for my outlines and for my outline and my plot. So after this, I actually start going into writing. Before I start talking about that, I should probably hit record. I'm going to record this, and it'll be posted later on the Storyteller, so you guys can check it out again later. So let me do my countdown, and I will start recording. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Storyteller. I'm Roger Hanson, and today I am going... Hello everybody, and welcome back to another
the heart of ancient Mesopotamia, where the mighty Tigris and Euphrates rivers cradled civilization, whispers of unseen forces filled the air. Among these whispers, one name stood out, the Udug. These enigmatic entities, neither fully gods nor mere mortals, roamed the world in shadows, influencing the fates of humankind. The tale of Asalui and Enki. One day, the young god Asalui sought the wisdom of his father, the wise and powerful Enki. "O my father," Asalui began, his voice filled with urgency, "the evil Udug, its appearance is malignant and its stature towering. Although it is not a god, its clamor is great and its radiance immense. It is dark, its shadow is pitch black, and there is no light within its body. It always hides, taking refuge, it does not stand proudly. Its claws drip with bile, and it leaves poison in its wake. Its belt is not released, its arms enclose. It fills the target of its anger with tears. In all lands, its battle cry cannot be restrained." Enki listened intently, understanding the gravity of the situation. The evil Udug, known for causing disease and despair, needed to be addressed. "Fear not, my son," Enki reassured, "we shall find a way to counter this menace." The Udug, shadows of ambiguity. The Udug, later known in Akkadian as the Utuku, were a class of demons shrouded in mystery and fear. Unlike the revered Anunnaki and Igigi, these beings were typically malicious. Yet, their nature was ambiguous. Some, like Pazuzu, would clash with both gods and other demons, creating a complex web of alliances and enmities. Described as having a dark shadow, an absence of light, poison, and a deafening voice, the Udug were feared by all. Yet, no visual representations of them have ever been identified. Some scholars, like Tali Ornan, believe that certain Mesopotamian cylinder seals might depict the Udug, standing alongside the benevolent god Demonis Lama. The bilingual incantation. In a bilingual incantation written in both Sumerian and Akkadian, Asalui's description of the Udug focused on its supernatural abilities rather than its form. This incantation was a powerful tool, invoking the help of the gods to combat the Udug's malevolent influence. The canon of exorcism. The canon of exorcism of the evil Udug, known as Udugul, spanned the entirety of ancient Mesopotamian history. These texts, written in both Sumerian and Akkadian, provided detailed instructions for exorcists to drive out the evil Udug and cure the afflicted. They often referenced Mesopotamian mythology, such as the myth of Inanna's descent into the underworld. The battle of good and evil. Despite their fearsome reputation, the Udug were not inherently evil. The term Udug could refer to both benevolent and malevolent spirits. King Gudea of Lagash once invoked a good Udug to protect him, demonstrating the dual nature of these beings. In times of need, exorcists would call upon the good Udug to counteract the evil Udug. One ancient text implored, "May the evil Udug and the evil Gala stand aside. May the good Udug and good Gala be present." The shadow demons. Among the ranks of the Udug were various shadow demons, each with its unique traits and roles. Mima Lemnu, a spell and shadow demon connected to witches. Hanbi, the personification of evil and father of Pazuzu. Ardat Lily, a shadow demon with features of women, dogs, and scorpions, known as a devourer of children. Vardat Lilitu, a vampire shadow demon, predator of children. Alu Lalu, a faceless shadow demon. Pazuzu, the leader of all evil spirits of the air. Mukil Residential Lamuti, a demon capable of possessing individuals. Namtar, an infectious shadow demon allied with Ereshkigal. Tu, a demon causing headaches, allied with the Dinja. Akkazu, a demon of pestilence, allied with Lamashtu. Kalili, a demon connected to owls, allied with Inanna. Labasu, a shadow demon mentioned in Nusku's exorcism texts. Abizu, responsible for spontaneous abortions and childhood diseases. The eternal struggle. In the ancient land of Mesopotamia, the struggle between good and evil was ever present. The Udug, with their ambiguous nature, embodied this eternal conflict. Through the wisdom of the gods and the power of incantations, humanity sought to protect itself from these shadowy forces. And thus, the tales of the Udug were passed down through generations, a testament to the enduring battle between light and darkness.
When Peter got home from work, a bit later than normal, he found Sarah in the office apparently continuing to sort through things. "Are you finding anything interesting or valuable in there?" he said, peering into the office. "Hi Peter, yes, I just found a stack of old newspaper clippings from around the 1930s. It looks like they are from the local newspaper," she replied, looking up towards him from the floor where she was sitting. "From the 30s? What are they about?" Peter asked. "Well, let's see. Some are photos of social club functions and other group-type photos," she replied. "Perhaps they were saved because of someone in the photos or the articles," he suggested. "Yeah, I haven't got to the point of trying to figure out why they were saved yet, but I plan to," she replied. "Do you know what you want for dinner?" Peter asked. Still sitting down, she said, "Oh, I need to just fix something quick. I'm meeting some of the girls from work tonight at 8:30. "That's nice that they are including you in things already. Where are you going?" he asked. "We are meeting at that bar on Main Street near the edge of town. I forgot the name already, but I remember where it is," she replied. "Did you want me to come with you?" he asked. She paused a moment and looked down. She lifted her head back up and replied, "Sorry, but this is really supposed to be a girls' night out." "Oh, that's okay. I wanted to ask at least," he said. "By the way, who was that woman you were driving with this afternoon?" she asked, looking him straight in the eyes. "Oh, that was Colleen, the appraiser for the houses Carl recommended to me," he replied. "Is she married?" she asked. Sensing where this was going, Peter said, "No, I do not think she is married, but this is just business." "Well, just be careful around her," she replied. "Hey, you are the one going to a bar tonight," Peter reminded her, but quickly realized he may have overstepped her limit. "Peter, it will just be us girls having fun. You can trust me, can't you?" she replied with her voice slightly raised. "Yes, I do trust you, Sarah." "I want you to trust me as well," he said as he stepped into the room with his arms out. She stood up, and they embraced. They held each other for about a minute. "Okay, let's get some dinner so you'll have time to get ready," Peter suggested. "Sounds good to me, thanks Peter," she replied as she slowly stepped away from him. They walked out of the office and into the kitchen to make a quick dinner. Peter went to bed before Sarah arrived home. He was awakened from a deep sleep by a loud metallic clanging sound, which may have emanated from the basement. He sat up quickly in bed. After rubbing his eyes then, stretching his arms slightly, he looked over and noticed that Sarah was not in bed yet. After taking a deep breath, he decided to see if he could determine what caused the noise. He lowered his feet to the floor, then stood up in his bare feet. Walking slowly in the dark around the bed, he made his way to the door to the hallway. He then remembered he could have turned on the bedside lamp. Instead, he chose to just turn on the room light. Next to the doorway, he reached over to turn on the light switch. 2 wall sconces lit up on the wall near the bedroom door. He pulled the door open slowly, which caused it to squeak relatively loud as it opened. Peter found the switch for the hallway light near the door, and he turned it on as well. The hanging lamp over the stairway illuminated and cast a yellowish glow over the corridor. He walked around the railing separating the stairwell from the hallway. The floorboards creaked with each step as he made his way to the stairs. When he arrived at the stairway, each time he stepped down, the treads let out a low moan. At the bottom of the stairs he walked to the side of the front door to turn on the foyer lights. He then walked past the steps in the hall toward the kitchen. After opening the door to the kitchen, he turned on the kitchen light, and closely examined the room. Since the kitchen could have been an option for the source of the sound. Nothing seemed to be out of place in the kitchen that he could see so far. He stepped into the kitchen, while continuing to look around. From what he can remember, things appeared the same as he left them before he originally went upstairs. He realized his first thought may have been correct, that the crying sound most likely came from the basement. After walking through the kitchen, he twisted the back door knob to the right and left to verify that it was still locked. He headed toward the basement door and slowly pulled it open. It creaked loudly as it swung into the short hallway. Reaching toward the wall just inside of the doorway, he turned on the light switch and peered down the steep, narrow stairs. He slowly started down the staircase. The air from the basement cooled his exposed skin, which helped to make him more aware of what he was doing. The steps creaked under the weight of each step he made. About halfway down the steps he noticed something about 2 feet long, metallic, and round in the middle of the basement floor. The few bare light bulbs in the basement made it difficult for him to initially figure out what it was. As he neared the bottom of the steps, it became apparent that the object was about a foot-long piece of iron pipe. He walked to the pipe and picked it up with his hand. As he was moving it around in his hand to look at it from different angles, he remembered seeing it before. It had been resting on the workbench beyond the furnace on his left. He walked to the workbench and set the pipe back on top. Staring at it for a moment, he guessed that it could have just fallen off of the workbench and rolled to the center of the room, but he was uncertain how valid his explanation of what happened was. He slowly spun around and began to walk toward the stairs again. When he reached the stairway railing, he gazed back toward the workbench area one more time. He then focused back toward the stairs and slowly began walking up the steep steps. About halfway up the stairs, there was a metallic ping sound from somewhere in the basement. He swung around and slowly looked around from left to right. The furnace blocked his view of the workbench, but there was nothing in the middle of the floor like before. He closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. After opening his eyes again, he continued up the rest of the stairs. As he made his way up the steps, he could hear something creaking above him from the first floor. He could hear the screen door swinging open. A noise came from the lock in the back door, and he could make out a figure through the window in the door. As the door opened into the room, he could quickly tell it was Sarah. Her hair was disheveled, and she seemed a bit unstable as she walked into the short back hallway. After looking toward the kitchen, she looked toward the basement and noticed him coming up the steps. Peter could tell she was puzzled. "Honey, what were you doing down there?" "I thought you'd be in bed by now," she asked. As he reached the top of the stairs he answers, "I was in bed, but I checked out a noise I heard from the basement." "You look like you had a good time tonight." Yeah, we did. We were dancing and just having fun. Wasn't quite like the clubs in Farmington, but fun," she said as she swayed slightly. "Let's get you to bed. You'll need to get up for work in a few hours," he reminded her. "Yes, sir," she replied with a mock salute. He shook his head and began to lead her into the kitchen saying, "Hopefully, you'll be able to sleep tonight." "Oh, I'm tired now, so it won't be a problem. None of them freaky noises will bother me tonight," she said as he guided her to the hallway to the foyer. I hope not, honey," he added. They then went upstairs and he helped her into bed. When Peter arrived home from work on Thursday evening, Sarah was again going through items in the office. As he paused in the back hall, near the rear door, she got up from the chair in the office and came out to greet him. "Hi Sarah, are you still sorting through that stuff in the office?" he asked. "Yeah, I thought I would work on it some more before you got home," she replied, embracing him in the hall. "Have you found anything interesting yet?" he asked, holding her and gazing into her eyes. "Well, I have been looking at some of those articles some more, and I have found at least one person in common in many of the articles," she replied. Maybe that is the person that they were saved for," he commented. The name I found is an Erika wall. I want to keep looking into this more after dinner. I'm finding this strangely interesting, she said. Yeah, well, after I get something to eat, I think I'll see what's on the TV. There's plenty of old stuff to go through. Maybe I can help with the basement sometime, he offers. Sure, you look like you need to eat and relax anyway, Sarah commented. Yeah, I suppose. I did manage to keep myself busy today. Though after last night, I thought you'd be the tired one, he commented. Sarah laughed and replied, oh, it'll likely hit me tomorrow. In the past, it usually was the next day before a late night will catch up with me. For me, it's the day after. Booze can hit me hard sometimes, he reminded her. Oh, I remember that happening a few times, she said with a smile. Yeah, let's get something to eat, he responded, nodding his head. Sure, I'll see what we have available, she agreed as she slowly lowered her hands from his back and started toward the kitchen. After dinner, Peter was watching a TV program and Sarah was busy in the office. He heard a loud bang, followed by Sarah screaming. He quickly got up from the chair and ran to the door to the family room. After opening it quickly, he ran into the family room. As he moved quickly through the room, he yelled, Sarah, are you okay? As he reached the door to the office, he could hear her reply, I'm okay, but the damn drawer just slammed shut without me touching it. He opened the door to the office. Sarah was sitting in the wheeled desk chair, which she must have pushed away from the desk, pointing at the large lower right desk drawer. That's the drawer. The bottom one on the right, she said, with her voice trembling. You are okay, though? Peter asked, reaching her side. I'm just really shaken, honey, she replied, still shaking as he knelt to embrace her. What happened? He said, rubbing his hand on her back to try to calm her down. Well, I was sitting at the desk reading some of those old articles and, she paused to take a deep breath. She continued, and I had left that drawer open, since that's where I found the articles. Then the damn thing just slammed shut. Wham! And you didn't bump it or anything like that? He asked, continuing to caress her back. No, I didn't. It just slammed shut by itself, she replied, still shaking a bit. Let me check the drawer, Peter offered. Okay, just be careful, she said as he shifted away from her and got closer to the desk. He reached down to the old oak drawer handle, and he slowly pulled on it. He found the drawer took a bit of force to open. Wow, this is harder to open than I was thinking. It's pretty heavy with all of the files and papers in it, he commented. So what does that mean about the drawer? She asked. I guess it means that it would take some force to shut it, especially with all of the files and paper in it, he replied. I don't know what did that. I've had enough for tonight. I think I probably should just go to bed, she said. Sure, there really isn't much on the TV tonight, so I'll just head up too. We probably should get good night's sleep, since we have the party at Carl's tomorrow, Peter suggested. Thanks, Peter. Let's get out of here, she said as she stood up from the chair. They walked back through the family room and the living room so Peter could turn off the TV before they walked up the steps to their bedroom. Oh, are you still going to be able to meet me for lunch tomorrow? Peter asked as they began to walk up the stairs. Yes, I can take my lunch at 1:30 tomorrow. Just stop by the store and we can walk to the restaurant, Sarah replied, walking in front of him up the steps. Okay, I'll pick you up then, sweetie, he replied. They reached the top of the steps and walked around the stairway balcony to their bedroom. Later that night, Peter was jostled awake by Sarah tapping on his shoulder. The past several nights of interrupted sleep were catching up with him. He struggled to wake, but was able to respond after a few seconds with, what's wrong, sweetie? I know this is getting old, but I still hear voices coming from downstairs somewhere, she replied. More voices, he responded slowly. Sarah detected that he was very tired, so she offered, I can go check downstairs, since I know you are tired. A few seconds passed before Peter replied slowly, are you sure you need to check? It is probably nothing anyway. I just want to do this for myself, she replied as she sat up in bed. I'd do it myself, but I'm just too beat right now. Just be careful and turn the lights on when you go down, he said, with his eyes only partially open. Oh, I'll definitely be using the lights. I'll be back in a few minutes, she said while beginning to stand up from the bed. Okay, he said as he put his head back on the pillow and closed his eyes. He could hear the creaking floor as Sarah made her way to the bedroom door. The knob turned and the door creaked open. A slight glow was cast over his eyes as the hallway light turned on. Her footsteps still could be heard as she made her way to the stairway. He could feel himself drifting quickly back to sleep. By the creaking, he could sense some additional sound for only a moment. It did not alarm him enough to keep him from falling into a deep sleep. Peter felt the bed moving slightly and the covers shifting. It was Sarah returning to bed. Peter managed to mumble, find anything down there? Nothing, it was very quiet when I went downstairs. Hopefully that'll be it for tonight, she replied as she pulled the covers over herself. I hope so too, sweetie, he agreed with another mumble. Just go back to sleep, honey. I didn't mean to wake you, Sarah said. Thanks dear, he said as he fell back to sleep. As Peter and Sarah finished their lunches at the Chiltern River Inn, Peter noticed that Sarah seemed to be a bit distant for some reason, but he was not sure if he wanted to mention it. So are you still meeting with that appraiser woman? Sarah asked just before she wiped her mouth with the napkin. Peter finished swallowing and replied, yeah, I met her again this morning at the third house I needed appraised. You still seem bothered by her. I am keeping this professional, you know. I don't know what it is about her. I know I trust you, but something is making me uneasy, Sarah replied as she turned away for just a moment then looked back into his eyes. Well, one thing I plan on doing is to let her handle the appraisals by herself in the future. I just wanted to go along with her on these first few to get the feel for the type of houses around here, Peter offered. Sarah breathed a sigh of relief, and said, I think that would help me deal with her. I know she will be at the party tonight, but I'll be there too, so I won't worry about it. Thanks, honey. Peter looked at his watch, and stated, well, I suppose we should pay the bill and get back to work soon. Sure, I'm ready to go. This was a very nice idea, she said. Yeah, we'll have to do this again soon, he said as the waitress approached the table. Are you finished, sir? The waitress asked. Yes, and we are ready for the bill too, when you have a chance, Peter replied. No problem, the waitress replied while looking for the bill in her apron pocket. She set it upside down on the table, and said, I'll take this up when you are ready, sir. Thank you, Peter replied as he reached for the bill and removed his wallet from his pocket. As Peter and Sarah left the restaurant and started making their way back to work, they stopped on the bridge over the Chiltern River for a moment. Peter still saw that something was bothering Sarah as she stared at the water slowly passing underneath them. He felt he had to ask about it now. Is something other than the appraiser bothering you, honey? He asked, watching her while she continued staring at the river. Still transfixed on the river, she sighed, and answered, well, there are a lot of nice things in this town so far, but I'm really starting to wonder if this is the right place for me. Why would you think that? Peter asked, surprised about her thoughts. It may just be that it will take longer than this to get used to it, but I'm not sure I fit in here, Sarah replied. Peter sighed, watched the river for a moment. He then faced her again, and said, I suppose all I can ask you to do is continue to give it a chance. I know it's a lot different than farming ton, but should be possible to learn to like it. Just give it a chance. After another sigh, Sarah agreed, I'm not ready to give up or anything, I just have my doubts and I'm letting you know about them. Well, Please feel free to talk about doubts. I want you to enjoy this town as much as I do, Peter replied. Thanks, Peter, Sarah said, finally looking up from the river and moving closer to embrace him. Sure, honey, Peter replied as they embraced. They held each other for several seconds. I suppose we should get back to work, Sarah said, pulling back slightly. Okay, let's head back, Peter said as they both turned to head back to town. He kept his arm around her waist as they finished walking across the bridge back toward Main Street. When Peter got home from work, it was about 6:30. As he walked into the house from the back door, he heard some rustling coming from the office, and figured that it was Sarah again sorting through things. Hey, I'm home. Sorry I'm a bit late, though, Peter said, closing the back door behind him. Hi sweetie, is it late already? I guess I wasn't paying attention to the time, Sarah replied as she stood up from the desk chair. Yeah, it's about 6:30, so we'll need to have a quick dinner and get ready, he replied. Okay, let's get some dinner ready and then change. We should be fine as long as we keep moving, she agreed as she made her way to the hallway by his side. Yeah, Carl's place isn't too far away. We'll have to drive, but it should just take a few minutes to get there, he said as they started toward the kitchen. What are you hungry for? She asked. I think we still have some of the chicken left over from last night that we can reheat, he replied. That's easy enough, I'll find it, she responded, heading toward the refrigerator. Did you find anything more interesting in the office this evening? He asked as he reached for some plates in a cupboard. Actually, I really think I'm starting to figure out some of the history of this house. I want to show you what I found, she replied while removing 2 containers of leftover chicken from the refrigerator. You were able to figure out who the people were and that kind of thing? He asked as he set the plates on the counter. Yeah, they sound like they were pretty interesting people. I'll have to show you tomorrow or maybe later, since we are in a bit of rush tonight, she replied as she opened the first container of leftover chicken. I'll make time to see what you found tomorrow. That does sound interesting, he replied. Yeah, it's not quite what I expected, but I'll tell you more about it later. Can you find some glasses and get us something to drink? I'll get the chicken going in the microwave, she asked. Okay, I'll get the glasses. What do you want to drink? He asked while opening the cupboard with the glasses. Oh, I think I'll just have some water. That should be enough for now, she said as she placed the first chicken on the plate. Easy enough, I'll get you some water, he said, taking a glass to the refrigerator and filling it from a pitcher of water. As Peter drove his car down the street of Carl's house, Sarah commented, I think the house should be one of these on the right with several cars parked out front. Yeah, that would be my guess too. Let's see, that house is 426, so that's it. I'll just park down here a ways where there is still room to park, he said while continuing a few houses down past Carl's house to park. Okay, that's good enough. Let me open your door, he offered as he released his seatbelt and opened the car door. He walked around the car to her door and opened it. He extended his hand toward her to help guide her from the car. Thank you, sweetie, she said, reaching for his hand and stepping out of the car. They began walking on the sidewalk toward the house. Peter glanced at the sky and commented, it almost looks like it could rain tonight. I hope not. I didn't bring a jacket, she replied. Actually, there may be one of mine in the car that I can get if you need to later, he said as they began up the driveway. That may help, but hopefully it will hold off until after the party, Sarah replied. Yeah, I hope so too, he agreed as they reached the steps to the porch. They walked together to the front door. Peter found the doorbell and pressed it. They could hear muffled conversation coming from inside. Next, they heard footsteps approaching the door, then they could see a shadow of a person at the door. The knob twisted, and it was pulled open to reveal Cole holding the door. Welcome, Peter and Sarah. Please come in, Carl said while pushing the screen door open for them to enter. Thank you, Carl. You have a very nice house, Peter said, peering inside of the house. Yes, and thanks so much again for having us over. We really do appreciate it, Sarah commented as she led Peter into the house. Well, it's my pleasure to have you two over. Come on in and meet the others, Carl said, gesturing his hand down the hallway toward a room full of people. A woman walked up to them, extended her hand, and smiled. You must be Peter and Sarah. I'm Mary Bishop, she said, continuing to walk toward them. Hello, Mary. I'm Peter Corbin, and this is my wife Sarah, Peter replied as he extended his hand to greet Mary. Hello, nice to meet you, Mary. We really like your house, Sarah replied as she also extended her hand toward Mary's. Well, I do try to keep it clean in spite of having Carl around, Mary said with a big smile. Hey, I'm not that messy, you know, and I do try to help clean sometimes, Carl commented. Yeah, the key word is sometimes, Mary added. Well, let's go in and meet the others now, Carl said to change the subject. Okay, we'll follow you, Peter said as they began to walk toward the room full of people. They reached the room and see several people standing around with either a drink in hand or a small plate of food. Some of them turned to acknowledge the new arrivals. Carl first leads Peter and Sarah to a couple near the table with the spread of food. Peter, Sarah, I know you have met Phyllis before, and this is her husband Errol, Carl said as the five of them stood facing each other. Peter extended his hand first to shake Errol's hand. As he did, he said, Hi, I'm Peter Corbin and this is my wife, Sarah. It's nice to finally meet you, Errol. Phyllis has talked about you at the office before. They shook hands and Errol replied with a slight smile, Nice to meet you too, Peter. He shifts his eyes towards Sarah and said, And you too, Sarah. Hello, Errol, and it's nice to see you again too, Phyllis, Sarah replied. Hello again to you as well, Sarah. I see you are trying to keep Peter in line too, Phyllis said with a smile. Yeah, it's a challenge sometimes, but I manage, Sarah replied with a smile. Well, let's meet the others before this gets too much rougher, Carl suggested while leading them to the next couple. They walked toward another couple of which Peter and Sarah recognized the man from the bank. I believe you two have met George Stewart from the bank, and this is his wife Petra, Carl said as they approached the couple. Peter first shook hands with George and said, Nice to see you again, George, and thanks again for the good deal on the loan. Oh, no problem, Peter. I know I have to establish a good relationship with you so you can send some more business my way, George replied as he shook Peter's hand. It's nice to meet you, Petra, Peter said extending his hand to Petra. Peter, it is nice to meet you, Petra replied in a German accent. Petra then extended her hand toward Sarah and shook her hand, and asked, Hello Sarah, how are you? I'm doing well. Thank you Petra, Sarah replied. How do you like this town so far? Petra asked both of them. Well, I have been really enjoying it, and I think Sarah is learning to like it as well, Peter replied. Yes, I am starting to like this town, Sarah replied. Carl, get these folks a drink, George suggested with a smile. Oh, I plan to, just one more person then I'll get them set up with drinks, Carl replied. Carl steers them toward Colleen, who was at the food table sampling a few of the snacks. The three of them walked toward Colleen, and she turned to greet them. Sarah could tell she was looking and smiling mostly at Peter. Hello Peter, so glad you could make it, Colleen said with a smile as Peter, Sarah, and Carl stopped in front of them. Hi Colleen, it's nice to see you again, Peter said smiling back to Colleen. Colleen, this is my wife, Sarah, he continued, gesturing toward Sarah. Hello Sarah, Colleen said to Sarah. Hi, Sarah replied with a slight smile. Colleen looked back toward Peter, and asked, Oh, I forgot to ask you if you like the style of the house we appraised today. Yes, I did. It is actually similar to our house, style-wise at least, Peter replied. Really? I'll have to see your house sometime, Colleen commented. Honey, I'm a bit thirsty. Could you get me a drink? Sarah asked as she tried to change the subject. Oh sure, Sarah. Where do you have the bar set up, Carl? Peter asked, looking toward Carl. I have that set up on the kitchen counter. Just follow me, Carl said as he led them toward the kitchen. After reaching the kitchen counter with several liquor bottles and other mixers, Carl asked, what would you like to drink, Sarah? How about a gin and tonic? She replied, feeling a little more relaxed.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the show. I'm Infamous OG 1973, and I am here to get you going on more gaming news and current events that are happening on Home Away from YouTube, as well as Nostalgia Gaming Retro, and just basically in the gaming world altogether. So I hope you enjoy the show. I apologize about not starting out my video series for this season earlier, or starting it out. I'm wondering if I want to just still make this a part of the first season or not, because we had some mishaps in the previous episodes that I had to recover from. So I'm back at it again with more of my gaming streams and podcasts, so that I can get this done. What I try to do is at least get 12 series episodes, and that's where all the craziness comes into play, because I have actually been here. Let me go ahead and post that. I don't know why I keep at least get 12. I keep forgetting to post on X, so it's a live stream. And get it posted so that people know that I'm live right now if they want to watch on there. But what happened is I started out doing my shows on my alternate YouTube channel, which I use basically to go on and watch hot chicks freaking change and do try-on hauls, in lingerie and shit. But I decided that I wasn't going to do that, because my buddy over at Home Away from YouTube asked me if I wanted to do streams for Home Away from YouTube. So I was like, yeah, I can do that. So I started doing them on my other channel, which is Gaming with Infamous, and lo and behold, all of a sudden we get a Home Away from YouTube channel. So I started doing it on there, as well as with Rumble and Odyssey, and then every single person that was involved with that channel lost access to it at some point, you know what I mean? So there I was stuck without being able to put any more videos on that. So basically what I wanted to do is I wanted to get back on this time of the year. Actually, it was supposed to be like around August or September, and I just kept getting overlogged with a lot of things because I've been doing streams, and a lot of people on Twitch and Odyssey and Rumble. Well, not Odyssey, but Rumble especially. You guys know what I'm talking about. I'm always doing streams on different topics and genres. But I wanted to get back into the video game area, because I wanted to continue where I left off. So what happened was I finally decided, you know what, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to stream my shows like I have been, and let everything fall where they may. That way at least I know that I'm getting the streams in, and I'm doing it on my channel now, Gaming with Infamous. So if you guys want to check me out there, you can on Odyssey, YouTube, X, Rumble, and Twitch. So yeah, I have channels on all those. All of them are under Gaming with Infamous 2, except for on X. That's my real name, which is Roger Hanson. So you guys can check me out on there as well. So that's basically how all this started. Now I'm going to continue doing my shows like I was before and get on with it. Now, before I start getting into current events and everything other than what I just did, I am also going to go through and start talking about things that are going on in the gaming community. A lot of interesting things are happening right now in November concerning video games. So I figured I would just get out with it now. The first thing I wanted to talk about is the release of Elder Scrolls 6. Now, earlier I ended up checking into things that are happening, and I ran into some interesting topics that had to do with the release of Elder Scrolls 6. And based on common themes and expectations from the series, along with fans' theories and educated guesses, the initial description I'm providing right now is purely speculative based on common themes and expectations from the series. Okay, things that have happened and everything, and the common themes that have gone on in the past. So what I want to bring up are some things that I've been finding out when it comes to the release of Elder Scrolls 6. It's not scheduled to come out for another 2 years, I believe, but there's a lot of people who believe that they'll possibly come out earlier, and there's also a lot of people who have their ideas on what the next Elder Scrolls is going to be. So I just want to kind of go through it, and kind of explore that. And if you guys have any comments on it, feel free to make comments in this comment section. It's like I said, I am on Skype. The call is open. The same goes with Discord. If you want to join me, you can join me on my channel, Gaming with Infamous on Discord and Gaming with Infamous on Skype. If not, just leave a comment in the comment section and I'll get back with you on that, you know what I mean? So the initial description was the inclusion of a specific narrative elements and gameplay mechanics, such as the introduction of High Rock, political intrigue, and they also are talking about revamped AI in the game. Okay, now High Rock is a province in the continent of Tamriel, known for its rugged mountainous terrains, numerous political factions. It's home to the Bretons, race of humans with a natural affinity for magic and a distinct cultural heritage. High Rock's architecture and cities reflect a distinct cultural heritage. High Rock's architecture and cities reflect a medieval European aesthetic, featuring castles, strongholds, and dense cities. Previous entries in the Elder Scrolls series, such as the Elder Scrolls 2, Daggerfeld, partially explored this region, making it a plausible setting for the next installment. The speculation around High Rock being the setting for the Elder Scrolls 6 largely stems from the game's announcement teaser, which showed a coastal mountainous landscape resembling the geography of High Rock. It would offer a fresh yet familiar setting, allowing Bethesda to expand on lore elements only lightly touched in the previous titles. The Elder Scrolls series is known for its complex political landscape and faction-based storytelling. if Elder Scrolls 6 does focus on High Rock, a region divided into multiple feudal kingdoms and city-states, it would naturally involve significant political machinations. Players might navigate alliances, betrayals, the power struggles among rival lords, and magical factions. In Daggerfall, the setting already explored some political dynamics in High Rock, with players engaging in quests that impacted the balance of power between warring factions. Bethesda may expand on this by integrating deeper storylines involving espionage, assassination, and succession crisis, adding layers of depth to quests and interaction. Now, with that, I do have to kind of get into it and say from my own personal experience that I've dealt with this kind of thing with Elder Scrolls. Okay, now I got involved with Elder Scrolls Online, which I still love the game. I know a lot of people have a problem with it, but I'm not one of those people. Okay. But I do have to say that they came out with the whole concept of multiplayer games, where you can get in there and you can lay siege to cities and stuff of that nature. At first, it was a big deal when they first introduced it, and everybody came flocking to it. And even today, like, I can go into the game and there'll be like fights and stuff there that's taking place, but it won't be on the scale that it was when I first seen it happening. When I first got Elder Scrolls Online, it seems to have become, it was a trend, and it just seems to have died out. And that's something that I see happening there when they do this. Now, this all does sound good, but I do want to point that out, because I thought that was going to turn into something really great, and it really just kind of flopped, you know what I mean? And like I said, you can go in there and you can do fun interactive battles and stuff like that with one another, but it's not as good as what it was when it first came out, just to let you guys know. Now, one of the anticipated features in Elder Scrolls 6 is a more advanced AI system that reacts more dynamically to the player's actions. Given that Bethesda has been gradually improving its AI systems over time, starting with Skyrim and more recently with Fallout 4 and Starfield, Elder Scrolls 6 could take this further by introducing NPCs with more complex behaviors, schedules, and interactions. Now, I'm going to get more into the whole AI aspect of that later on, because here recently, within the last year, since I actually I guess I might have been doing Tech Talk whenever I was doing these too, but I'm not quite sure. But I have another video series that I do on a different channel called Working with Audio and Video, with a guy by the name of Mark Edworthy and Mark Edworthy and Tan Hai Tran, and we've finished off our second season there. And in the second season, it was weird because we started talking about AI, and we really got into the conversation a lot about it, and it made me curious, so I finally dived into it, and I started doing my own little experiments with the AI and what it was actually capable of doing compared to what we're being told, all the hype that you hear on TV and the news and everything, So later on, I would like to get into that whenever I get farther down on the information and stuff. So I have my opinions on it, basically, is what I'm saying. So, but it would be good if they could integrate it into the game, okay? So, for example, AI characters could react to political shifts with High Rock, changing their allegiances and making decisions based on the player's influence in the world. This would create a more organic, reactive world where NPCs aren't just quest givers, but integral participants in the narrative fabric of the games. Bethesda's creation engine 2, which is being used for the Elder Scrolls 6, is expected to support more sophisticated AI behaviors in world systems. Now that would be good if they could do that, because like the one disappointment one of the few disappointments I had with Skyrim was like after you beat the game, everything reset. It seemed what it was is like the Imperial army stayed the Imperial army, even though you freaking overthrew the Imperial army. And the same with the Stormcloaks. If you were an Imperial, then after you beat the Stormcloaks would still be there, you know. And that was something that really kind of irked me, you know what I mean? I just didn't like the idea of that. And I'm not talking about beating the game. I'm talking about where you beat the opposing faction and they still stay there. Whereas, you know what I'm saying? Why are they still there? You know what I mean? Why are the camps still there with the Imperial Guard when you've beaten them, or the Stormcloaks? So that would be a positive thing in my opinion when it comes to the game engine and changing that around. I don't necessarily know if that would have to really do with actual AI behaviors. I mean, well, I guess it could be just part of the game engine too, you know. So I don't know. Now, in addition to AI advancements, fans are hoping for a more interactive world that responds to the player's presence. This could include environmental destruction, altering terrain through magic, or a dynamic economy that fluctuates based on trade and conflict. Implementing these features would elevate the series' focus on player agency and exploration. Now, when it comes to trade, that's one thing that I do have a problem with. Like, when I go in and I make trades, I would like it to where there would be more variety in each of the shops that I go to. But like, whenever I go into shops and I make trades, all of a sudden that stays there and that's it. You know what I mean? There's no change the next time I come in. So that's something else too that I believe is something that would be good from it, if they could actually make it to where when you go into a shop and you want to buy stuff, then it'll be new stuff. It wouldn't be just the same stuff that was there all throughout the game. So now, the Elder Scrolls 6 is expected to be released for Windows and Xbox console in 2026 or later. The game is the sixth main installment in the Elder Scrolls series, following the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim in 2011. Here's some more information about the Elder Scrolls 6 platforms. The game is expected to be exclusive to PC and Xbox. It may also be available on the next generation of Xbox hardware, which is planned for release in 2028. Bethesda teased the Elder Scrolls 6 with a brief announcement video at E3 in 2018. Bethesda game studios and developers of Skyrim and Fallout 4 are currently working on the game, so that they are going to come out with it, and there's a lot of speculation about it. The whole thing about the Xbox Next Generation 2, I did pull up some information about that, but that's going to come later on down the list, so I'll be bringing that up. That's actually a good topic to talk about. Now, after the Elder Scrolls 6, Bethesda will work on Fallout 5, supposedly. now that's what they're saying. They're saying that after they're done with Elder Scrolls 6, then Bethesda is going to follow through with Fallout 5. So hopefully we'll get Fallout 5 too for all you Fallout fans. I just now started doing Fallout, so I can't really call myself a Fallout fan, but I do know that much. I know that I know that they're coming out. They're planning on coming out with Fallout 5 after they're done with Elder Scrolls 6. Okay, so with that being covered, I'm going to move on now, and my next game that I want to bring up is Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty expansion. I'm going to talk about the expansion. Now, the Phantom Liberty expansion for Cyberpunk 2077 has been another major highlight for 2024. After a tumultuous launch in 2020, Cyberpunk 2077 has been a resurgence in popularity thanks to continuous updates and fixes by CD Projekt Red. Now, the Phantom Liberty expansion builds on this momentum by introducing a gripping new storyline set in a previous unexplored district of Night City. The expansion features new characters, factions, and a branching narrative that emphasizes player choices, with Keanu Reeves reprising his role as Johnny Silverhand. Phantom Liberty delves deeper into the world's cybernetic underbelly, tackling themes of freedom, identity, and power. The Expanse has been lauded for its improved mechanics, enhanced combat systems, and refined RPG elements, addressing many criticisms from the base game's initial launch. And I do remember getting feedback on this game. I network with a lot of different people when it comes to gaming, and I never got a chance to play the initial one. I know my son was playing it for a while, and playing it and watching somebody playing it is two different things, you know. He didn't seem to have too many problems when it came to it, but really I never asked him, you know. But I've heard from other people that it was really horrible. They ended up having to go in and really do some major work on the actual base game and putting out this new expansion to the original 2077. So that's something that I did get feedback from. People were saying that this was really a horrible thing that was going on. So, and you know, I'm just to let you guys know and to be clear about it, I'm really not a fan of this game. I like it, don't get me wrong, from what I've seen, but I haven't played it. I do plan to play it here in the near future at some time, but I have absolutely no knowledge when it comes to how the game plays or anything of that nature. I do know, like I said, what my son had gone through and the things he played on there. It looked interesting. It looked alright. So I other than that though, I really don't know what else to say when it comes to that. I've checked the streams. There's no comments in the comment sections, and nobody has joined on Skype or Discord, so we are set and good to go. It seems we are set and good to go. Now I do have a message. Oh, it's from Music Art. Okay, so yeah, like I said, I am on Discord and I am on Skype. If you guys are interested in joining up, you can. I am fine with it though. I'll keep on doing the show, And if you guys are watching and listening to this, or if you end up watching and listening to it later on, feel free to leave a comment in the chat section now, or later on if you're watching it, leave a comment in the comment section, and let me know what your feedback is, so that I can kind of go off of that and maybe get some more good episodes out of this, if there's something that you want to discuss or anything of that nature, So with that, I'm going to go ahead and continue with Cyberpunk 2077, I guess. Now, the expansion features new characters, like I said, and emphasizes player's choice. And then Keanu Reeves, I mentioned that. Now, the Cyberpunk 2077 updates in 2024 are centered around the major 2.0 patch in the Phantom Liberty expansion, which brought extensive changes and new content to the game. Here's an overview of what's new and noteworthy. I'll start out with Cyberpunk 2077 Update 2.0. That revamped the gameplay mechanics. The update includes a complete overhaul of core systems like skill trees, perks, and cyberware management, introducing new abilities such as air dashing and quick hack overclocking. Now, cyberware enhancements have been reworked, focusing more on capacity management rather than being restricted by attribute scores, giving players more flexibility in customizing their character. And that comes from PC Gamer. Now you have improved police system. The update introduced a more dynamic NCPD system that responds more naturally to crimes, including vehicle chases and more realistic police behavior. This system draws comparisons to the police interactions seen in GTA, making it a significant improvement from the base game's teleporting police. And that also comes from PC Gamer. Now, new combat features. The addition of vehicle combat allows players to equip cars with missile launchers and weapons, making chases and street combat more engaging. Also pulled off of PC Gamer. Now, they also have level cap increase and new skill tree. The new skill tree. So the level cap has been raised to 60, and a new relic skill tree with 9 abilities was introduced, focusing on expanding options for those looking to max out their character. And I got all of them from PC Gamer. So pretty much everything I got, I went on PC Gamer and I found out most of it. Phantom Liberty expansion. I'm going to go ahead and get into that. Now, the new district, I'm going to bring up Dogtown. The expansion takes players to Dogtown, a new district in Night City with a darker, more militaristic aesthetic. This zone offers new missions, side gigs, and activities, making it a hub for exploring Phantom Liberty's storyline. The major storyline, the expansion introduces a new narrative involving espionage, conspiracy, and a brand new set of characters. Keanu Reeves reprises his role as Johnny Silverhand, adding depth to the storyline as players navigate high-stakes political drama. Now, expanded arsenal and cyberware. Phantom Liberty adds numerous new weapons, vehicles, and cyberware options, giving players more tools to customize their playstyle and experience the game in new ways. Unique missions and quests. The expansion features a storyline that can take around 18 to 20 hours to complete if players engage in side content and explore the districts fully. Some new quests even offer morally complex choices, making the expansion stand out for its branching narratives and depth. Overall, these updates have reinvigorated Cyberpunk 2017 by addressing many of the criticisms from the original launch and offering a richer, more polished experience. If you're interested in delving deeper into the details, sources like PC Gamer provide a comprehensive breakdown of these changes. Yeah, okay, so now with that, I also want to go into Grand Theft Auto 6 teasers and community speculation. Now, I barely was able to play Grand Theft Auto 5 yet. I've played around with it with my niece and my nephews. I've also messed around with it a few times here and there. I do have to say there are some pretty good things that I did catch on to it, but I mean, I don't really know too much when it comes to Grand Theft Auto 5. Now they're coming out with a Grand Theft Auto 6. So, yeah, I've got a lot of catching up to do when it comes to the Grand Theft Auto thing. So, now Rockstar Games has kept the gaming community abuzz with teasers for Grand Theft Auto 6, while no official release date has been confirmed. While no official release dates have been confirmed, leaks and official trailers have sparked a wave of speculation about the setting, characters, and potential gameplay mechanics. Set to be one of the most ambitious open-world games ever created, Grand Theft Auto 6 is rumored to feature multiple cities, a dynamic weather system, and an evolving crime narrative that spans decades. Now that would be pretty cool. I still love Grand Theft Auto 2, I believe. I really do. I think if they could incorporate all of the cities into one, that would it'd make it worth watching or playing, I should say. I really do like that. So the hype surrounding GTA 6 is also it also illustrates the power of community engagement in modern game marketing. Rockstar's use of social media, cryptic messages, and interactive teasers have kept players engaged, even without a concrete release date. This method of building anticipation is becoming a standard practice for high-profile releases, proving that sustained community interaction is just as important as traditional marketing. Now, I've heard a few people talk about that. I like to go on, or I used to go on RJ Casual's podcast, where a casual hardcore gamer, RJ, casual hardcore gamer, he had a podcast out, and they would discuss the marketing of games and like the quality of games that are being put out, and a lot of what they had to say I do agree on. Like the quality of games that you're getting because of over marketing is just outrageous, you know what I mean? Like people are just going out and they're buying crap games, and the only reason why they're doing it is because of the marketing that's involved. There's actually just crappy games that shouldn't even be released, and they're being released, and people are just buying them up. They're going out of style, So that is one thing that I did agree with whenever I used to listen to them talk. I think that is a big issue that a lot of people have been falling for, and basically get back to making good games. You know what I mean? Take time to work on the game before you release it. You see a lot of these games coming out where they have like beta, where you can buy it in beta and play it before it's released. You know, give that stuff up and just wait. Wait until you have the game done and release it before you throw out your garbage to the general public. I think that those are some issues that the gaming industry does have an issue with. So that is one thing I have to say about it. I don't really buy into this whole good marketing strategies and you know, stuff of that nature. Because that's all that is when they come out and they do the whole freaking, you know, how did they state it? The cryptic messages and interactive teasers. That's all that is. It's just a marketing ploy, you know. So, you know, for me, I don't fall for it. I don't believe in all that stuff. I don't think that's worth wasting my time or effort on. I've even learned through streaming, you know, like whenever they say play games, they say don't go after the high priority games because there's a lot of competition among the streamers. You know, pick a game that people like to play, but it's not one of the top 10 games. You know what I mean? Pick something that's below that when you're just starting out. Now, if you get a big following or something like that, that's a different story altogether. You know, you can pretty much play those and get good views and stuff, but they don't suggest that you go for those high priority games and things of that nature. So, and I think that what it comes down to is all about marketing. You know, these games get pushed out on you, and people just flock to them. And it's the same way with the streamers. The streamers will jump on the bandwagon, and they'll get those freaking high marketed games and say how great they are. You know, and the only reason why they do that is because they want views. It's a marketing strategy. So. Now, with that, I'm going to start up with the rise of new esports tournaments and shifts in competitive gamings. Now, the first one I want to get into is League of Legends World Championship for 2024. Okay, the 2024 League of Legends World Championship. It'll be held in Europe, or it was held in Europe, and the exact details regarding they'll be held in Europe is what it is. I believe they're being held right now. I'm not quite sure. I believe it's coming up right now. And it'll be held in Europe, and the final schedule to take place is to take place in London, is what I've heard. Now, they also say that this year's tournament's format it'll feature a new structure, including a combination of play-ins, group stages, and knockout rounds across multiple locations in Europe, culminating into the grand finale finals. Now, the exact details regarding match dates, locations, and team participation, that's going to be released closer to the events, which I believe it is coming up. I believe that's now in October. I'm not quite sure, but that's what I have found out about them. So I believe they're coming up. I'm not sure if they've already. No, it's the Valorant Championships in 2024, which is already done. Now the Valorant Champions 2024, also known as VCT Champions, is the crowning event of the Valorant esport calendar featuring 16 teams with 4 representatives from each region. The majority of the events was held at the Coex Ardeum in Seoul, Korea. And the event attracted teams from across the globe, each showcasing unique strategies and highlighting the depths of Valorant's tactical gameplay. Now, the final event of Valorant Champions Tour Riot's 2024 tournament circuit, it was done, and the first prize was 1 million USD. It was won by Edward Gaming from China. Second prize, which was 400,000 USD, was won by Team Heretic from Europe. Third prize, 250,000 USD, was won by Leviathan, and he's from Chile. Then the fourth prize, which is 130,000 USD, was won by Sentinels, and that he was from the U.S. here in the United States. And some high stake gaming. I got on Dota 2 and tried that out a while back, and I could not believe how competitive those people are. I mean, these games are just so outrageous, and they're insane. Like, they will kick you off their servers if you suck at those games. I mean, literally, they will penalize you because you're not good at them. You know, that just blows me out of the water when I think about that. You know things are going too far in the gaming communities when people are being kicked off platforms because they don't know how to properly play the game. That's just my take on it, you know. I just, ever since I got involved with that game, I never had the desire whatsoever to go back and play it again after I did it, because, like, they have no. First of all, their games are like, to play those games you have to have like your supercomputers. You can't just play the game with a regular computer. It would literally mess your computer up. And then when you go on there, they have no real good instructions on how to properly play the game. So when you get in there, you're basically lost, and they throw you into these battles. You know what I mean? There you go. That's it. And it turned me off. It turned me off in a really, really bad way. So I don't really get into Dota. Now, when it comes to doing multiplayer games, I have no problem with that. You know what I mean? But I just think there is a point where it goes too far. Now, from what I've seen with Valorant, it's not competitive like that. So don't listen to that when it comes to Valorant. I was just talking about Dota 2. So with that, I'm just going to move on to industry trends and technological innovations. Now, this is where we get to the growth of cross-platform play. One of the defining trends of 2024 is the rise of cross-platform play. Titles like Fortnite, Call of Duty, Warzone, and Apex Legends have led the charge, enabling players across PC, console, and mobile devices to compete seamlessly. This trend is reshaping the multiplayer landscape, breaking down barriers that once segregated gaming communities. And I do have to mention that is one thing that is true. I remember how hard it was to freaking play games on Xbox versus the same game on PC, you know what I mean? And like, Steam was always there, and these companies refused to put their games up on Steam. So I do see that from back in the day whenever that was actually an issue. And like, it really sucked too, because like my nephew Tyler, Ty, he used to play Minecraft, and I used to play Minecraft with my other nephews, Jake and Cody, and we would play on a PlayStation, and then I would go over to Tyler's house and I would see him play the same game on Xbox. And in my personal opinion, I think that the Minecraft version for Xbox sucked compared to the one on PlayStation. And the reason why I say that is because of little issues, like especially with TNT. If you played the game, you know about the TNT, where you can make it and then you can throw it. And then when you throw the TNT, whatever it hits on PlayStation explodes. Okay, whereas on Xbox, if you don't throw, or you can throw it still, but when it hits a wall or something, it'll just bounce off and explode on the ground. Little things like that actually ruin the whole thing, the whole situation. You know what I mean? So that was one thing that I did notice that I did not agree with when it came to these companies preventing you from freaking playing together. And and there were games like that you couldn't play if you had an Xbox because Nintendo wouldn't allow you to use them. But even with that, I still have my issues, and maybe I'll get more into that later on here as I go through and do this and finish up. I believe I have something else written on it too. Now, the benefits of cross-platform play are manifold. It fosters larger player bases, reduces matchmaking times, and allows for more balanced competition. However, it also introduces new challenges, particularly in maintaining parity between different control schemes. Developers are now focusing on fine-tuning these systems to ensure that no platform holds a distinct advantage, promoting fair competition across the board. Now, the one thing that I have an issue with here is and this is another thing that RJ from Hardcore, from Casual Hardcore Gaming, had a conversation with his buddy on his show, and that's kind of what spurred me off onto this idea, because and I didn't research it at the time, but it did make me think about it, and he didn't like the idea of this whole concept of getting on the internet and joining the web, to play games that you could all play together and stuff. And I thought about that, and then after that happened, I finally decided to get more involved and figure out more about this when I found out about Activision's acquisition that was taking place. And one of the stipulations between negotiations was that from the EU, the European Union, was that they would allow the acquisition to take place in the European Union if Activision and maybe, I believe, Xbox and Microsoft too had to get themselves set up on the World Web, I guess it is, Now, I do agree with, the whole parity thing. I went on to double check to make sure what they were talking about, and maintaining parity between different control schemes refers to the effort game developers make to ensure that players using various input methods like controllers, keyboards, and mice have a comparable experience in gameplay. So this is particularly important in competitive gaming, where disparities in control efficiency can influence the outcome of matches. So say if I'm using a keyboard and you're using a controller. You know what I mean? They have this set up to where freaking it maintains parity to where it would be easier for, just as easy to use a controller as what it is for a keyboard, or vice versa. You know, some other device, or you know. So that I do agree with, but then there, what I was talking about there, it kind of delves into a lot of other things, you know what I'm saying, like in their language, you know, promoting fair competition across the board. When they start talking about fair competition across the board, that comes to mind to me, you know, where it's like I don't know, you know what I mean, it just does not feel right whenever I hear it. And that's one thing that I was wanting to mention, but I didn't know that it was going to pop up on that part this soon. But that was what I was talking about earlier, whenever I was just finishing up on the first part of the cross-platform thing, you know. Now, key aspects of maintaining parity: input responsiveness. Developers strive to ensure that actions performed using different devices, such as moving a character or executing commands, yield similar responsiveness. This can involve adjusting sensitivity settings and input lag to match across devices. Now, gameplay balance. It ensures that no single control scheme provides an advantage over others, and that's crucial. Now, for instance, aiming precision might differ between a mouse and controller. You know, so developers may tweak the game's mechanics to level the playing field. You know, and there it goes again, level the playing field, you know. Now, after that we go to user experience. The aim is to create a seamless experience for all players regardless of their preferred control method. This can include customizable settings for each scheme, allowing players to adjust sensitivity and dead zones according to their comfort, which that sounds pretty good. Then they have testing across platforms. Rigorous playtesting with various input devices helps developers identify discrepancies in performance and make necessary adjustments before launch. This approach is significant in multiplayer settings, as games like Fortnite and Call of Duty have adopted cross-platform play while ensuring that players enjoy a balanced, competitive environment regardless of their chosen input method. Okay, now the cloud gaming is what I was talking about. That is what that kind of rung out to me. Now I'm getting into this whole thing, but I'm not really fully educated to what everything is. You know what I'm saying? Now, whereas before they were talking about cross-platform play, I couldn't tell you what the difference between cross-platform play and cloud gaming would be. I mean, for me, it's one and the same basically, because you can get on cloud gaming and basically do the same that cross-platform is. Maybe the only difference is, like, you can go directly from an Xbox to a PlayStation without getting on the cloud. That would be interesting if that's what they're talking about, you know. But I mean, for me, I'm not too sure on what they're talking about there, so that's just purely speculation on my part. But anyhow, the cloud is what I seem to, I really do kind of see, it seems kind of suspicious to me after the whole Activision thing. Why would the EU make it necessary? It was necessary for Activision to be on this cloud gaming cloud gaming platform before they would approve of the Activision merger. with Xbox, I believe it was. No, it was Microsoft. And I thought that was pretty interesting how that worked out. That I did. I thought that was really interesting. Now, cloud gaming has been a hot topic in recent years, and 2024 has seen major strides in this area. Services like Microsoft Xbox Cloud Gaming, NVIDIA, GeForce Now, and Amazon's Luna are expanding their reach, offering higher quality streaming experiences and lower latency. With the 5G networks becoming more widespread, cloud gaming is on the brink of mainstream adoption. The implication of this shift are significant. By eliminating the need for a high-end hardware, cloud gaming democratizes access, allowing more players to enjoy AAA titles without investing in expensive equipment. This development is particularly impactful in regions where gaming PCs and consoles are less accessible, paving the way for a new generation of gamers. Now, for me, gaming PCs might be my term for like supercomputers. The ones I always pick on my son about. Like they always call freaking like the regular, dual core CPU gaming computers as like toasters and shit, or potatoes and everything. So I call them like their supercomputer. You know what I mean? Which, don't get me wrong, my CPU has 8 cores and a GPU, which is the first time I've actually had a game like a computer like that. And now I'm finding out that I need to freaking have more in the freaking in the freaking memory sticks in order to do my shit with Blender and stuff. So it kind of gets to me when I stop and think about that stuff, how crazy that is. So I don't know. I mean, for me, it just I find it just weird. Like, why is that a stipulation that they had to agree on? And like converging all this information on a cloud server. I'm one of those people, man, who I don't agree with that kind of behavior when it comes to the internet or anything like that nature. I would prefer just being able to get the game and download it directly onto my computer and be done with it. So that's just me, that's how I feel. Now, I am lost track of where I'm at. Okay, now additionally, advancements in streaming technology are blurring the lines between gaming and social interaction. Platforms like Twitch and YouTube gaming are integrating more interactive features such as real-time polling, community challenges, and direct integration with games, creating a more participatory viewing experience. Now, I seen that when I found the information, and I wanted to put that up there because it was like they're making it out like this is a new thing. I remember like 2 or 3 years ago they had the same thing going on. I believe they have options on Twitch to where you can actually make it to where the player, while playing the game, has to do certain things. You know what I mean? Like, and they can't do opposite of that. Like, it's a direct thing that you have to freaking do this or you have to do that. So I mean, and they're like challenges basically. But I've seen that for the last 2 or 3 years. So I don't really see that as being anything new, so now After that, I'm going to go into the metaverse and gaming's role in the shaping of virtual worlds. Now, this is something that I have been getting involved with Minds Gaming on Minds.com, and he has been playing around with a virtual world and going through MintMe for cryptocurrency and stuff of that nature. But he also is doing a virtual world on glitch.com, and this is something that really stuck out to me when I was reading it because, well, I'll just go ahead and read what I put up here and see what you guys think. The concept of the multiverse, a shared virtual space where users can interact, work, and play, has gained substantial traction in 2004. Major companies like Meta, formerly Facebook, Epic Games, and Microsoft are investing heavily in developing metaverse platforms, and gaming is at the forefront of this transformation. Titles like Roblox and Fortnite have already begun experimenting with metaverse-like features such as virtual corners, social hubs, and user-generated content. The integration of NFTs, which is non-fungible tokens, and blockchain technology is also being explored, enabling players to own and trade virtual assets across different platforms. However, the rise of the metaverse is not without controversy. Concerns about data privacy, digital ownership rights, and the potential for monopolization have sparked heated debates within the community. As the metaverse continues to evolve, the gaming industry will play a critical role in shaping its ethical and technical foundations. Now, I kind of see that as applying to a lot more things than just the gaming industry, you know what I mean? Because, like, I can see the virtual world getting more and more advanced, and people are going to start flocking to it a lot more. Now, I have heard about the Roblox thing because here recently, Minds Gaming lost his VR world because hubs shut down. I believe it was on Google, but they ended up shutting down, and they're still going. But the people pitched in and started coming up with Hubs Foundation, I believe is what it's called. I've still got them on Discord and everything, and I kind of keep track on what's going on with them. But it is interesting when it comes to that. But yeah, Hubs was a VR kind of setting, which did those kind of things, and it shut down, you know. So he ended up having to go and move on to Glitch and go through Glitch. And I guess my whole point about that is like it's not really as glamorous as what they're making it out to be. Like there are some places that are just shutting down, you know what I mean? The only experience I had before dealing with this stuff was earlier on when I tried to set up my own VR world through VR chat, and with that I had to use Unity and Blender in combination with VR chat. Now all I have to do on Glitch is get on there, and they have all the console there. If I want to add assets, I can go into Blender, create my assets, and then turn them into what file was that? It's a virtual file basically, and I can transfer from my computer directly onto Glitch and be able to incorporate that into my files. You know what I mean? So, but here in a minute I can tell you what they are. I've just got to go into my files and pull it up. I actually still have all of this stuff because I've been working with them on getting it going, trying to. It's a very interesting concept. It's all about coding, so that's the one thing that really gets on my nerves. And plus, with Glitch, they're using A-frame, which is really, really annoying. I'll tell you that right now. It's really, really annoying. So if you do want to plan on doing that, just be aware of that. But yeah, on Blender, what I have to do is I have to create the assets with Blender and then export it out of Blender as a GLB file. And then I take and I upload the GLB file onto Glitch, and then it gets added into it, which is different from what I did when I was doing it with VR chat. And mind you, that could have changed too, because it's been years since I messed around with it on VR chat, and I haven't been on there in quite a while. So what I'm getting at, it's not just video games, you know what I mean? I think virtual reality is going to be a big deal. My youngest son ran around for the longest time thinking that he was doing gaming videos and stuff of that nature, and in reality what he was doing was creating a VR world, and he was actually doing videos with his buddies. And I was like, dude, this is far more than just gaming, you know. You're like creating freaking virtual reality worlds and stuff of that nature. So and there was absolutely no games involved in his videos. So that was pretty cool. Now let me see, I may have gotten myself lost again. Yeah, titles, like, yeah, here we go. Now, Microsoft is reportedly working on the next generation of Xbox consoles. Now, this is what I wanted to talk about earlier on. I said I'll wait till I get here. Now, Microsoft is reportedly working on the next generation of Xbox consoles, maintaining its dual console strategy seen in the current generation. This means there will likely be a follow-up to the Xbox Series X, as well as a handheld device being developed by Microsoft's response to the Stream Deck. The handheld console will likely offer compatibility with Game Pass and other services, potentially serving as a direct competitor to other portable game devices like the Nintendo Switch in the upcoming PlayStation handheld. In addition to these new consoles, Microsoft plans to release updated models of its current hardware, including a 2TB version of the Xbox Series X and a 1TB version of the Xbox Series S, positioning them as refreshed mid-cycle options for consumers. This next generation console release is rumored to be in preparation for Xbox's 25th anniversary and will aim to compete against the future PlayStation 6. Microsoft is launching 3 new Xbox Series X, S console options in October. There's the $449.99 white discless Xbox Series X, a 2TB Galaxy Black Special Edition Xbox Series X priced at $599.99, and a $349.99 1TB Xbox Series S. Now, I hope that made any sense to you guys when I read that, because it got confusing to me. So now, the future of gaming, what to expect in 2025 and beyond. Looking ahead, several key trends are expected to shape the gaming industry. Hello. Now, looking ahead, several key trends are expected to shape the gaming industry in 2025 and beyond. First, artificial intelligence, AI, will become more prominent, enhancing NPC behavior, procedural content generation, game testing. AI-driven characters will become more lifelike, providing players with richer, more immersive experiences. Second, the push for inclusivity and accessibility will continue to gain momentum. Developers are incorporating more customized options to accommodate players with disabilities, such as customizable controls, visual aids, and audio descriptions. These efforts are making games more inclusive and welcoming to a broader audience. Lastly, the convergence of gaming with other forms of media such as film and television will continue. Gaming adaptations are becoming more common, with titles like The Last of Us and Arcane setting a high bar for storytelling and production quality. This convergence is likely to blur the lines between interactive and passive entertainment, giving rise to new hybrid forms of media. And right there, I have an issue with that because I personally have been dealing with a lot of this AI, and I think a lot of what they just said there was a load of shit. So, hello, Mark. I see you there. It's weird. Hello, Mark. I see you there. I seen you come in, so did you hear the last part of that?
No, I didn't. I was more curious. I only just received your Skype notification, actually, so I was just curious just to see how this one's going.
Well, I finally got my first episode for the gaming one set up. This year. I did it last year, and I was wanting to get it started back in September, because that's, I think, the first round when I did it was back in September of last year with Karma. And I went through, I got everything pretty much laid out, and now I don't have crazy Karma with me driving me nuts. So things went smooth, man.
And actually, I wanted to try out this because this is, if you notice, I mentioned on Skype the other day, I had to replace my mic because the capsule died on the last one. Mm-hmm. And yeah, this first time I just put this one on.
Well, I'm glad you
to
stopped.
Make sure it's working.
Glad you stopped in though, because like I brought it up in the stream earlier, which we are streaming, just so you know. But I brought it up how we kind of got into the AI thing on Tech Talk. You know what I mean? And I believe that we did a really good job when it comes to like exploring all of it and everything.
With your and Tan's help, it was an extremely interesting set of discussions.
Yeah, it really was. Now, one thing I do have to say though, like when it comes to the AI, like they're really they're bolstering it up a lot higher than what it really is. Like you always talk about, like it's just a matter of commercialism. You know what I mean? They're just trying to push the product.
Well, it's the latest fad word, isn't it? Fad term.
Yeah.
Marketers will just push the concept just because it's fashionable.
Exactly.
Much like cloud and cloud being the most obvious one.
Well, exactly. And like in the topic, I brought up the whole thing of game cloud, and I remember. I don't know if you remember me bringing it up a couple times, where I find it odd that the EU made it a stipulation that Activision had to put their games on this game cloud in order.
I think that was more related to competition law as well than any sort of member. If you're a member of the, if you are most parliamentarians are old enough not to understand or have very little understanding of the technology.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you hear it in the language that's being put out too. Like I've just realized here doing my research on on this episode about like when they start talking about the compatibility between controllers and keyboards on the actual server. You know what I mean? But then they put terminology in that kind of makes you leery because you get this idea that they're freaking, you know, actually alluding to you need to get on the freaking platform, you know, this cloud system, this cloud gaming, you know. It seems
Software as a service or platform as a service.
Yeah, you know.
Pass, yeah. Again, as you know, I wrote an article back in 2018, 2019, specifying each element of what the cloud is.
Yeah. And I think we went through that too, actually.
Yeah.
We Now, what I was talking about, like here, right? They're talking about testing across platforms. Rigorous play testing with various input devices helps developers identify discrepancies in performance and makes necessary adjustments before launch. That's basically the kind of terminology or where they're going with it, and they'll throw like terminology in it that fairness. You know what I mean?
Yeah, as you know, I read a lot of legislation and related documents. I sometimes scratching my head, wondering what the hell they actually mean.
Right.
Because again, some of the language is so obscure.
Yeah, and they
not relevant to the actual subject.
Exactly. Like here they have balanced competitive environment. You know, so players can enjoy a balanced competitive environment.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay. This is the interesting thing with Valve and their cooperation with they own Steam, don't they? Steam and Steam Decks and also their sort of extra work with the community Wine project, bringing a lot of Windows-based games over to Linux-based platforms.
Well, if they can do that, that would be a good thing, because that's why I bitch about Linux all the time. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, they've been making a lot of news within the last, 4 or 5 years.
Well, if they can do it, I'll be fine with it. But I mean, don't throw up all this this crazy language in the.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And stuff like that. I would be perfectly fine if they could get it to where you could get it set up to play the same games on Linux that you can get from Windows. That'd be excellent.
Just look at my own workstation. At the moment, I've got the entire set of Command and Conquer games, which I purchased not that long ago, which are mainly Windows and DOS applications. Remember, I'm running Linux, running OpenSUSE, and they run fairly smoothly, with maybe a few issues with screen resolution. But that's due to the older games and the 16 by 10 by ratio issue. I've got the last version of Deus Ex, Mankind Divided, which again is what is technically a Windows game.
Yeah.
An adventure game called Green full chapters. Again, Windows, which runs nicely on Linux. Mass Effect, the entire series, I've yet to test it fully out. That one. Eaglesoft's X Rebirth and X4, which are technically Windows games.
No.
That one smoothly on Linux.
Mass Effect is a pretty big game. That's gonna be fun for you right there. I've been in one.
I've got the legendary version, so I've got all 3 episodes.
That's pretty good.
Plus all the DLCs.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I want to try out Cyberpunk 2077.
I just covered that on here too, and I like that was one of the things that I was wanting to cover about. Like they had the new release out for the expansion and everything. And
I've been watching. As I mentioned to you the other day, I subscribed to Let's Play YouTube channels, and both of them have been playing through the latest expansion.
I've heard pretty good things about it. I haven't been able to play. I haven't even been able to play any of them. My son played them. You know what I mean? And I haven't been able to get around them. I've been backlogged with a lot of games, like from games that I was supposed to finish 2 years ago. That's what I've been. That's what I've been.
Here. Funny enough, I bought Dreamfall chapters when it was released in 2017, 2018.
Yeah.
2018, and I only finished it last year.
That's great.
I don't get very much time to play games, so.
Well, it's just the overwhelming amount. Like I have old John sending me games and with stream keys and stuff, and then I have like old games that I played with my nephews whenever they were growing up that I wanted to put out. So I started streaming them, and it's like a freaking waiting list on all the games. I just finished playing Skate 3.
Okay.
And it took me a year to do it.
Okay, fair enough. Again, I'm a big fan of the old point-and-click adventure games, and managed to get hold of Space Crash and the complete set of Monkey Island not that long ago.
Yeah.
I've got it stored here, but I've not actually run either of them.
No, I know Rapid is wanting to do Monkey Island. He mentioned it before. I think he's got something planned up on that. And now, when it comes to like the current events on what's happening with Home Away from YouTube and Rapid Glitch, this would be a good time to bring that up. He's starting to kind of. He's getting more modern, I guess you could say. He's kind of getting cool now. You know what I mean? He's decided that he's going to like bend a little bit and go from retro to actual just regular games. You know?
Okay.
And
being a person that still enjoys the old text adventure.
Right.
Yeah. Who gets thereby enough.
But he started up a new live streaming channel that he's going to do, and I'm going to do the live streams. Zach, Disney Magic Zach's going to do the podcast. Then we're all going to do live streams. So I can, if you want me to, I can tell him that you've got freaking Monkey Island, because I'm pretty sure he'd like to do that with some.
Yeah, the complete set. I think it's 4 or 5 games.
Yeah.
I played the first 2 back in the 90s on an Amiga, funnily enough.
Well, it's a freaking iconic game.
Yeah.
If you've played freaking video games.
I bought it new. I think the second one new just only a couple months after it was released.
That's pretty cool. You see?
Showing my age now.
Don't worry about it, man. Rapid keeps talking shit on me because I keep telling him about Defender and shit. And then he's like, Defender, because he's Scottish, you know. And he's like, I finally had to tell him after I met him how old I was, and he couldn't believe it. He's like, oh my goodness, what are you still doing playing video games, you old man?
I still play Pac-Man occasionally. I've got there is a KDE QT version of Pac-Man that I play quite often.
No, I have my limits. I mean, no, I can play like the revised version, but if they get you into that one that had the freaking just a straight square, you know what I mean, where it had all the and there was no going out the sides, you know what I mean. You remember the original?
Okay, yeah.
The original. I can't.
I can't remember the original on arcade machines.
It used to annoy me because like you had to do it on the keyboard, and like when you did the directional button, if you didn't hit it on the corner just in time, then freaking you got stuck in the corner.
Okay, I'm thinking of full sort of arcade machines with joysticks, the old joysticks.
Well, see, there used to be an old what was it? It was Macintosh, wasn't? No, it wasn't Macintosh. The old, yeah, it might have been Macintosh.
I played the old Atari sort of wood finished thing back in the 80s.
Mm-hmm. I remember.
I remember what model.
The one I played, I remember my uncle used to have it next to his computer, and he would get so mad at us because frickin' we would sneak into his room and frickin' play his video games. And he said, I told you not to go in there unless I'm in there, you bastard. Get out of there.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And we'd sneak in there and play his video games and shit. But he had one of those old computers that he did it on, in Asteroids. That was his big game. He loved Asteroids. But
yeah, I think I probably played Pac-Man and Asteroids first. No, I first discovered Asteroids on a PC B. I think it was B. Either B or Master. Probably Pac-Man a lot on a Commodore 64.
yeah, Commodore. That's the one I was thinking of. Commodore, the old.
Okay, it would be the Commodore 64,
Yeah.
128, 16, or PET. Yeah, PET.
I was too young to realize which one it was, but I knew it was a Commodore. I do know it was. I couldn't remember the name of it, but it was. I know it was a Commodore.
Weirdly enough, Commodore didn't really have that much success in the US. They created a load of business machines, but as far as entertainment computers, they didn't really have very much success in the US, unlike in Europe, which they, especially in the UK, they sold millions of units.
It took me until later on when I got older to figure out what that was all about, though. And like I found out there was a lot of things to take into consideration because you had freaking Atari coming out, and they were a Japanese-based game, and like the internet gaming actually would have came out a lot sooner if it wasn't for console gaming's hitting the industry the way they did. You know what I mean? Because
I would argue that it was only quite recently that we've had sufficient bandwidth. When you consider a lot of these 8-bit machines, remember the public accessible internet was, or the web, let's say, wasn't produced until 1994.
Well,
so this is
you got
we are now in the 16-bit era.
Now, what I found out was it was what really screwed them over the most. It wasn't just competing with the freaking console games coming out. but it was also freaking trying to. They wanted to incorporate their video games with freaking chat, and
I think maybe companies like AOL and CompuServe may have experimented with this concept.
they're the ones that eventually was the ones that put them out of business. Like it was all about.
AOL died, was taken over, acquired by Yahoo, and then in the mid 2000s they sort of just died.
Mm-hmm. It's something else. So when it comes to this episode, we've done pretty good. I was able to get you in there. We got an hour and a half recording, man. So this is pretty good. Before we end this, man, let everybody know who you are, man.
Sure. Mark Edworthy. You can find me on minds.com at minds.com/Medworthy.
All right. Thank you for showing up and having a conversation with me, man. And I appreciate everybody who is currently not watching, but will eventually watch the live stream. And thank everybody for leaving comments if they do. So with that, I'm going to end the stream and say thank you. Goodbye. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Gaming with Infamous. Today I am back with Mark Edworthy, and we are going to start off with another topic. This is something that I've been wanting to do actually for a while, because me and Mark keeps having these crazy conversations about the history of gaming and the internet. So I was looking around, and I tried to come up with some of the best information I could come up with, and so far from what we've been having a conversation about before the stream started, or the show started, I think I'd done a pretty good job, because he's come up with some good stuff to have a talk about too. So tonight what we're going to do is we're going to start a conversation that's going to be about the genesis of gaming. What do you think about that, Mark? That was pretty cool, wasn't it? How I called it the genesis of gaming.
The
Genesis. You see, but this is going to be going down a road, and we're going to have more episodes on this too, by the way, because we were just previously talking about cloud gaming, and a lot of this stuff does kind of intertwine with one another. To really get a full story of all this stuff, you have to go back to the beginning, and that's where I wanted to start out with the genesis of gaming. So tonight we are going to talk about the history of gaming and where it all came from and the things that were involved. I've came up with some notes that I did post on Discord and on Skype. If anybody's interested in checking them out later on, they have wiki links for a lot of the stuff that I brought up. But also Mark pointed out some things too that I think we should discuss. And with that being said, I'm going to introduce Mark. This is Mark Edworthy, and if you want to say hi, Mark, say Mark.
Hi. Hi, people.
So, today, what I want to do, like I said, is start out with the genesis of gaming. Now, what I want to talk about is the arcade beginnings in early consoles back in the 1970s. The story of gaming begins in arcades, where titles like Pong started out in 1972. Now, I do have the links for that, like I said, on Discord and Skype if anybody wants to check them out. Now, you had Pong and you had Space Invaders, which was in 1978. Now, these were coin-operated machines, and they laid the foundation for gaming, okay? And even today, they consider them as a cultural phenomenon. The what do they call that freaking place? It's here in the United States where they freaking are supposed to. You can help me out on this, Mark. It's the one where they put historical stuff into it. Yeah.
Museum?
No, it's the national thing. I keep forgetting the name of it.
Smithsonian?
The Smithsonian, yes.
Okay.
Now, a lot of people don't know that, but like it's actually is it's considered a freaking phenomenon behind, you know what I mean? So it actually made it to the point where they freaking, I believe it was Pong that they actually inducted into the Smithsonian because of how significant it was to the gaming world, basically. And I can double check on that, but I'm pretty sure it was Pong, to be fair.
Sounds right, yeah.
And the whole thing with Pong too that I found that was really, really interesting is the story that went behind it. Now, I had pulled up my notes and stuff about it. Space Invaders, you know, that was a fun game. Don't get me wrong, okay? But when it comes to games and the stories that go behind it, you have to start out with Pong first, because the conversation that me and Mark and sometimes Tan High Train gets caught up in it, where we talk about a lot of the controversial stuff that took place when it comes to like the gaming wars back then and what was really happening behind the scenes. And that's kind of where we're going to go tonight. Like I said, it was a cultural phenomenon, and around the same time that Pong came out, oh, excuse me, I burped. Magnavox, I believe it was in 1972, came out with Magnavox Odyssey. Now this was the world's first home console, and for me, this is just my take on it, but I think that was where it was the decline of what we would eventually have had when it comes to internet gaming, because there were people who were actually working on trying to create internet gaming during that time period, but it was slowed down because of the creation of console gamings. This is the beginning of it, because, and I do say the beginning because later on they did come out with freaking other consoles that really just, it was the end to the whole idea of having internet gaming sooner than what they had it. So before we get started deeper into this, what's your take on Magnavox Odyssey, Mark?
I'm just looking through the Wikipedia page now, and I haven't seen this device in many years, and I've never actually seen one in flesh, so to speak. Again, I have not seen this machine in many years.
No, I've never even seen it before, to be honest with you.
I've seen things like images of it on
the thing that
magazines and stuff, but yeah.
The thing that got me about it was that I remembered a long time ago when I was younger, there was movies that came out like war games, okay, and there was always this kind of like gaming conspiracy theory that was out about the military using games for experimentation and stuff like that, you know. And it wasn't until later that I started learning about Magnavox Odyssey and the people who were involved with it. Now, the thing that I actually learned, and I like I said, I pulled it up into the the links that I posted. But I learned about companies like Sanders Associates, and I do have a Wikipedia on there. Now, they were involved with the Pong, which came out. I believe the guy's name was Alan Alcorn. He was an American engineer and computer scientist. Now, he was known for creating Pong. He was one of the first video game engineers who came out with it, and he came out with it in 2009. Now, he was actually chosen by IGN as one of the top game creators of all time, just so people know, you know what I mean? And the reason why I bring him up was because after that, he ended up getting in trouble, or not him necessarily, but Atari ended up getting in trouble with Magnavox Odyssey, who came out with their version of Pong, and I believe the game was actually called Ping Pong or some crazy shit like that.
Yeah, I think that's after the Korean bats game with bats, isn't it?
Yeah, and what happened was this was the beginning of the gaming wars, in my opinion. That's the term that I like to coin it, is the gaming wars, where Magnavox went head to head against Atari because of the game Pong. Now,
What year?
this was supposed to be in 1972, I believe.
Okay.
Wait, hold up.
So really, the first day or first software intellectual property legal fight.
Yeah, it was back in 1972 when all of this happened. I believe it's 1972 when Pong first came out. Now these two games ended up having a rivalry over Pong, and I remember that Magnavox ended up suing them over the intellectual rights, I guess is what you'd call it. And
intellectual property.
and the game, or Magnavox's hardware, it was designed by a small team that was led by Sanders Associates. Now, this is what led me down the rabbit hole when it comes to what I was talking about before with war games. If you guys are old enough to remember that movie, the Sanders and Associates was a defense contractor in Nashua, New Hampshire, and they started out in the United States. They started out in 1951 until it was finally sold in 1986. So that's the thing about them. They've been around a lot longer than what the video games were. You know what I mean? So hold on a minute. I have got to hold on a minute. I'll be right back. Okay.
something I was just reading about was the Odyssey was the people that created the first ever light gun, rifle, which became famous when Nintendo created one in the 80s,
Yep.
which was based on the original 1970s model.
And if you remember too, it came with the original gaming console too.
Yeah, Duck Hunt.
Yep, Duck Hunt.
Which most people would recognise. Most people of our generation would recognise, at least.
Mm-hmm. That was something that really stuck out to me too on that one. Now with me, what really sent me down the avenue was when it came to Sanders and Associates. Now Sanders Associates, like I said, it was it started out in 1951 and it was sold in 1986. It's now part of the BAE Systems Electronics and Integrated Solutions. Now BAE Systems comes from England. You're part of the neck of the woods.
UK defence contractor.
Mm-hmm. It concentrates on developing and manufacturing electronic systems, notably aircraft self-protection systems and tactical surveillance and intelligence systems. And I remember I was actually doing research on some of this in some of my weirder, stranger, content that I have, where it starts talking about like air-to-ground missiles. Like, they've gotten to the point now to where they can actually find targets through satellite and be able to target them from satellites in outer space. And they'd have ground missiles that would fire off of vehicles if they had them on vehicles, or just stationary ones, and they could hit the target.
I'm not sure about specialized satellites, but I believe it's just standard GPS.
Well, today, yeah.
So 8 GPS in the UK and wherever the equivalent is in the US, I remember.
Well, today, yeah, it's no big deal. You know what I mean? But, like, what I'm getting at is all of that started because of stuff like this. You know what I'm saying? These people were the ones who were involved in all of that. And I find that that's pretty interesting when it comes to all of it. Now, it also, like with the BAE systems, the Northern American, the BAE Systems Inc. is the Northern America subsidiary for the British Global Defence Contractors, BAE Systems PLC. So you've got a subsidiary company here in the United States, or in the North American areas, which is most likely in Canada too, as well as here in the United States, and they're also connected to England.
They're all related to all Five Eye countries, so mostly Europe as well, for France especially.
And for me, it just kind of goes back to like my memories of back then. I remember, and it wasn't just television either. It was news and media, but on TV they even talked about it, where kids were getting arrested for hacking into government information, you know what I mean? And they were freaking being arrested by freaking the United States. Here in the United States, they were being arrested, and some of them ended up getting their rights to be on computers taken away from them, you know what I mean?
What, in the 70s and the 80s?
Yes. And
okay.
It was a big deal back then. And they were hunting them down with military forces and busting into doors and shit,
I'm sure it wasn't. A lot of it was just a sort of propaganda witch hunt type job.
I think that it's odd that became such a popular topic. If you really stop
Oh
and
yeah,
think.
yeah, that's what I mean. It was just a sort of a scare tactic, sort of a lot of how many convictions were there compared to the rest.
Well, with me, I've never actually looked up how many convictions there were. You know what I
Well,
mean? But
I mean, anybody can get arrested, but if you haven't done the crime, you can get convicted.
well, I knew that it was actually a big topic all the way up until like the late 80s. It kind of faded away in the 90s.
Okay, yeah, I'm just wondering how much of it is sort of old wives' tales, sort of scaremongering sort of things.
Well, when you stop and think about it, it also implies that freaking the government had their hands in a lot of information that was there, and that people were actually able to tap into government information. So the first question on my mind is, why is there freaking government information available to people publicly?
You're making an assumption that they did tap into that information. Like I said, just because there's arrest doesn't mean that people have done those illicit crimes.
Hold on, what was you saying? You kind of like blurred out there for a second.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I've lost my track of thoughts. Yeah, I was sure there was a lot of stories of people getting arrested. If there isn't any convictions, and there was no crime.
Well, I mean, I could.
So I'm just saying how much of this is actual factual, and how much of this is just sort of media hype, scare stories of the time.
Now, during the 1970s and 1980s, that would be the big question to find out, because it's like I said, I mean, it actually became a big topic. This, like today, everybody's so used to having the internet, they don't even think about it. You know what I mean? And you can't even talk to younger people about this because they don't really remember stuff like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not even a part of their thought process, to be honest. But like the older generation, I mean, they remember this stuff. It was something here in the United States that was actually a big deal. And they I don't know if you've ever watched like shows like The Great American Hero, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. Do you remember that movie?
No.
Now, they actually had a show on there, an episode I remember, where it was about a kid who was hacking into like bank accounts and stealing money out of the bank, you know what I mean? And they always tried to connect that somehow to him being a gamer, you know what I mean? Then you...
Yeah. So yeah, it reminds me of the Hillary Clinton did something similar a couple of years ago, didn't she? She conflated gaming. She conflated things like Grand Theft Auto with actual real murders and real crimes.
Mm-hmm. Now, what I found out just now was, like, in the 70s, a lot of the hacking incidents on early hackers was mostly academic institutes and research.
If we're talking about the so-called internet at the time, you were looking at either telex machines, which not very practical, not very common in the US, or BBS systems, or as far as universities concerned, colleges concerned, and the US military, that'd be ARPANET.
Right. Now, they said that there was little to no legal consequences for their actions, and that was mostly because law enforcement wasn't well equipped to handle or even identify computer-related crimes. So it led to like minimal arrests, you know.
Yeah, but there are still things like sedition crimes or sedition laws.
Well, I mean, even identifying, the related crimes, they had a hard
Okay.
time to even identifying it. So, like, a person could go out and actually hack into a bank account and steal money, and there was a little chance that they would get busted for it. You know what I mean?
Still theft, technically.
If you could figure out who did it.
If I was a copper, if I was a police officer, at that time I would consider it as electronic theft. So it would still be theft.
Now, I do have names of some of the people who were arrested, the notable ones. It says that, when personal computers started coming out, and then the proliferation of networks, hacking became more widespread. And that's when law enforcement began to take notice. And
I had a argument with somebody some time ago, and I do not like the term hacking, because hacking just means modification of software or hardware. So if I, let's say, stick a new battery in this phone, that's technically hacking.
You're a hacker. You hacker. Mark's a hacker.
If I don't know,
Well, you're lucky.
replace a flint in this lighter, well, that'd be hacking.
Well, you're lucky that
Right.
you're not freaking saying that shit in the 1970s, buddy. They'd have freaking stormed your house and taken you to freaking jail, man. Took away your rights to be on a computer.
It's just a modification of a device.
Mm-hmm. Now, Kevin
So
Mitnick.
if you okay, that rings a bell.
Kevin Mitnick in 1981. He was one of the most famous hackers. He was first arrested in 1981 for stealing computer manuals. His later exploits would make him a central figure in discussions about cybersecurity. So yeah, this would have definitely something to do with you, because you're big on the whole copyright or the terms of services and stuff.
But stated in manuals is still technically only legally speaking theft.
Well, I mean, that's what they said. He was a famous hacker. His first one was just stealing computer manuals. That's all he wanted.
Okay, that's not hacking in your definition of hacking. That's theft.
That
Nothing
was
more, nothing less.
That was in 1981.
Right.
Back when hacking was a word. It wasn't just, this trendy thing that you read on Wikipedia that said frickin' it was just altering frickin' something to another thing. Like now on
Yeah, your definition of hacking comes from mainstream media
Mhm.
rather than a much more academic usage of that term.
Okay, now have you ever heard of the 414 case?
Potentially, it rings a bell.
It was in 1983. Now this was a group of teenage hackers from Milwaukee. They were known as the 414s, and they broke into several high-profile computer systems, including Los Alamos National Laboratory. Their actions led to a congressional hearing on hacking and some arrests.
Okay.
Does that sound familiar to you? St. Alamos.
Rings a bell.
Okay, now Legion of Doom and Masters of Deception. Does that sound familiar? Dude, you're
Sounds like sounds like one of the sort of early 90s sort of cracking software duplication sort of groups.
I mean, dude, you're the one with like a computer background. You should know this shit. I mean, seriously, dude, what's wrong with you? It's like, dude, like Legion of Doom. You know what I mean? I'm sitting around working on computer software. I think if I hear the name Legion of Doom, it's gonna stick in my brain, and I'm gonna remember.
You remember the phase back in the early 90s and late 80s where you had all these small groups come up, and you had these software organizations or developers, development houses producing software with sort of copy protection methods in the software. And you had these number of groups that were duplicating the games and then using extra code to remove the security functionality or the hacking. Yeah, reminds me of that sort of thing.
That's probably what it is, man. I mean, when you stop and think about it. Well, I can tell you that these were two prominent hacker groups, okay? And they were involved in various activities back in the 1980s. They said that several members were arrested during like raids, and this is where they started raiding freaking houses and stealing people's shit off their computers and making it to where they couldn't be on the computers anymore for a certain amount of years. They were busting the masters of deception, the Legion of Doom.
Was that technically what you were terming as hacking, or was that just issues of duplication of software and reselling of software?
Well, see, what it was is that they weren't stealing; they were just altering.
But technically, at the time, legally speaking, it wasn't stealing.
They were,
because stealing is the removal of property from the owner, and they were duplicating, not removing the property.
So what happened?
This is where I don't know if you remember the Federation of Anti-Software Theft. That organisation that is still around. But in the 80s, they were very popular. They were US UK joint venture group, and at the time, the reselling duplication of software or intellectual property was never considered, legally speaking, to be theft. But obviously, the Federation of Anti-Software Theft treated it as theft. And then I've got an entire post on this actually on mine, so dig it out and say. It was amusing because they were claiming that people could report these organisations for stealing software when there was no actual theft, no stealing actually happening.
Now, have you ever heard of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act? The CFA?
The what?
Computer Fraud and Abuse Act?
That's a US thing. Yeah, I'm familiar.
No, it was in 1986, and that was introduced to address the rising computer crimes. And it was what marked the beginning of like systematic tracking and prosecution of hacking cases. Now, when that went into effect, they still weren't able to be able to properly prosecute anybody for hacking or for, modifying things like you said. I like how you said it because you're a lot smarter and say it a lot better. But altering things, but it still wasn't able to do what they wanted it to do. Because even today, it's hard for them to determine exactly how many people were arrested and prosecuted for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Again, arrest is one thing. Prosecution is is a completely different thing.
They have
Yeah.
they have incomplete records even. You know what I mean? Like they can't even tell you, like, going to the records, this is how many people that were prosecuted for hacking, because they don't have the information. You know?
Which is weird because all prosecution should be publicly available.
Well, that's where we
That's
where we
there's a severe national security issue.
yeah, see, we're going back to the original conversation of what I was talking about. You know, you had Magnavox Odyssey, you had the BAE, and this all started out with Pong. You know, and this started out with Pong. That was actually a part of government research before that it was involving the universities and the colleges. And this goes all the way back to the 1950s. You know, so I mean, it kind of makes you think, like, they don't even have complete records to talk about cybersecurity law enforcement back then. Now they did say that they estimated it to be in the dozens to low hundreds worldwide.
Okay.
So, but and they said that the majority of it occurred in the 80s as hacking activities and awareness increased, which I think that was probably more likely that they created systems that could do a better job of tracking hackers. You know what I mean? It was probably happening even more back in the 70s, but then they got better at tracking and prosecuting people who did it in the 80s. Because, I mean, you think about it,
I think a much more it's a word for what you're describing, and to use a more modern word would be fracking or freaking.
Freaking?
Fracking. Yeah. PHRAKING.
Okay, so we'll start using the word fracking.
Yeah, well, than hacking, because hacking has got a much more academic meaning. Hacking, again, if you want to stick a extra light on your car, that's just technically a form of hacking.
Yeah, so
if you want, well.
So we would call it fracking. Or facking.
Yeah, with PH.
Yeah. So that sounds good. I'll try to remember that, but for some reason in my head the word hacking just seems to stay there. You know what I mean? Like, I can remember that, but if I remember to say facking.
I mean, you could make the argument that hacking is all related to the so-called right to repair movement that we see in that moment. Lewis Wasserman and so forth, being able to repair, modify, and use the devices that you own for your own purpose.
That's cool. Now, with it, the whole thing with the BAE thing, you know, I find that it's interesting that they had a subsidiary group here in North America. I guess that you could call it a subsidiary. Yeah, and then they had another one in England, you know, and that these people were actually developing missile systems and shit like that, and aeronautics and stuff. Now, the most interesting thing about these people is the fact that they ended up acquiring a lot of powerful freaking companies. Like, they now have Lockheed. They own that, and they also own. They acquired Boeing. They're commercial electronics.
Do they own it, or are they just part share on all those?
No, I know they acquired Boeing Commercial Electronics.
Okay.
No, that was for $66 million, and that would be 36 million euros.
At the present, at the country.
Yeah. And what's interesting to me is they own both Lockheed and they own Boeing Commercial Electronics. Now these were the players, like I said, that came out with Magnavox Odyssey, and that was the beginning of the gaming consoles. And this is just over, Pong, that's how much I was talking about like that, and it really sticks out to me whenever I stop and think about it, like the shows that came out concerning war games and stuff like that. Because I do remember it. It was really pushed a lot in the mainstream during those time periods, and like you wouldn't get this kind of a conversation from people who were even in their 30s. You know what I mean? Because they were playing games like freaking like Rapid. He plays freaking the Adventures of Zelda. You know what I mean? And a lot of them were made back in like the 90s.
Yeah,
So,
we're talking more about the 8-bit era.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like they wouldn't even know about this kind of stuff.
But they are the 16-bit generation.
Yeah. So it's pretty interesting when I sit there and I think about it. Now even though that kind of technology is rudimentary, for today's standards, you got to realize that these early systems, they introduced millions to the idea of interactive entertainment. All right. Now, the thing is, though, that the industry faced a significant limitation, which was isolation. Now, players couldn't only they could only compete against nearby opponents or the computer itself. They couldn't go worldwide when it came to these console games.
Again, we're looking at systems like BBSs, bulletin board systems, and like telex systems, where you could, in theory, compete with people worldwide or remotely.
Now, at this stage, though, we're talking about Magnavox. We're talking about Midway games.
Okay,
calm down. You're breaking up.
But in the UK, we call systems like Prestel. France has had a system similar to Prestel. US never really got into the entire telex concepts, but built-in board systems.
Yeah, and see, that's what I was wanting to get into next, was because like here we're talking about basically Atari, we're talking about Magnavox, and then all of a sudden you had the rise of the internet gaming. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure you can call it the internet per se.
Well, we'll hold off on that one and talk about the internet versus the web, because I know you want to talk about that. That's definitely going to happen.
Sorry, when I said telex, I meant telescript.
Mm-hmm.
So,
now this with the internet gaming, it has academic roots, and that goes between the 1970s to the 1980s. The earliest form of internet gaming emerged not from commercial enterprises, but from academia. Networks like ARPANET allowed researchers to connect computers across institutions. Now, ARPANET is what gets things a little bit more interesting, because I know you like to talk about how cool the web is and stuff like that, but this predates the web. This is the beginning of
Well, you could argue it's the precursor to the internet.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
and they were using ARPANET through educational systems with these games as research, and that
it's the usage of TCP/IP.
right.
So where the internet is based on TCP/IP, UDP, but yeah, ARPANET sort of created the concept of TCP/IP.
It was the first wide area packet switch network.
Yeah.
With it distributed control, and one of the first compiler networks to implement the TCP/IP protocol suite. So it was one of the first ones to implement the TCP/IP. Now this is like the beginning, you know what I mean? Like, where it all started. This is before the debate between what is the internet or what is, the web. So we're talking straight up internet here, you know what I mean? And ARPANET was where the academic research into gaming was taking place. Now they call ARPANET the Advanced Research Project Agency. Okay. Now that was changed to the infamous DARPA. Okay, in the United States Department of Defense. So they were taking these games and they were allowing college students to play these games, these academics. And DARPA was freaking the ones that freaking started that stuff. They're the ones that set it up to where they could connect TCP and IP protocols and allow students to...
Not sure if it was DARPA per se, because there was a lot of universities that were, US colleges and universities that were doing sort of independent projects anyway.
And this is where we have to come to what you were talking about before the show. With we were talking and you said MIT, right? You had some, some comments.
MIT was well known for MIT is well known for sort of organizing and creating standards. Yeah, creating standards, early standards.
Now, the thing that I've been learning about ARPANET and DARPA is that they've actually changed their names throughout the years. Like at one point they were ARPANET, then they switched to DARPA, and then they went back to ARPA, and then they switched back to DARPA.
ARPANET itself is just a technology. It's just a name for a subset of technologies rather than an organization per se.
And that they actually did have a change in names throughout the time that it was. I believe it was ARPA. That it was first. The actual first name of the organization was, but I can probably pull that up and find out here in a minute. But that was basically what was taking place. They were switching names back and forth, and they did it at different time periods. I know in the 90s they switched back to DARPA, but they were actually switching their names over from DARPA to ARPA or some shit like that. So now among their experiments were multi-user dungeons, the MUDs. Do you remember MUDs?
I've played on several EBS-based MUDs.
No, they had text-based games where players navigated virtual environments and fought enemies and interacted with others. Now this is where we come up, where we're going to talk a little bit about MIT, which you brought up, and they had games like titles like Colossal Cave Adventure, which was in 1976, and they were the precursors to modern role-playing games, RPGs.
I would argue with Colossus Caves because if I remember rightly, Colossus Caves is only a single player adventure, and it's what we would call, well, it's what I would call a text-based adventure, but what would be more commonly called these days as interactive fiction, which is the sort of earlier sort of precursor to the point-and-click adventures. In the 80s, I played quite a few text-based adventures. Two predominant ones. The one being based on the Hitchhiker's Guide, Douglas Adams' Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and another extremely good was what was it? Melbourne Houses, The Hobbit, which is based on the Tolkien book.
Now, whenever I think of this game, what it reminds me too of is, I don't know if you remember it or not, but like, I don't know if you even participated in it, but back whenever cell phones first came out, you could actually play math games where it would text you the adventure, and you had to press 1, 2, or 3 for whatever action you wanted. And sometimes,
well, yeah,
and so
do you remember the old sort of book-based interactive adventures? You know, if you have a book, it will give you a description of, let's say you're in a dark room, there's a door to the north, there's a door to the south, go to page 5 to go to north, go to page 6 to go to south.
Right, exactly. And that's what it kind of reminds me of. And then like with the phone thing that I was talking about there too, is like you could get freaking really technical about it. I even remember some of the games that I've played now where you can go in, and you couldn't do it back during the time with the phones, but like here in these later ones, I used to get into strategy games where you could actually go into like Google Docs and create a freaking a spreadsheet and use math, you know, to determine how many people you're going to have to defend against this amount of people, and they had stats on how strong these characters were. You know?
That's more RPG sort of thing. But I was thinking more of the adventure games, and one very famous franchise of adventure games was Infocom's Sulk.
Wow.
If you're aware of that, which was extremely famous and is still a bit of a cult. Got a bit of a cult following.
No, like Colossal Cave Adventure, I've never had the chance to play that one, but whenever I was checking it out and everything, that's exactly what it reminded me of. And then like now that you mentioned like the books, the old books where you had the multiple direction thing, where you could, like, if you wanted to do this, go to page 5 or something like that. You know, that kind of reminds me of some of the newer stuff they're coming out with now too on the internet. Like a lot of people that I network with on Home Away from YouTube, they've got these adventure games where you go in and it gives you a storyline. There's no fighting or anything like that, but then they give you a multiple choice on which direction you want to go with like each character in the game, you know.
What was it? Only a couple of weeks ago we were talking about the Monkey Island franchise. The LucasArts Monkey Island franchise, and especially in the early 90s, adventure games had a sort of renaissance. All these point-and-click adventure games. I remember playing many different types of adventure games, Syria and LucasArts adventure games on Amiga.
Oh yeah.
Weirdly enough, that sort of range of games sort of died out during the late 90s, early 2000s, and we're only starting to see a resurgence of that sort of type
Yeah.
games now.
It's just now popping right back up.
Mm. Mm.
Now the thing that gets me is like all of this actually started through DARPA. You know what I mean? And that's something that really stood out to me whenever I was checking it out. These are kind of like little gold nuggets. You know what I mean? And people really don't have an understanding that like all of this technology that they've got today was actually started because of agencies like DARPA, who were.
I'm not sure the technology, at least the principles of these games,
Well, the evolution.
should themselves.
Yeah, they started
Yeah.
it, and then it evolved into something bigger, and this is one of the reasons why a lot of people have conspiracy theories when it comes to video games, is because of where it actually started out. You know what I mean? Like these kind of games didn't start out because somebody had a fun idea or anything like that. They were intentional experimentations that were set up with these organizations through the college systems, where students would go in and play these games, and they were being monitored.
I'm not sure if a lot of them were being monitored, but a lot of these things start out at sort of university. Young scientists, young computer scientists, or what becomes computer scientists, or early young programmers, just playing around and experimenting and come up with ideas.
Well,
Really.
even like, let's go back to Pong. Okay, now Pong was
Okay.
released to the public. Okay, now you had Pong, which was for fun, and everybody had fun on it. But before that, it was actually being used by the government so that they could test responses. They could test the response time responses of people whenever they played the game, and how long it took them to make a decision.
I mean, looking at it from my point of view, in the 80s in the UK, we the UK government at the time did something fairly unique. They teamed up with companies such as Acorn Computers and also with the BBC, and created a entire sort of early computer educational framework that was pushed out towards all schools. Hence why BBC computers was used throughout the 80s, throughout all early 90s, throughout all state schools in the UK. And this sort of computer literacy thing created
Hold on a minute.
people of my age, our age, went on from this sort of very fundamental educational framework pushed by the UK government, and became programmers in their own right, and released a lot of titles that we recognise now.
So you're saying that you were brainwashed because of the educational system to become programmers?
Arguably.
I was like, I'm sitting there listening to you. I'm like, dude, you're just like explaining brainwash technology right there.
Well, um, the US was extremely late to the game on this, and it was much more corporate led, especially by companies like Apple and IBM. But in the UK, we started back in, I think, 1980 with this sort of program, and it was much more sort of led by the Department of Education
Yeah.
rather than a corporation per se.
And see, that's the weird part about it too, because like these aren't like games that are nefarious or anything of that nature. Like Colossal Cave Adventure was just like an adventure going through a cave where you get treasure. You know.
Yeah, sex-based adventure. Yeah, you type in "Go North," pick up stones,
Yeah.
open door.
And that was it. You know.
Yeah,
It just kind of blows me away when it comes to that kind of thing. You know, that they could pull that much information from you just by doing those kind of things, you know. And during that time, these games were groundbreaking, but they only had a limited audience. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, mass adoption of computing wasn't really until the early 90s, I would say.
well, I mean, only those with like access to, because these were specialized systems. You know what I'm saying? They weren't like for the,
Well, no. In the 80s, people had access to 8-bit machines such as the BBCs and Commodores and Spectrums and Ataris and Labs.
well, you got
the
to.
Dragons.
Colossal Cave Adventures came out in 1976, though, but
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And this was
Up
this.
to 1970, I would say 78. There was no such thing as a home computer.
Right.
Sure, there was dumb terminals.
Mhm.
So terminals that were didn't have any software on them or any real hardware in them, and was all controlled by centralized servers. But the average home wouldn't have that
Right.
at the time.
And most people today wouldn't even understand what was taking place. Like for me, the whole thing that really sticks out is like only those with access to these specialized systems that could participate in these games. Okay, so that means like and I don't think that really has as much to do with the restrictions that were put on people with, or the limitations, I should say, for
I'm
these
not
computers.
so sure because again, I go back to the BBS and as I said, it's like the Prestel video text systems where people could buy could use modems and buy boxes to actually access remote servers.
That probably is what pissed off these governments, because they didn't like the idea that they had and see, this is where I was going with this. It's like freaking they didn't like the idea that freaking these people could go out and get this technology, hook it up to their phone, and bam, they had access to these.
Actually, what's the term? I was just reading. Presto and View Data, so video text systems, so the precursors to things like the teletext systems that the Europeans mainly were recognized in the 80s and 90s, were actually in France especially was actually provided with French government backing.
Yeah. And see, this goes back to what I was saying about these government organizations. They were using college students to do research. Okay. You know, and like they had their freaking shit connected to this stuff. And then all of a sudden, you know, the home computer came into being, and all of a sudden everybody's going out buying all this stuff they could hook up to it, and bam, they're caught
Again,
up.
I wouldn't say everybody because
Well,
again,
not everybody, I know.
it was still quite a niche market at the time in the 80s.
Well, you
It wasn't
had
until the web, then it wasn't until after 94, 95 that
well, I'll use the true slang for it. You
Mm.
had to be a whiz kid. That's what we used to call them. They were the whiz kids.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
the whiz kids, the ones that knew about computers and how to run them. You know what I mean? But these whiz kids could go out and just get this technology, hook it up to their computers. These cool new home computers that were just set up, and there were programs like this on this internet that was connected to frickin' the government, where they were doing experiments on college students. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden they're getting hacked. You know.
You just remind me of something. I'll just find it.
It's a pretty interesting story when you look at all that.
You just remind me of the computer program, which was the first BBC, first British computer television series back in 1982. And in the first episode, it was only something like a 10 episode series or something. But in the first episode, there was a interview with a owner of a British street candy store. And it was talking about how she was using computers to do accounts on and to send it to the bank and stuff. So this sort of technology was around at the time, but again, very niche.
Very niche. Only those little weasels on computers that play video games freaking had access to your shit and was able to rip you off.
This particular story I'm thinking of, it was related to somebody that must have been in the 60s, 70s at the time.
Yeah.
Back in 1982.
Yeah.
No doubt she's well past multi-coil.
Now that we've gotten to this point, I think the best thing to do is go into the 1980s and talk about how it saw the emergence of proprietary networks such as CompuServe. Now, and CompuServe hosted games like Mega Wars and Cosme, or Kesme, I believe is what it is. But have you ever had any dealings with Mega War?
No, at the time, well, we're talking about early 80s, so at the time I was not knowledgeable of these commercial companies except for Prestel.
Mm-hmm. So see, you don't know everything. No, boo-boo.
At the time, I say. But funny enough, when I started back in retail repairs, at the time of when AOL was so popular that you used to get millions of discs given away for free, CompuServe was a big name because CompuServe was a competitor to AOL at the time.
It actually, its roots doesn't even start in computer technology because they were into like time sharing and remote access services and stuff of that nature, which like with remote access services, everybody connects that to computer systems, but that's not just about computer systems. You know what I mean? Like it goes back to like marketing for corporations and things of that nature, which a lot of like the first computer wasn't actually a computer. You know what I mean? It was like a computer was that technically a person that sat down and did exactly what computers today do.
Yeah, that's why I make a distinction between computers and dumb terminals.
Yeah. Well, them dumb terminals. Fuck them damn terminals. Now, but yeah, they actually had their roots in time sharing and things of that nature. So they went back, I believe it was all the way to the 1960s. CompuServe did. I know that much.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to say early 70s, but yeah, possibly 60s.
Now, I believe they also had the Radio Shack, I believe, which was in 1970s. It was I don't know if you've ever heard of that. They had a venture where they went into they went into things with Radio Shack, and I don't know. It was
yeah, in the UK or in Europe, a lot of stuff would be branded under the Tandy brand.
Yeah, they actually well, Radio Shack isn't around now, so a lot of these new
yeah, definitely not. Died. Actually, it only died about 10 odd years ago or something, didn't it?
Yeah, it was about a good 10.
That long ago.
Well over 10, I know that. It could have even been 20 years maybe, for all I know, to be honest with you. But they were CompuServe had a big deal with them, and I forgot exactly what the whole venture was about. I think it had something to do with after hours, you know, and well, like I was saying, they were big on time sharing and remote access.
Okay, yeah.
So I know that. Now they opened it up, and what was it? It was called The Source. Now I know they had connections with them, and then they also had connections with H&R Block, which you probably haven't heard of, because that's an American company.
I think it rings a bell, but not completely familiar.
They're home and realty. They were involved in real estate and stuff like that. Well, I believe they're still around now. They do tax papers for people too here in the United States, so that they could do their taxes. But they did have a pretty long history, even before it came to gaming or any thing to do with computers, you know. Now, have you ever dealt with the game Mega Wars?
No, again, just sort of.
These are the kind of games that I'd really want to check into. It looks like you can still get, I guess maybe an updated version of it today. But it started in with CompuServe, and I know Mega Wars, from what I found out on it, it was a series of real-time online multiplayer space empire building games, which were hosted by CompuServe in the 1980s and lasted well into the 90s. Now, the original Mega Wars...
Actually, it does ring.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that does ring a bell. They played sort of similar sort of things, yeah.
Now, Deck Wars, the original Mega Wars 1 was a port of Deck War. It was originally developed by the University of Texas, at Austin. Now that would be where frickin' DARPA was experimenting with the universities, most likely, to see how well people would perform in combat. You know what I mean? So it was a multiplayer computer games. It was first written in 1978 at the University of Texas. That's Deck War. And for PDP-10 at Austin, for PDP-10, it was developed for a lesser-known two-player version, War, adding multi-terminal support for between 1 and 10 players. Now, that's pretty interesting. So they were developing multiplayer games in the universities back in the 70s, which I think I finally proved my point to you that it was feasible back then. It's just that it got knocked down because of the consoles. You know what I mean? Like, they were actually putting it together. Now, the one thing that I didn't really take into consideration, that these were only games that were available through the universities. You know what I'm saying? That's the one thing that I didn't catch on to. So now that Kessamai, I have no idea what that was. It's a Pioneer game developers, an online game publisher. It was founded in 1981 by Kelton Finn and John Taylor. Now, if I believe correctly, or if I'm right, John Taylor was also involved with Pong, because I seen his name pop up on there whenever I was doing it.
Possibly. Possibly.
Now, the company was best known for the combat fight Slim Air Warrior on the Genie online service. That was one of the first graphic MMOGs, launched in 1987. So now we have MMOGs that go all the way back to 1987. What do you have to say about yourself?
One thing that strikes me is that for most domestic households, or most households, these sorts of things wouldn't be possible, because most households would only have one telephone line. Obviously. Would normally be used for purposes, and if you're sending down data connections, then those telephones are locked up. So if you are, let's say, a 16-year-old kid playing a game online, quote unquote, and your parents want to, I don't know, talk to their work colleague, you would have to get off the internet or get off the online service.
Well, you also have to realize too that was an issue. Like, and teenagers on the phone taking up space was always an issue. Like that goes all the way back to the invention of frickin' telephones. You know what I mean? It was like, I think older people's biggest blessings, in their opinions, was when the frickin' mobile phone was actually invented. You know.
And also in a lot of US sort of apartments, there lots of those lines were used quite a lot. So if somebody, your next door neighbour was was calling somebody, you wouldn't be able to call somebody else at the same time.
Right. Now, do you remember roguelike? Do you remember roguelike? It's like it was a style of role-playing game.
Okay.
Especially when it comes to like a dungeon crawling playthrough like game back in those days, but they used to call it roguelike. And that's
I see. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from there.
No, that's the one thing that really stuck out to me when it comes to a lot of these games, because like a lot of people, when they get on games, they don't understand that like people like that shit. You know what I mean? Like that was like a almost a cult following kind of thing. You know what I mean? When
Those these days we call it a dungeon crawling CRPG.
well, I mean,
Crawling RPG, yeah.
well, roguelike was like more of a pseudo graphics. You know what I'm saying? That was the weird part about it. Like whenever you had the little arrows that went across, and then like the little dots and everything that represented the room, and like you had this little stick figure that represented you, and you had to walk through these freaking dungeons. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's kind of what
various games like that, yeah.
And I liked them. Don't get me wrong, but there was a lot of them that was annoying as shit, dude. Like they had, you went through a portal and you ended up in the wrong place, and then freaking you had to figure out how to get back to that place, and I think that's what Pokemon was trying to do in the first Pokemon games, when they did the little mazes and stuff where you had to get to the person you had to fight.
I don't know. I've never been a fan of the Pokemon sort of. I'm a bit too old, maybe.
Well, I was a bit too old for Pokemon too, but I was kind of educated on it because of the Drew Gamer and Rapid Glitch. Rapid was the first one to get me to actually play it, and I was hesitant because I mentioned it to you before about my nephews and them. They masturbate to freaking Pokemon, dude. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I am not freaking playing that game, dude. I am not doing it. And then finally, Rapid talked me into doing a Nuzlocke, and I actually did like it. So I
mean, the entire Pokemon thing didn't become a thing until what, 87, 88?
Yeah.
Until the late 80s.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I was pretty. Yeah, I was one age demographic.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
But I think that's probably where they were coming from. They wanted to kind of keep that, going from the older gaming and stuff like that.
Mm.
Now that John R. Taylor III, he's an American computer game designer. He's a serial entrepreneur and massive multiplayer online gamer pioneer. He is a co-founder of the game company Kesmai, which they founded in 1981. And in 2011, Tyler was awarded the Online Game Legend, awarded by the Computer Game Development something. But that was the guy that I mentioned earlier. That sounded pretty familiar. So we've covered those now. Now I think the best thing that we can do is, first, I wanted to point out that these are early online experiences, that are in gaming, and they were like the first concept of competition when it comes to cooperative playing over networks. You know what I mean? Now, you mentioned about people were hindered by slow dial-up speeds and stuff like that, and the high cost and stuff. So I think we've got all of that covered. I think the thing we need to do now is talk about the console gaming's golden age, and that would be when Atari and the console.
Actually, I disagree with you on that, because if you say the golden age, then we're talking about
the 1980s,
the late 80s. We're talking about the introduction of things like the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Well, you can have your opinions, and we'll leave it at that.
Okay, enough.
Is that cool? We'll talk about Atari and the console boom.
Okay.
That's where the golden age is, man. That's where the golden age is.
Okay, if you insist, I disagree with you on that point.
Now, I'll give you the fact that the internet gaming was basically, well, Niskan or Niskan or however you want to say that. I can say that is true. It was very few people who had access to the internet games.
Well, online. Let's call them online games.
Yeah,
to
online.
the rather than internet.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But consoles exploded. You know what I mean? And it was their popularity just went out of control. And this happened right around when Atari's home systems, particularly the Atari 2600, which you said you had. Tan even said he had, and I remember having it. So
I personally didn't have one at the time. I remember a friend of mine.
You went over to his house to play his game, though, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. See. Yeah, we know.
At the time around that period, it was more Commodore 64s for me.
Yeah, we knew people like you. We knew people like you. You knew somebody had an Atari 2600, and you're like, man, I've got to hang out with that dude. I did it. You're breaking.
I know because of that.
I did it too, man. Everybody did it. It's like when you heard of the Atari 2600, you had to frickin' play it. You know what I mean? And it was only Pong and shit like that. You know what I mean? It was like nothing really crazy, amazing and stuff. But back then it was. You know what I mean? It was like that was the time when computers first came around. So I mean.
Again, my family had a Commodore 64 at the time, and funny enough, that was the first machine. It was the machine that I took to myself. It's 8-bit Commodore assembly and basic.
So you're trying to tell me that while you were playing Meteoroid or Asteroid,
No, I was
writing
code at the time.
Let me finish. So while you're sitting there playing Asteroid, the thought didn't cross your mind as a kid, I heard about this game Pac-Man, and I heard about this game Pitfall. But it's on the Atari 2600, man, and I don't have this Atari 2600.
Actually, no, I was not familiar with Pac-Man until I saw it in the arcades several years later.
Well, that's another question that I gotta figure out too, because I don't know for sure which one came first, the arcade version of Pac-Man or was it the Atari version, because
I think the arcade version. Most of these games did stem from the arcade variants.
Mm-hmm. But you do remember Pitfall, though, don't you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Pitfall was the one where you had to jump from vine to vine, and then you had to jump over the rocks to get.
I've played various sort of similar games. I can remember Commodore. Was it Commodore 64? Was it? I think Commodore 64 game or 8-bit machine game called Hunchback, which was a very similar sort of concept.
Hunchback.
Yeah, we played as the Hunchback of Notre Dame, but it was just really a sort of jumping over, sort of climbing up platformy type thing.
So you don't remember a game where you were on a vine and you were swinging back and forth and there were like 3 little alligators in a freaking lake underneath you?
I seem to remember. You remember those Nintendo, those that range of Nintendo handheld machines back in the early 80s. The Game & Watch machines.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, those machines, which just had a single game on them. Still quite collective pieces these days. But yeah, those Game & Watch things, and I think they released one with that on.
Now, I could be wrong, but I'm probably not. I'm not quite sure. But do you remember Tomb Raiders?
Yeah, I was again that game. I never, yeah, the franchise I was never a big fan of, but yeah, I am aware.
Now, Tomb Raiders would be probably inspired because of this game. You know what I mean? It was really a cult classic, basically. No, I like Pitfall better than I did Tomb Raiders, because like with Tomb Raiders, if you fall down into a hole, you have to freaking go through a maze to get back to where you need to go to, and I found that really annoying when I did it. But Pitfall was alright, because you didn't have to do all that shit. Like, they had little ladders where you could climb down into a sub area, and
I suppose the most famous of that sort of genre would be something like Prince of Persia,
oh
the
god,
original Prince of Persia game.
don't get me started on Prince of Persia. My son wanted me to do the Prince of Persia games, and I remember like how horrible that game was for me when I was younger. And
what's the other one? What's a science fiction version, wasn't there? I can't remember what it's called now.
But yeah, like Prince of Persia was more of it was more of trying to get through booby traps and shit like that. And that was I did like going, or even when I play games, I love the booby traps. And a lot of people tell me I'm good at it, but I mean, for me, that was always the way it was in games. You were supposed to be good at getting through booby traps and solving riddles, you know, and stuff like that. But that's what the Prince of Persia was all about. So that was something that those were two things that I wanted to bring up. But before we run out of time, which I know we've been doing this for quite a long time. We've actually had some good conversations here, but let me finish up here, because I know that we are almost there, and the reason why I say that is because here in the next episode, when I do it, I want to do the console wars, the big cool stuff.
Okay.
So
things like the Sega versus Nintendo.
Yes, the good stuff.
The early 90s, late 80s, yeah.
But before we do that, I want to discuss freaking the crash of 1983, the gaming crash of 1983.
Again, as I pointed to you earlier, I consider it to be the crash of 82.
Okay, so
just to be commercial.
Now, what I was led to believe was it was basically like an oversaturation and declining game quality. All right, and being honest with you, I find it where today is got that going on in a lot of the gaming that's going on in our gaming in today's world. You know what I mean? But I personally can't see it happening like it did back in the 80s.
It wasn't just oversaturation, it was oversaturation, and like all boom and bustings, too much money was just played in too much money played into too many promises.
Mm-hmm. Like you have you ever heard the lore behind E.T., the game E.T.?
Oh, you mean the so-called pits in Nevada. The
Junkyard.
mountains of tapes and discs meant to be all buried in the desert.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
that's what this topic kind of reminds me of. Like, it was so horrible that they freaking pulled all those games together and they took it to a a freaking land site and buried it in this land site. And like, don't get me wrong, E.T. was most definitely.
I'm not sure if that's actually a true story or if it's just a work of fiction.
I would love for it to be a true story. I really would. To be honest with you, I'd love it. But
Mind you, seeing as it was all magnetic tape or magnetic media at the time, it would, and plastic, it all degraded by now anyway.
I mean, you don't want to play it. You understand that, right? Like, you really don't want to play that game.
I actually have played E.T.
Yeah.
That version of E.T.
Do you want to play it again?
No. If I remember, I should have spent more than... I did actually spend more than 10-15 minutes playing that.
It really was a bad game. I do have to admit. They were right. It was a horrible, horrible game. And when they pulled it off... And see, it wouldn't be a matter of wanting to play the game. It would be a matter of just saying that you owned it. You know what I mean? Even if everything didn't work in it and it wasn't all that great, you could say, look, I do have a copy of it. If you could just get your hands on it.
I wouldn't be surprised if you could find it on an abandoned website or archive.org or something now.
Well, I mean, abandonware, yeah, I understand. That's the program, but I'm talking about like the actual cartridge, like having the physical game, you know.
I have seen a tape. I've seen a cover tape, cassette tape cover of it.
That would actually be cool to know where it is, because
that was quite a few years ago now.
I mean that game has so much popularity in the lore that I doubt they would ever try to make a remake to it, ever. You know what I mean? Like, it's gone down into the annals of gaming history, dude. Like, when
somebody should re-release it on using the original tape or disc images, and
I really don't think they should. I really don't think they should, to be honest with you, because like freaking I just recently played Michael Jackson's Thriller. Okay. And
I'm familiar with the.
I had a similar experience there. Like, me and Rapid were going to do a series on retro games, so I was going to give Michael Jackson a shot. And I finally got maybe about halfway through the game, and I told him, I'm like, look, dude, I'm so fucking sick of this game. I hate it. I hate it to death. If we have to do any more episodes of this game, I'm going to freaking kill me. I'm going to go to Scotland, and I'm going to kill you too. And he said, no, Roger, no, Infamous. We can't be doing that. We'll stop playing this game now because it sucks horrible. You see, it was.
How many episodes did you do?
I pulled together, I think, 10 episodes maybe. And
how many hours?
I only did. I think I did half an hour for each episode.
Okay.
Which was too much by my standards. You know, I mean, that's still like 2.5 hours of gameplay of probably one of the worst games I've ever had to play in my life. And I'm not talking about like hard. I'm talking about like bad. You know, like really, really bad gameplay. So. And it was weird too, because like Michael Jackson was going around saving little kids out of the freaking trunks of cars and shit.
God, that has aged well, wasn't it?
Yeah. So you're like fucking sitting there thinking, dude, hold on, dude. This is just so wrong on so many levels. You know what I mean? And yeah, it was getting on my nerves real bad. So now the Nintendo NES. What do you have to say about that Nintendo Entertainment System?
If I remember rightly, we were talking about the what we were talking about specific chipset, weren't we, earlier?
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned that the CPU, the 6500 series, the most technology, or started out as most technology 6500. When we were talking about Atari, the Atari 2600, and it was funny enough, the 6500 series was actually developed, was a British chipset, developed by developers that would become senior developers in Acorn Computers, so the people that created the BBC machine. Going back to the educational thing, that I was talking about earlier, and the 6500 is probably, in fact, I'm pretty sure was the first commercially available RISC based architecture.
Mm-hmm.
And if it wasn't for that chipset, then we wouldn't have any modern ARM devices. So we wouldn't have things like mobile phones, ARM-based mobile phones, or smartphones, or tablets, or the Mac M1 and M2 series, like the Mac M1 and M2.
Yeah,
And they all sprung from the 6500.
yeah, and yeah, you were talking about Atari 2600 in the chat, but
Yeah.
yeah,
And weirdly enough, the 6500 chipset was the precursor to the Motorola 68000 series of chips that was used in a lot of machines during the early or late 80s, early 90s, including the Apple SE range, the Atari ST and STEs, and the Amigas. And yeah, if it wasn't for that sort of serious progression, arguably there wouldn't be any ARM chips. ARM would not be a thing now, and yeah, smartphones wouldn't be as we would know them now.
you know, I mean that's kind of what I was talking about too. Like, and whenever you were talking about it going into your guys' education system, that's why I said that it would be good to bring this up, because there were people who are actually using these college students for research basically, and they
Well, for development,
yeah.
like I said, it was we Brits that, in reality, introduced these chipsets, and if it wasn't for us Brits,
Well,
you wouldn't have this.
You're just trying to be smug. I've been around you long enough to know what that's all about. That's that British we did it first kind of attitude. Thanks, Mark.
Indeed.
Had to pull it up and kick me in the teeth. Oh. Which, what you were saying there, it kind of goes back to the WMS. What I was mentioning too. Where they not only had a subsidiary here in North America, but it was in England. And these people were involved in like freaking military defense programs. I thought that was kind of cool. Well, not really kind of cool, but it was cool learning it. Like here in the United States, we had Sanders and Associates, and then the BAE, with them. No, BAE was the one that had affiliates here in North America and in England, and it wasn't the WMS.
Yeah.
So that kind of loops back to that whenever you were talking about that, and like the technology we have today, which is going to set us up for the next episode or the next few episodes, because I want to go through the history of gaming and let people have a little bit of an adult conversation. Like I've been mentioning, this is all about adult conversations about gaming, you know what I mean? We're not going to play around and talk about like reward systems for playing Rapid, you know, or playing freaking Pokemon, or, you know, shit like that. We're going to talk about serious stuff and how it's actually like the technology from gaming, especially how it has affected the computers, the computer industry, period. You know, it's had a big impact from a lot of things I've seen so far. So I want to kind of get into it, because eventually we'll make it up to cloud gaming again, and we'll cut it short on that one, because I'm sick of talking about cloud gaming, to be honest with you.
And besides, we tried doing 3 episodes.
Yeah.
2 of them just
I think we've covered it pretty well. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
So next time we come on, you want to do it with me, and we'll be talking about the gaming wars, dude. Sega versus Nintendo, and the console wars begin, and that would be in the 1990s.
Okay, give me your notes a couple of days beforehand.
Okay, so that you can be better prepared.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I'll hand them out. I had to pull this together because it's like I said. I mean, we've been talking about this forever. You know what I mean? So, so I think we need to. I think I started it out in the right direction with the right topics, because I say a lot of shit that gets you irritated, like about the hacking and about the government infiltration, how they're trying to freaking steal shit from our brains, and you know, and using DARPA to do it. Like, come on, dude. You know, when it comes to using the word DARPA and video games together, who in their right mind wouldn't freaking do a stream like this? You know, I mean, I'm just saying, dude. I mean, you hear people talking videos about reverse engineering and alien technology, but when you hear DARPA with video games, it's like, oh, that just, oh, no. Oh, come on, dude, seriously, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, funny that we do these sort of paranormal thing on Wednesdays, and we come to this now.
Yeah, it's like freaking DARPA was involved in the gaming world too, you know. It's amazing that nobody ever picked up on this and did a serious stream on it, you know, and that's what I love, because like we did the freaking history of VCRs, and I thought that was the greatest thing, you know. I did. I really did. So
that's going to go down on, that's going to be my sort of historical. There's going to be my memoirs. We did a video stream on VHS and Betamax.
Yeah. So now we've covered DARPA and the freaking internet gaming world, and we actually did it on a gaming stream. So I've created history. So let's go ahead and end this, and we'll come back later, and we'll go deeper into the gaming wars and how it played out and stuff like that. Okay, Mark?
Yeah.
All right. So I will go ahead and end this, because we're at an hour and 45 or at 48 in recording, and we've reached the 2-hour limit. So I don't want. And before we go, you want to tell everybody where they can find you?
Okay, nice and simple. Say that again. Minds.com/Medworthy.
There you go. I was getting ready to say that until you called I'm glad you caught that. So, and I'm gaming with Infamous. You can catch me on Discord. I'm also on Skype. I stream on Rumble, X, and Odyssey, so you can catch me there. Now, if you want to find me on X, you have to find me by going to RogLOL1973. That's ROGLOL 1973 on X. I will talk to you guys later, and thank you, Mark, for being here, and we'll just go ahead and end this stuff, man, and be done with it. We got another week done finally, so with that, I will stop the recording.